Hello, everybody. My name is Darren Mulqueen, and I am here with Mulqueen Sewing Center in sunny Arizona. We are a family business that started in 1977 with my dad and mom originally immigrating from lovely Ireland, and they moved to New York, where my dad started working with Singer. We moved here to Arizona in 1972 when I was about this tall. I was about 8 months old, and with my two brothers and mom and dad, we officially opened our very first store in 1977. It was called Mulqueen. I'm sorry, at that time it was called Singer Sewing Centers, and about 15 to 20 years ago, we changed our name of the business to Mulqueen Sewing Center, which is what we use today. It's our family name. And now we have my nephew, Jer, who works full-time with us. So we do have 3 generations working full-time. And we have Declan and Ashling, who also do part-time work with us. So it is fun to have the whole family together. Mom and dad work full-time. This is their hobby. My mom is a fabric fondler. She helps order all of our fabric and gets it put away and organized. And my dad does still all of the checks and making sure that we're all in line. And so it's fun. And my dad is that kind of guy who I've worked with them for 30 years. And in fact, I just bought a vehicle and they asked, how long have you been working at your job? And I told him, and he said, well, we can't put that because that would mean you were 14 years old and that's illegal, I guess. But so I had to change it to, so I guess it really doesn't matter when you're beyond a certain amount of years in the same company anyways, but that was kind of funny. But we are here today with, we have a special co-pilot, and his name is Jer Mulqueen. And
hi, Darren.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How's everyone doing?
So I know a lot of you out there have no idea who we are, our family business. So I just wanted to give a little info on us. And for those of you who do shop with us already, if you don't mind giving us a comment, just to kind of let the people that don't know who we are kind of know your feelings of our family business, and we would really appreciate that. Also, we love comments. Just if you don't mind to comment where you're from. We like to know how far our reach is. You're on Facebook and YouTube. We are streaming live to both, and I believe Twitch. Is it Twitch as well?
I believe so, yes.
And so our stream is out there, and we see everybody's comments kind of coming together into one here on our screen. So we appreciate the comments. Keep them coming, where you're from. And if you don't mind to share our feed, we would love that. If you could help us get more viewers by simply sharing our feed and then commenting done. Just the word done. Once you have shared to your social media group, just share it to at least one person and click on the comment and just put the word done. That way we can give away a gift card. How much should that be? About $25.
$25, that works.
So we're gonna do a $25 gift card to someone randomly that shares our feed on their social media, or at least to some friends to say, hey, they're live. Those crazy Mulqueens are live on Facebook or YouTube. It's actually easier to watch, I think, on YouTube, but maybe not. But if it's YouTube, all they have to do is type in Mulqueen Sewing in the search and you'll find us. Just click on our logo and bam, there we are. Facebook, if you go to our Facebook page right now while we're live, we are at the top of the Facebook page. And So we appreciate everybody commenting to share, get our feed out there. We're doing this weekend a little differently. We're going to do just today, which is Saturday, as you might have noticed. So we didn't do Friday and Saturday, but we are going to shorten the time slots to 1 hour. So we have 1 hour for each guest. And after they're about 30 to 45 minutes, we'll go ahead and do a question and answer. So you will be able to ask questions. And I know our guests love questions. We have quality guests today. We always do. But today we have Mike from Laurastar, who we're just waiting to join in here. We haven't seen him connect with us yet in the background, so we're just kind of waiting for him. But the Laurastar Iron Company, they make the iron board that has a generator in it, steam generator for the steam. It is an amazing ironing board system. We have the one and only Penny Sturges. I don't know if you have ever met her, but she was here in the store the other day, and all the employees said, "Oh my gosh, she is so sweet. She is the nicest person that you'll ever meet." But her name is Penny Sturges, and she is from Quilts Illustrated. I have a couple of her, or one pattern up here with me now. And then she also produces hardware. She is a bag maker extraordinaire. They have new zippers. We just ordered, I think there's 60 colors of separating zippers that we'll have on our website already. And her patterns, she's going to be here live in our studio at 11 a.m. So we're excited for Penny to join us. She is a local artist, so we love it when local artists are able to join us right here in our space. And then we were sitting with a customer the other day, and I asked her who she would like to see us go live with, and she had mentioned this company called 10 Sisters, and I had not ever heard of 10 Sisters, so that's what this live event is all about. We want to know new companies, and we want to introduce them to you out there, and also to our family business. 10 Sisters, I bet you can guess how many sisters there are in the family. She is one of the 10 sisters. Her name is Carmen. We have Carmen coming live with us at noon, so you'll want to see that. I have some of the quilts here on our wonderful table that are from 10 Sisters. It's a paper piecing technique that you'll fall in love with and find that the product that they offer is so simple and it'll be addicting. The patterns are free, which are pretty cool for the company. They have self-published 4 books, and I believe this one is from one of the books, this pattern here. But you can also get one of their books, and we'll have them on special today. Everything is on special. Can you believe that, Jer? Everything is on special. So that's Carmen. She'll be on at noon. And then at 1 p.m., you don't want to miss Jana from Bloc Loc Ruler Company. They're the company that has the groove in the ruler right there in the middle for your seams to go in, and so everything is flat, nothing shifts. She's going to do quite a nice little demo here later. That is at 1 p.m. And then 2 p.m. is Anna. Anna from Anna's Awesome Applique. I have some of her designs here, so for our embroidery guests, you might have seen this. J. Michelle Watts was on last week, or last month, I believe. Anna's the gal who converts her appliques into embroidery designs. And she does have some of her own, but she is an amazing digitizer. She is going to be at 2 p.m. today. So you don't want to miss Anna. Anna is out of Texas. Anna actually has some designs built into the luminaire. So if you have a luminaire, Anna has some of the designs built in are hers. And then last but not least, at 3 p.m. is us. We're going to demo some products.
We're gonna demo some cool products. There's one that Darren and I actually thought of. Darren was like, "What do you think of this?" And I was like, "That's great." So then I brought it over to my dad, and he cut it out on the laser, and now we're going to show it to you. So all of a span of 30 minutes, we created a new product. So
it is made here in house.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
yeah, so we cut it out in the back on the laser. Next thing you know, I'm throwing it inside of a bag, and we're coming to show you guys how to use it. So
We're excited for that.
and we got and the nano lights. So
Lights, we got more of those. We're going to show you those. Some other things. I'm going to show you as I step out of screen just for a second. I'm going to actually walk up close. This is the book that you'll get if you sign up for our Edge to Edge class. It's on our website under classes. You get designs, you get books, you get a teacher who created the Edge to Edge idea on your embroidery machine. So if you're a quilter and you're an embroiderer, you may want to sign up for our class. And at some point, we will show you how to sign up for class and how to buy all of these beautiful items that are here. And I see that we have our first guest.
Well, how about before we bring Mike on, we did a giveaway for a $25 gift card. How about we give it away?
Perfect.
All right.
And can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
We have advertised on our Facebook page that if you share the post that we did this morning, we are going to pick a winner from that to win a gift card as well. So if you're on Facebook, go ahead and share that post, because I would say early afternoon we'll be picking a winner from that.
Alrighty, so here's our first winner, Jan Stroud. Congratulations! So you win a $25 gift card. How about these high quality graphics right there?
Oh yeah, look at that! It is a party here at Mulqueen.
So Jan Stroud, go ahead and email me at jared@mulqueen.com and you can claim your prize there.
Here, those look like 4K graphics.
Yeah, I paid. They're actually free $99.
$3.99.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. We love giving away prizes because then we get to use our confetti feature. What's that other feature that you have about YouTube?
Let's see.
So all of our guests out there that are on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and hit that little bell. If you hit that bell, that's the important thing. You could always subscribe, but if you don't hit the bell, you won't be notified when we go live. And so we just like it when you hit the bell. And we do have a deal going. If once we get to, it's a big number, and we're a little ways away, but if we get to 5,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, which is going to be, like I say, a little while, we're going to give away $5,000 worth of prizes.
So if we get to like 1 million subscribers, are we giving $1 million worth of product away?
Yes, I think we should.
I think that'd be fun.
Yeah. I don't know.
Or maybe by that time we've already given $1 million worth of stuff away.
So without further ado, we would like to introduce our first guest. His name is Mike, and he's from the Laurastar company. When we found out about the new program that they have going on, we said we cannot resist, and we are going to start carrying Laurastar irons in our stores. We have in the past, and I know that we used to carry the ironing boards. This was back when my brother Ken Mulqueen was like building this location that we're at, which is now at 16,000 square feet, I believe. We had everything under the sun, and my brother's idea of building a store that instead of just one type of safety pin, we would have 20 safety pins, marking pens, like everything you can imagine. We have as many possible choices for you. We know everybody likes choices, but anyways, the ironing company, Laurastar, very precision. Wait till you see this. If you can bring in Mike. Howdy, Mike. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So, where are you located? I always like to find out where our guests are coming from. Can you hear me?
Say again, please.
Where are you located? What state are you in?
I'm here in hot and sunny Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't think
very
it's hot as Arizona, but still hot.
Yeah, but you get the humidity, don't you?
Yeah, we get the humidity. Is exactly right, and it's now getting into that next 3 months. So
I'm excited. I know that we have some specials going here that are exclusive, and I'm very excited for you to show us all about these irons, and can't wait till we get our hands on them again, which will be very shortly. But for now, if it's okay, Jerry, I'm going to give the show over to you, Mike. Thank you so much for being here.
great, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you? My name is Mike Vendetti. I'm the sales manager, U.S. sales manager for Laurastar. And what I'm going to do in the next 30 minutes or so is kind of go through explaining and visually showing you what Laurastar does, and more importantly, is how we're different from the traditional iron you perhaps have used for your entire life. Again, I'll be sharing some things and showing you some things that are quite different from what you're used to. Okay, so it's important that I do it effectively so you can really buy into the concept of why this thing is so different. So first and foremost, Laurastar, we're a Swiss company, privately held, and this year, for example, we're going to be 40 years old. Okay, all they make are these particular irons, and there's two categories of irons that we make. One that I'm behind here, which includes a table, it's got a fan built into the board, et cetera, et cetera. A second version, if you look to my left or to your right, you'll see a red one on the little display here. That's called a lift. It's a portable version of this. I'm going to show you both briefly, enough to at least whet your appetite, of course, and there'll be some time for some questions and answers after the fact. Also, Mulqueen has got some great promotions and some great sales on, on all of these products as well. So let's get started. I'll start with the integrated system, okay? We've got 3 versions. This is just one of the 3. And basically the way this works is there's a fan built into the board here, and when I move the iron, it engages the fan. The fan either pushes air up through the board or it pulls air down through the board. Okay, and it only happens when I move the iron. And the fan has 3 or 4 different levels of speed. Okay, so that's pretty cool. But what are the advantages of that? Why would I want to use it? When would I use it? Kind of thing. Okay, so I'll show you that in a second here. But more importantly is the steam that comes out of the Laurastar iron is quite different than any steam you've ever had in your entire life. And you really need to understand why this is different, okay? For example, I'm going to throw the steam onto my hand. The steam, by the way, is the same temperature as the steam in your iron at home, okay? Okay. Now again, don't do this, but if you did this with your iron at home, most likely you're going to be picking up the phone and calling the doctor's office, right? You're going to burn the skin off of your hand. It's a fact. It's just the way these irons are manufactured. With Laurastar, okay, it's quite different. What happens in these things, it goes through a boiler, comes up through the cord, and what happens is in every one of our irons, the steam gets fed back into the iron. When it gets fed into the iron, what happens at that point in time, it takes the large water molecules, the wetness, if you will, grinds them up, and what you get coming out of the iron is a gas-like state of steam, which means when you throw this into a piece of fabric, it goes in, being the steam, goes into the fabric, loosens the fabric up, it immediately disappears. Whereas what you folks are used to is Niagara Falls, lots of hot stuff coming out, right? Goes into the fabric and it stays in the fabric, okay? For example, you're not going to burn anything anymore. You're not going to burn fabric. You're not going to shine fabric. You're not going to burn your fingers. All the things that you have been used to, throw them out the window, because again, this is a new thing so I just want you to understand what I'm doing with the steam, both in the integrated unit and the portable unit. Understand the differences, okay? Every one of our irons that I'll be showing you and that we sell is the same as far as the steam, et cetera, et cetera. Also, the steam comes out almost like a jet engine, right? Very high pressure. Okay? Reason for that, the advantage, of course, that is this will penetrate fabric without any elbow grease, especially if someone may be arthritic or a bad wrist or a bad elbow kind of thing. Here's my version of oil, okay? Very simple, okay? So again, these are some of the advantages of Laurastar. So let's get back to the system. So again, when I move the iron, the fan goes up and it goes down. So when you move the iron, and right now the fan is pulling the air down through the table, okay? So that's pretty cool, but why would everyone want to use it? What's the advantage of it, type of thing? So I've got 10 squares of cotton, literally 10, okay? I've got them nice and wrinkled, okay? I'm gonna lay this on the board, and by the way, with Laurastar, again, every iron is the same. You'll see 2 buttons, okay, for a left-handed person and for a right-handed person. To press either one of those will give you steam, okay? I'm left-handed, for example. When I use a traditional iron, it's not made for left-handed people. It's very awkward. But again, Laurastar, you don't have that issue because either one of these 2 buttons will throw out steam. So again, the fan is pulling through the table. I'm going to hit it with the steam. Okay, that quick on one side. Okay, that quick on the second side. Okay, I'm going to remove the top 9 layers, and what you're going to get is perfectly ironed, but more importantly, it's completely dry. Okay, so what's the advantage of this? Of course, you're going to get your ironing done quicker. It's going to be more enjoyable, and we say by using Laurastar, you're going to cut your ironing time at least in half. Okay, there's all sorts of reasons for that. This is just the first of many reasons. Okay, so again, the advantage of the fan down is when you have a heavy fabric that you need that steam being pulled through. A good example is a quilt. You ever have a quilt folded up in a drawer that's been there for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, right? Try to put that crease on a traditional iron. It's virtually impossible to get that crease out. Whereas Laurastar, okay, that steam will go right through the fabric. So that crease is nothing more than butter in an oven. Okay, so again, a big difference from what you're used to. So I'm going to show. So now I'll reverse it, and now I'm going to have the fan up. How do I adjust the direction of the fan? You can see right here. There's a button. There's a picture of a fan. Okay, so I'm going to press that, and right now the board cover is blowing up. Okay, so right now the air is pushing up through the board. Again, pretty cool. But what's the advantage? When would I want to use it? Okay. So I've got a piece of silk, 100% silk, okay? Now, most people tell me with a traditional iron, first of all, they would never put an iron on this with silk. What do you typically do? They'll find something that's maybe a 1/4 inch thick, put it on top of it, right? They'll put a towel on top of it. They turn the temperature down on the iron, which, by the way, is the worst thing you could do because you need that heat, okay? All sorts of things you're forced to do. But with Laurastar, okay, picking up the iron, okay, if you can see, there's a little bed of air now, so this silk is kind of blowing up a little bit, okay? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this 300-degree temperature of the steam, again, 300 degrees, okay, and I'm going to hover over this silk. I'm not going to put it on the silk. I'll put it on less than 1/8 of an inch, but throwing out the steam like this. Here we go. Okay, completely ironed, completely dry. Whereas a traditional iron, if I did this, right, what would happen to the fabric? It would re-wrinkle automatically, it wouldn't. So you'd have to hang it up. So again, the advantage of that fan up is when you're doing a little bit lighter fabric, okay? Because what that does, it pushes the fabric up, cools that fabric down. So what happens is when you put the iron over it, it's got heat and steam, and then the bottom it's being cooled. Well, the combination will give you one clean swoop of getting the wrinkles out, whereas a traditional iron, you're going back and forth several times. Okay, again, another reason why it'll cut your ironing time in half. This particular unit, again, this is our high-end version. We call it the Smart U. Okay, and I just want to point out a couple of things. First of all, on the boiler itself, it's got an on-off. It's got 4 different levels of fan speed. It also has the ability to do the following. This along with the portable units, okay? If you don't use the steam within 10 minutes, once you turn it on, it automatically shuts off, okay? But we now have an option, and I've had an option for the last year plus, is you can override that by simply pressing and holding the on-off button for 10 seconds, remove your finger, and the system or the portable unit will now stay on until you unplug it or hit the button, okay? So again, there's an advantage of short-term 10 minutes and not have to worry about, oh my God, did I forget to turn it off? And versus, coming back 10 minutes later and every time the iron is off, right? Which is very frustrating. So you can do both, and we've addressed both issues. So let's get back to this real quick. So one of the buttons, okay, we call it sense of steam. So if you remember, I told if you want steam, you press one of these two buttons. Well, with the sense of steam, when you move the iron forward, it automatically throws out steam. I'm not pressing either one of these buttons. It's called sense of steam. The advantage there, the steam will only come out when you move the iron forward, not side to side, where how most people iron. Side to side, this all over the place. When you move the iron forward, that's the most efficient and quickest way to iron. So guess what? This is now becoming your ironing coach. It forces you to iron properly. So again, you're going to get it done quicker. It's going to be a lot more enjoyable. And again, if you've got achy joints, et cetera, that power of steam will take care of that as well. The last button, toe press, okay, we call it pulsating. So if you remember, when I pressed one of those two buttons, remember the steam came out continuously, okay? Now by pressing that button, again, I'll press one of these two steam buttons, so hopefully you can hear it on your part. Listen to the way the steam is now coming out of the iron. Okay, it's pulsating, which means blast, nothing, a blast, nothing, a blast, nothing. So the advantage of that is if you're ironing something that requires you to iron very, very slowly, okay, you can iron very slowly with it. You're not going to over inundate the fabric with moisture. Okay, so again, it allows you to do things like that. So it gives you all sorts of possibilities, kind of thing. But always remember, folks, the steam that comes out of these irons goes into the fabric and dissipates. Okay, no other iron in the world does that. It stays in the fabric, and that's what causes all the issues. So again, this is a mindset change to a certain point. But the best way to do it is to hopefully get your hands in one and feel it for yourself, kind of thing. Okay, so also on this board, there's a bunch of lines. Okay, this is called an origami board cover, which means origami is folding. Okay, you can actually use this board cover as a straight edge. If you need a straight edge, you don't need to get a ruler or something. Here you go. The design on top of the board cover is laid out just for that function. Okay. Thirdly, or secondly, I should say, when the fan is down, okay, let's say you happen to be sitting down or happen to be in a wheelchair, for example, so your legs are underneath the table, okay? You don't want that steam coming onto your lap, correct? It's not good. The way we've got this design is the steam gets pulled through the table, and as soon as it goes through the table, it goes out the back of the table. So you don't have to worry about anything in terms of burning or getting your legs hot. Again, another little point that makes us quite different from everybody else, okay? So we also have this thing called a sole plate. This is made of Teflon. It's like your frying pan in the morning when you're frying egg, okay? It's Teflon. So the face temperature of this iron is 450 degrees, okay? So if I'm going to be doing a piece of fabric, and this is our version of just showing you this, is if you can see, there's a bunch of plastic red beads on this shirt, okay? There's also a couple of things that have been baked on, like a logo of a Mickey Mouse on a sweatshirt kind of thing, okay? So if I've got a traditional iron, what do? Again, find that fabric that's a 1/4 inch thick, find that towel, do all sorts of things, okay? With Laurastar, I simply put the sole plate on. It simply goes on, okay? It's the same face, same layout, same cutout. Just literally clicks in, okay? I'm going to press and hold the steam button for about 5 seconds. Okay, so now what I've just done is I've taken that temperature of the iron, which is 450 degrees, right? The sole plate was room temperature when I first got it, right? So I married the two together. The face of this iron is now 180 degrees, which means it's hot enough to do any fabric, but not hot enough to ruin, burn, transfer anything on the fabric, from the fabric to the iron. So remember the beads? Here we go. Right on it. Okay, ironed, completely dry. Okay, don't have to worry about burning, melting, transferring, etc., etc. It also took me about 10 seconds to go from 450 to 180 versus where's my towel, or that kind of thing. And many people, unfortunately, when they turn that temperature down on a traditional iron, if it gets too cool, they defeat the purpose. So you've got that along with hot, wet moisture coming out, and that's what's forcing the user to use a towel, etc., etc. And that's all that's available to people in the U.S. market. Okay, but again, this is why this Laurastar is so different. That sole plate, by the way, comes with every one of these units. It also comes with every one of the portable units. Okay, so I'm just now plugging the portable unit in. I'll show you in about 2 minutes. So again, keep in mind from a conceptual standpoint, these irons, it's really a complete program. And again, I'm trying to explain as best I can in the short 30 minutes, because again, there's a number of things that I'm sharing with you that you're not used to, or you may be reluctant to believe it, because again, these are things different than what you've been used to for years and years and years. So we've been around for 40 years. We know it works. These things have been perfected and beyond kind of thing. And again, every couple, 3 years, we'll go into a new version kind of thing as we go and grow. In fact, the portable units were new probably about 3 or 4 years ago. Prior to that, we had just the system. So it gives you a complete array of products to choose from, function-wise, price point-wise. Okay, so again, we've got 3 versions of this. While it's warming up, I'm going to share with you, and I know Darren is going to show this or talk about it. For this particular promotion today, the normal warranty on every one of our products is 12 months. Our parts and our labor, okay? This particular card that you'll get once you purchase a Laurastar takes that warranty from 12 months to 24 months, okay? It's a big deal. So we're giving you an insurance policy for another 12 months. Also note, the average lifespan of a Laurastar, the average life is 10 plus years, okay? Again, that's a pretty bold statement, okay? No other iron can say that. These things are built to last, so you've got longevity. We also claim that these are professional systems. Okay, again, that's a bold statement as well. Professional system is basically the same system as when you're waiting in line to get your dry cleaning done. You hear the big machines in the back. This has the same exact technology. Okay. Also, the steam that comes out of the Laurastar, we got certified about 3 months ago. We're the only iron in the world that will kill the Corona-19 virus in fabric. Okay. In addition to that, it'll take care of bed mites, dust mites, etc., etc. Because if you've ever seen a piece of fabric that you've washed and put it in the dryer and then put it under a microscope, it's incredible how many germs are still crawling on that piece of fabric. Whereas the Laurastar steam, again, both systems and the portable units, will kill 99.9%. Okay, and again, that's a big deal. We're the only iron in the world that's certified to kill the Corona-19 virus. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring up again a lift. Okay, this is our portable one. Okay. So again, it's still warming up. By the way, it takes about 4 to 5 to 6 minutes for it to warm up. Once it's completely off, when you turn that on, it takes about 4 to 6 minutes. Okay. Once it's on, unless you turn it off and come back, lunch an hour and a half later, it takes it down to about 3 minutes because it's already been on and it's gotten hot, kind of thing. Okay. So always remember that. Again, this also has the ability to override the shut-off. Here's the on-off button. Press and hold it for 10 seconds. You'll go from, in 10 minutes, I'm going to shut off to, I'm not shutting off until I hit it again, the on-off button again. Okay, so we also have, from a portable perspective, we've got 3 versions. We call it the Lift, Lift Plus, and Lift Extra. Okay, between those three, there are different things that one has and the other one doesn't have. Okay, I'll point out a couple of here, but for the sake of time, I'll just keep it at that. So, and that warrants the difference in, or retail to you as a customer. Okay, that same concept takes place with the three systems. This does a lot more than the other two, for example, and again, priced accordingly, kind of thing. Okay, so again, when I'm talking about the irons, always remember that we're consistent with the steam and the heat and everything else, and the performance of the iron, whether it's a portable unit or this one that includes the table. It's the same exact scenario. Okay. Okay. It's still warming up. So, some of the, like for example, some of the advantages of this system and/or this, like quilt, for quilt, quilt backing. Excuse me, getting tongue-tied here. That powerful steam. And by the way, when we say it's a professional unit, three things equals a professional unit. 50 psi. That's the amount of pressure coming out of the iron. Okay. Also, that steam, which is 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. That's, again, that steam that comes out of a dry cleaners is very dry, almost like a gas-like state. Again, the same thing as that. Okay. That equals a professional system. And this is exactly what Laurastar offers to you. So you've got longevity of 10 plus years, and you've got a professional result every single time you use it. Okay? Still warming up. So, also, so what I'll do is point out briefly just two versions of the lift, just so you get an idea, okay? This is the middle of the road. We have lift, lift plus, and lift extra. This happens to be the lift plus, okay? This compared to the entry level lift, there's a couple of things that warrants the difference in, in your cost to a Mulqueen, for example. One of which is, you can see from there, there's a light, the water level here, and by the way, this is how you put water in. Okay, pour the water in. It comes with a filter. Okay, and the reason why the filter, we require a filter is we want to take minerals out of the water before it goes into the boiler. Okay, in the case of this, same thing. Water, there's a filter. Okay, so the key to the Laurastars is you want to have minerals in the water. What does a traditional iron require? Distilled water, doesn't it? Which means there's no minerals in the water. Okay, again, a big difference from what you're used to versus what this does. By having a few minerals, if you have too many minerals, it could cause it to malfunction. If you have no minerals, again, distilled, it could cause it to malfunction. So we're going to be right at the 50-yard line. Water with just a few minerals. The water basically allows you to, or it controls the water level. So when you throw out steam, okay, and that boiler is full, let's say you throw out 20% of the steam. Well, it wants to right away get back up to 100% as soon as you throw that steam out. By the way, this will make some weird noises while you are ironing when you throw out steam. All it's doing is, hey, you threw steam up, let's get back up to 100%, okay? But minerals in the waters allows all these things to take place. So when that boiler fills up, it stops. It doesn't overflow. Whereas a traditional iron, what happens? Put the water in, comes right back out, doesn't it? There's no buffer in between, okay? Which means, again, that's why they recommend, they being the manufacturers, recommend distilled water, okay? Again, being there's no buffer, what comes out? Really hot and really wet, like I said before, in terms of the steam, okay? So again, here we go. Remember? Okay, system, one of the three lifts. Okay, the irons, again, work exactly the same. So what I want to share with you, again, from a good, better, best, if you will, on the lift systems is the entry level has the face of a traditional iron, if you will, the holes all over it. This has a V, okay? That V is designed to, when you put this onto a piece of fabric, it goes into the fabric, opens the fabric up to allow the steam and the heat to get in quickly, okay? But what it does is it opens the fabric up, it doesn't burn, it doesn't shrink, it doesn't enlarge any kind of fabric whatsoever, none of the above. It allows you to get the job done quicker. Also, if you look at this iron, from the top up, okay, there's holes. Look at this iron, from the top up, there's holes. What do you see from the middle down below? Nothing but solid, okay? Whereas the traditional iron, there's holes top to bottom. Okay. Another reason why you can iron so quickly with Laurastar is when you move the iron, with the steam, it loosens the fabric up. Okay. The second half of the face of the iron comes right behind it and applies heat. So it's one clean swoop. You got loosening and heat, or fixing, or giving you the end result in one quick motion. A big difference between what you're used to and have been forced to use, if you will, versus the Laurastar. Okay. Another advantage, if you can see the cord holder on this one here, this actually will hold the cord and get it out of your reach. This particular unit has a cord holder. It's a conventional cord holder that will clamp onto any board cover, for example, that you have. Okay, so and there's a couple of other things too, but those are little things that warrants the difference in cost. Okay, but again, for the third time probably I'm mentioning this, always know that the irons work the same. It's the same 450 temperature. It's the same sole plate, right? That goes down, takes it down to 180, et cetera, et cetera. So, and again, as far as the lifts are concerned, again, being the 3 different versions, and every version has its own corresponding color. So we designate it by color, which I know because I've been doing this for a long time, but you'll see the lift is red and white, the lift plus has 3 colors, and the lift extra has 2 colors. So again, it's easy to differentiate them from from one to the other. Okay, so the big advantage of the lifts, amongst other things, is portability. Okay, here it is. I can take this with me anywhere I want to go. Okay, by the way, this cord, okay, is 7 feet long. Okay, the cord on this iron is 7 feet long. So why is that an advantage? Well, let's say I'm doing something like a sport coat. Okay, there's a wool coat. I'm going right on the fabric, folks. I'm not putting any buffer. Okay, this is completely dry and completely ironed. Okay, so again, you've got the portability on this. Also, by the way, by using the Laurastar, it's going to reduce your cost as to going to a dry cleaner. What this does is it will not remove a stain, so don't be deceived, okay? If you've got a mustard stain on your lapel, it's not going to remove the stain. But what it will do, it'll disinfect any kind of odors or germs that are creating odors, right? Again, we're going to get into real hot weather here. So if I wear this for a couple or 3 times, right, there's going to be body odor. Right? Let's face it, it's just the way it is. So I can take this, okay, spray it, and it'll remove the, again, the germs, if you will, that are causing the odor. Okay? So now, the only time you're going to be taking your fabric to the dry cleaner is to get that spot removed, because we feel about 95% of the people in the United States take their clothes to get to the dry cleaner because they're wrinkled, not necessarily dirty or stained kind of thing. Also, the steam comes out of Laurastar is man-made. It's 100% pure steam, if you will. Okay, it's going to extend the life of your fabric every time you use it. Whereas a dry cleaner throws chemicals out of that steam. Those chemicals are killing your fabric one dry cleaning at a time. They'll never tell you that. Okay, but that's what occurs. So, so again, there's lots of long arm quilters, for example, love these. They can put that quilt on the arm. Okay, put this on the ground, and they can reach and they can iron that quilt, for example, when it's on the on the board itself, kind of thing. So again, there's lots of advantages from a portability standpoint. Okay, but again, longevity, 10+ years. The quality is second to none, same as this. Okay, so I know I've gone through a lot of things in the last 30 minutes from a time perspective. I'm trying to at least expose you to as much as I can to give you, hopefully, a much better feel of why Laurastar is so different versus what you've been used to, and the ability to explain that to you versus just telling you something and moving on kind of thing. Okay? So, Darren, if there's any questions or concerns, or if there's something you want me to redo from one of your viewers, feel free to let me know.
Hey, Mike.
Yes,
So
sir.
that was awesome. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
that. Let's. I know there was a few questions that had popped up here, and Anybody out there that has questions, please comment now, because we do have a few minutes for question and answer time. And there is one on the screen now from Lori Walters. And she's asking, what does it weigh? But my guess is that it's on maybe the iron itself.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Good question. The iron itself weighs about 1.25 pounds. It's very light by design. Most irons are very heavy, aren't they? You know why? Because they need the weight and the elbow grease to penetrate the fabric, right? Okay. This does not. And again, the advantage of that steam coming out. So because of it weighs about 1.25 pounds. Okay. This whole system, not this, but this whole system weighs about 50 pounds, 50. There's also 2 sets of wheels on this thing. So if you had a hard oak wood floor, you could wheel this around. Now I've got a thick carpet. It won't work on a carpet, but if you've got a hard oak wood floor, this system also folds up to vertical. Okay, but again, weighs about 50 pounds. The portable lifts weigh about 25 pounds, even filled with water. Okay, so again, they're light and portable. So hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions out there? Does Marcy has a question. Does the portable iron have the same quantity steam pressing as the Laurastar U system?
The same quality of what?
Steam?
Yes. As I said before, here you go. Lift, high end. They're exactly the same. There's absolutely no difference whatsoever in either one of these. None whatsoever. Okay? So again, it's important that you understand that, because many people feel that, my God, this is, the price of this, but this is more expensive. Well, there's got to be a difference in the quality of the steam or what the iron does, right? The answer is absolutely not. Every single iron is the same. Okay? You're not giving anything up by buying a less expensive one versus a more higher end product.
Yep.
Okay?
And Marcy's asking, why get the whole system versus the portable system? I think it means with the ironing board versus just the lift. But the ironing board has the fan and all that.
Right. Well, what is the question specifically?
Should they buy just the lift or the whole system with the ironing board and everything? Like, why buy the ironing board?
Okay. Thank you. So first of all, this can be used, the portable one, on any ironing board you have at home. Doesn't have to be any special board, none whatsoever. Okay. The advantage of the fan up and fan down, hopefully I went through it very quickly, but again, it allows you to go through this in 10 seconds versus one at a time. Okay. It allows you to do a piece of fabric like silk without even touching it, with the fan, being able to use that fan, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Also, by having the sole plate on this and the combination of the fan allows you to do a lot of different things without having to worry about bad things happening. Okay, so again, if having done this for many years, by having the fan in the board, again, because most of you have probably not, or maybe heard one or used one, there's a gigantic advantage of that. Again, getting things done quicker, more efficiently, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but from a price point standpoint, if it's something you're not looking at, you can get the same quality in here. But again, you're not going to have the ability to go up and down with the fan and go up the things that I've showed you. But you're still going to get the job done. My analogy is these are 2 high-end automobiles. Okay, they're both going to go from point A to point B. This one will get you there much quicker. Okay, this one will eventually get you there, but it's not going to be as quick. If that's a good analogy. So, and that's why I keep saying they're both the same from an iron and performance standpoint.
Yep, we're just gonna see if there's any other questions real quick. Yeah, I think I might need to get one of those lift irons for my house.
Yeah, all I can say, folks, is we've had, we sell a lot of these to a lot of dealers throughout the United States, and I get comments on a regular basis where the customer comes up to the dealer and thanks them for introducing them to Laurastar. Because for a quilter, a sewer, people who do any kind of things of that nature, it's just a game saver So we've got a second. I'm going to show you as well. This is a piece of fabric. Okay, so let's assume the edge here, which is nice and straight, that's your quilt block when you get it done. Okay, most people tell me when they get their quilt block done, it's not quite that straight. They like it to be, but it's not. Okay, so here's a nice even quilt block. What I'm going to do, doesn't make a difference. I'm going to take this fabric and I'm going to manipulate the fabric from going straight to giving it a curve. Okay, watch. Okay, I don't know if you can see it, but there's now a bow in here, right here. Okay, so let's say this is more like what these quilt blocks look like, people telling me when they get theirs done, but it's not straight. They'd love it to be straight. So let's go from the bow, let's go back to straight. That's simple. It's now straight again. Okay, again, in this case, the advantage of the steam, that steam is pulling through that fabric with that dry gas-like steam. It's going into the fabric. So again, you can manipulate fabric without having to worry about ruining it, expanding it, shrinking it, burning it, things that you're used to all the time, unfortunately. Okay, so, but again, great for, especially if people do any pressing, it's great for pressing as well. Again, especially using that sew plate. And there's no fabric whatsoever that you cannot use the steam on. And again, another bold statement, isn't it? There's many fabrics that you wouldn't touch it with your steam from your iron right now because you know what would happen. Whereas Laurastar, because that steam is so fine and so dry, it's a whole different result. Okay?
Very good. And I was talking, we were setting up our next guest, and she said, "Oh, I have that iron too." We're the products that I have on my table here. We're excited.
We get comments. I do a lot of these types of functions. We get comments all over the time. People are coming up and says, "Geez, I've had this thing for 10 or 12 years. Still works great." Okay, but what's the latest and greatest version? Okay, that's a very common occurrence. So again, they're built to last a long time. The product warranty, by the way, as we said, 12 months, but with that card to 24 months. So if anything should happen to go wrong with your system or the portable unit in 12 months, okay, usually it's done via a phone call to our toll-free number out on the West Coast. Okay, the gentleman who works on these things will take you through it. In many cases, they can resolve it over the phone. Okay, if it can't be resolved over the phone, it comes out to us. We fix it and goes back to you. It's that simple. Okay. There's no gray area. There's no, there are some other manufacturers I won't mention, of course. Try getting someone from customer service to return your call. Good luck. Okay. So I want to emphasize we pay very close attention to once you purchase that unit. It's just not, see you later kind of thing. Absolutely not. So, and that's one of the reasons why we've been around for so long. And a lot of that responsibility falls on me. So if you've got the issue, we'll address it, and we'll address it immediately. It's not going to be, "Geez, I've been away for a week. Sorry, I didn't call you back." You'll never get that from Laurastar. Okay? So always keep that in mind once you buy these things.
People would love to have an iron last for 10 years. I think they seem to last a year or two.
Exactly.
Leaking or have some
Darren, that's a good point. So some people say, "Well, this is more expensive than the iron I've been using." Okay, and my typical response is, if you can think, how much money have you spent on irons the last 10, 12, 13 years? And in those years, did you get a professional result every single time you used it? Okay, so you can look at it that way as well. What have I spent versus what I'm going to be spending on this? But look how different and how much more functional and longevity you have with this. So again, that's another clear advantage from anybody else in the whole world. So,
but we have one last question. Sonali is saying that your iron is down, sole plate is face down on your board. Will it not burn your board cover?
No, it's not. It's not on the board. Actually, there's a little rubber.
Nice. It has a little rest.
It's a little rubber mat. Okay, I actually got it on the map. Okay, with the Laurastar, I apologize. It comes with a rubber. It comes with a little rubber square, so you put that on here and put the lift iron right on it. Okay, so again, you don't burn your board cover you have at home, right? And you can move it anywhere you want on the table. So we're setting in something that won't burn the board cover. Okay, so this board cover is made of cotton, just like most ironing board covers. We also make an ironing board that's made of the same material or treated with the same material as firemen use when they go in combat a fire. It's fire and heat resistance, which means I can actually put this iron on and leave for 4 days if I want. Okay, it won't make an imprint, it won't burn. Okay, so we have that kind of ironing board cover that's available to you as well versus the traditional ironing board. Lastly, on the Smart U and the Smart I, they both have Bluetooth technology. Okay, which means you can tie this right into your cell phone. Okay, and it will follow your movements. Okay, it'll then it'll tell you, hey, you've used your board for X number of hours, time to replace the board, or when to replace the filter. Now we say about 30 hours of continuous use is the life expectancy of a filter. Okay, so this will then tell you on your phone, say, hey, time to replace the filter. It also follows the way you move. It'll force you to iron properly. It'll tell you to iron properly. It doesn't talk to you, don't get me wrong, okay? But it's all visual. So those are options that goes well beyond what I've just shown you here. Again, if you're not tech savvy, like I'm not, okay, don't let that be a hinder. You don't have to use it. It's that simple. But if you want to use it, hitting a couple of buttons, and it ties right into your cell phone, right here. Okay. We also make something that clips onto the board, and you can put your cell phone right into it, so you can look at it, and while you're doing all the ironing. Okay. So, any other questions?
Mike, we do thank you for offering double your warranty special. That is amazing. So instead of 12 months, we'll shoot it to 24 months, and then the $50 additional off of the already low sale price on the lift iron. We're excited for that. If you guys are interested and you're local here in Arizona, we can even do financing. If you're interested, just stop in the store. We are taking orders, and we will get them fulfilled within 1 to 2 weeks is what we're shooting for. And there's no other questions out there. We're getting to the end of our hour. Isn't it amazing how fast it goes?
Yeah.
So is that any other questions on there, Jer? Mike, thank you very much, because this is the high quality iron. If people have high quality machines, like high-end machines, why not have the best iron that there is out there? And this is where the Laurastar kind of takes over. And people are saying great presentation. So Mike, we do thank you so much for being here today. And if anybody has any questions that we can't answer, Mike, I will definitely get with you here shortly through email, so we can get those questions answered. But for now, we do thank you so much for being here.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. That was awesome. I enjoy watching new products, and those irons are pretty fancy.
There was one continuing question.
Oh yeah.
And it was, what's the price?
Oh,
because everyone knows that we give good deals over the course of this weekend. So
how do they shop if they're interested, Jared?
Well, this computer doesn't want to work with us, so I'm going to have to play it with this one that we're on currently, so you guys get to see everyone's comments and whatnot. So go ahead and add that guy in.
Look at that.
So hopefully you guys can see, because I don't know. But you'll go to our website at mulqueen.com. On the front page, this is what you're going to see. So click on live event specials right here. Go ahead and click that. and it'll bring you to this page where all of our live event specials are. So go ahead and click on Laurastar irons, then click on, you can either look at the generators or the iron systems, and then down here below is all of the discounted items. So everything is on sale right now. Like the one that he was working on is originally $2,500. We have it on sale for $2,250. So if it's something that you're interested in, make sure to take advantage of that. That way you guys can get the deal of a lifetime, basically.
Yeah, the non-event special on the basic lift is $549. But if you buy it during this next week, it's $499. So it's $50 off of each of the lift irons. And as an extra bonus, we're going to give you a 24-month warranty instead of 12. But just know these are designed to last, and the average life expectancy is 10+ years. Right?
Yes, sir.
Were you paying attention, Jer?
I was.
Okay,
I
good.
was not on my phone.
So we're so excited. This table is covered with some pretty cool products. So we're going to just take a quick, or we don't even need to take a break, do we?
Nope.
Just a quick microphone check. If that's okay.
Yeah, everyone can.
We're excited. We're giggly here because we have a special guest in studio. It is the one and only Penny Sturges from Quilts Illustrated. I'm going to give her my spot here because you guys aren't interested in seeing me.
Or I could
wants
talk
to.
and you could be in the camera.
Oh, yeah. No, we can't do that. Hi, Penny.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. And I
so-
just met Darren,
Yes.
so
Yep.
we're new friends.
We are. We have some things in common.
We do,
Yep.
unfortunately.
So I'm going to bow out here and I'm going to become the cameraman. So if anything is shaky or anything like that, you can blame me. It's not Penny's fault.
No. And the sweat is like his fault too. So I'm on.
You are.
I
Welcome.
am. Hi, I'm Penny Sturges, and I run and own a small business called Quilts Illustrated. Started years ago when I was making some bags for Holly Holderman, who owned Lake House Fabrics. She had me make a few bags because when you go to market and they hang quilts up to show the various fabric lines, it looks kind of plain. So they wanted some bags, something soft, kind of like jewelry for the booth. So I made a few bags for her. And at the end of market, she handed me a stack of papers. And I said, what's this? She goes, these are your orders. And I said, well, I don't make bags to sell. You know, she's going, no, these are the orders for the patterns. The shops put in. I said, okay. So I went home because there were no patterns. And I went home and wrote patterns. And that's how Quilts Illustrated started. The name came from, I used to teach pen and ink and watercolor. And I would watercolor and illustrate quilts because I didn't make them. And so that's how Quilts Illustrated got its name. We have about 50 patterns now. So I have like patterns with each, so I can remember the names. I have a pattern for each group. So this is one of my newest ones.
I just want to mention real quick
Okay.
that please get your pen and your paper out so you can write down your favorites. And so when it comes time to shop for these beautiful patterns, that you'll remember which one it is. So I just wanted to throw that out there because there's so many wonderful products here that it would be wonderful for you to write it down so you know.
Thank you. So I am going to start with our brand new newest pattern. It's called WIP, W-I-P. Work in progress, works in progress. Cross stitching is quite the rage right now. And we have project bags. I use these also for knitting. I use them when I pack. This holds lots and lots of floss. It's the small size. Then there is a medium size for a medium size project or even more supplies. And then there's this large size. So there's 3 sizes in each pattern. The pattern looks like this. Sure it does. I have to see, I don't know where I am. We're working. Anyway, and Mulqueen's ordered everything you see today. They have the pattern in stock now. So This is the newest. It takes 3 fat quarters for the two larger sizes and 2 fat quarters for the small size. Really good for scraps. These bags require no zippers, which is kind of nice. No binding around the edge, which looks really nice. The binding looks great, but it's sometimes hard for everyone to have really beautiful binding on their quilts. And they have a see-through vinyl pocket, which I was going to fill with something, but I forgot. So these are the new ones. Newest bag, work in progress, number 2010. Next, the next newest is a pattern called Travel Time Zips. So we all like to carry things. We all have compartmentalized. So this little bag is the smallest one. It holds a tube of aspirin, lip gloss, and some mints, or whatever else you want to put in here. We call it the baby. This one is called Mama. She's twice the size of this one, still small. I can put all of my mascara, foundation, actually all of my makeup for a couple of weeks in this little bag. It's called Mama because you can actually put 2 of these little bags inside here. And since I have twin granddaughters, it's just the thing, the 2 thing. So, and then there's this bigger one. We call it, I think it's called the box, but it's more like a shaving kit or a dot bag. So those 3 are basically the same construction. The pattern is all color coded. So if you want to make these bags, you work off the pink set of instructions. This is the next bag that's in the series. It's large, medium, and small. And again, we use zippers for the top. The pattern doesn't actually call for a zipper this long, but I wanted this one particularly to be like a handle for what I was going to use it for. So 3 sizes here, large, medium, small. And then this is the wine bag. Now it can be used for curling irons, blow dryer, but we have a golf cart and we go often to neighbors' houses for lunch, dinner, and when you go around the corner too fast in your golf cart and your bottle of wine falls on the ground, it's not good. So this is what I take the wine, this is how we travel in the golf cart with the wine or sewing supplies, but basically it's the wine bag, long and skinny. This one's a little taller. It's called the lingerie bag. And beautiful tulip pink fabric. I only had fat quarters, so we had to do some creasing, which is what makes these fun. Now, the good thing about this pattern is all 9 of these bags, I'm only seeing 8, but all 9 bags are in one pattern. Yeah, so it's kind of a bargain. 3 separate instructions, color coded on 3 different colors in the pattern. So if you're making this bag, whatever bag you're making, you choose the color and you just go at it. And I'm kind of known for my pattern writing, so it's kind of fun. And you'll enjoy doing these. And then when we had all of these bags, we thought, well, it'd be nice to have a bag to carry it in. I'm going to go camera. Is that all right? Sure. This is called Summertime Carry-All. It's a really big, it's our biggest bag. It's very tall, it's very wide, and it's got a really big bottom, which for bags, that's a good thing. This is its pattern. It's also made, I made this version here, and it's all made with 2.5-inch strips. So jelly rolls make a really cool stripy bag, which is that one. Yeah, I'm left-handed, so this mirror thing is fun. And then this brightly colored bag on the front was not pieced at all. That was just kind of like a whole cloth kind of treatment, as is this bag here. So this bag holds a good percentage of these bags. It has no pockets in the side, which most of my bags usually have pockets. So anyway, it holds these, and you can pack and take it all. You can take, it also holds, I should backtrack. It also holds many of these, like a dozen of these inside this bag. So you can have a bunch of projects all ready to go. You kind of flip through them like you would a file box, and you can, it makes them nice and portable and makes a nice gift too. So this one, Okay.
That one in there, the zipper was amazing.
The big one with the zipper?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the extra long zipper that you had on there.
Yeah, extra long zipper. Okay, I dropped them on the floor. Okay. Oh, Darren was talking about zippers because yes, most of my bags, well, not most, maybe half of my bags come with or call for zippers. And we carry, our Mulqueen carries every color that we have. 50 colors of 24-inch separating zippers that are beautiful to make, to use. And they have all 50 colors and they're wonderful. I use them in, I probably have 8 or 9 bags that all call for the same color, same length zipper. We even on this one used 2 different colors of zipper.
That's my favorite thing.
You like that?
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of liked it too. But then you have to make another bag like it.
Yeah.
It's like, so that's about zippers. We're going to leave them there. Now let's do.
But they are very strong.
Very heavy.
Yep, they're nice.
What size coil do you know, Rob?
They're it's polyester tape with molded plastic teeth.
Yeah.
It's got a metal pull.
Yeah, metal pull, polyester. So yeah, tape here and then a molded plastic coil. So they're very strong. I've never had one malfunction. You can get many things stuck in it, which I've done, but they're great zippers and they're very reasonable. Can we tell them how much?
Yep.
They're $4 retail. And if you've ever gone to some of the other stores, chain stores in the area, you know you can get black, white, maybe a blue one, maybe a red one, but 50 colors, and it makes the bag look really cute. So that's what this one. Yes, so you can cut them. I even use my really, really, really good scissors to cut them. But because the teeth are so well defined, you can it's easy to snake your scissors in between and only cut the tape.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so.
They're 24 inches?
24-inch separating, and you don't have to use the separating feature. You can treat them just like a regular zipper, and it makes your project look really nice when you're color coordinated. Actually, in my sewing room, I'll say, oh, I love this zipper. And I'll walk around in my stash and going, oh, that would look good. So I will actually pick out the fabric for the bag based on the zipper color. So there you go.
Now, we're excited about those zippers. We have them on our site, and believe it or not, we have them on special.
Yes, they're reduced price for this weekend, both days?
Yep.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Okay. One of my most popular bags is called Tool Tote. That's this one. My husband, when I started doing some hardware on bags, I needed a little tool tote because I had to hammer things, and I had pliers, and I had needle nose, and I had X-Acto knives. So I needed a little, and he came out from the garage and put this tool bag on my ironing board and said, look, I found it for you. And we've had it since we got married. I said, it's nice. Thank you, Bob. Get it off my ironing surface, please. And don't ever bring it back in here again. So then he went to a store and bought me a brand new one. And it was about this shape. It was really ugly. It was gray and brown, and it had piping that was already breaking, and it was a new bag. So I took an X-Acto knife and cut out the wires and said, can you make these wires for me? And he said, sure. And then I said, because we can make a really cool, really adorable, cute bag. And we did. And this has been my #1 seller for a long time. The wires that are in here are steel. They are not bendable. So you can match this. You can't bend them. Literally, I'm pretty strong. And I won't talk about what we talk about at market when I do that. So this is called Tool Tote. And then I'm looking at it one day going, man, I bet if I made that taller. And sure enough, I took my featherweight sewing machine, sat it in here, and it was perfect. The footprint was perfect, but this bag was too short. So that was the necessity to make this bag, which is called the boxy tote. From a distance, it looked like a box when I first made it. It is 5 or 6 inches taller than this, and a featherweight fits inside with its spool open and thread on it even. I have put my featherweight in it, zipped it up, literally put it in my suitcase and checked it in an airplane. So I think it's a lot safer to put it in this nice heavy bag with double layer of foam as opposed to that wooden one where it knocks all around. And plus that wooden box, everyone knows what's in there and they want them. Everyone knows what's in that box. So So anyway, this is the taller one. It's on this sample is on lower. It's called Boxy because, and its number is PS056. Bob wanted me to name this one Tall Tool. Well, we had the Tool Tote. He wanted me to name this one Tall Tool Tote. And he wanted this one to be called Tiny Tool Tote. And I told him I couldn't possibly spend 4 days at market spitting on people,
Yeah.
repeating the name. So this became Boxy because it looked like a box from a distance. This became the Cube because it looks like a cube from the distance. This is the very small 3 fat quarter version of this bag and the taller one. So this is Tool Tote. No, it isn't. This is the Cube. And it too has wires that are not bendable. I mean, literally not bendable. It holds lots of things. I am a sock knitter. So on the front of the pattern, you will see that it holds a pair of socks, the yarn, my needles, and all of my supplies. It's very easy to take on airplanes. It packs very well. You can put first aid supplies in here, extra medications. You know, sometime in our suitcase, our carry-on suitcase, they're just packed in there 4 at a time, and we know we can actually access them on the airplane. Yes, I even have one. Yes, I even have one for all of my cords and all my charger, my phone charger, watch charger. Anyway, so that one is called the Cube. All of these that require wires, they're included in the pattern. So you don't have to run around looking for them. They carry them here at Mulqueen's. And they also carry refills. So because once you make this bag and your friends see it, everybody you know wants to have one. My sister, my mother, my aunt, my 4 sisters-in-law all have this bag, and they found uses for them, and I was very happy. But now they're knocking on the door. I need one for, I have a sister who's a beader. So she has put little elastics in here and put seed bead tubes all around and carries it. And I said, you're on your own. You sew. You have to make your own. But they become very popular, and you can buy refills. You don't have to buy the pattern all over again. All righty, let's go on to another question.
Those wires are made here. They're formed here in Arizona.
Yes, my husband Bob, he bends them all and puts the ends on and packages them.
His name is not Superman. I have a bending jig.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
he has. He built a really cool bending jig that was mounted on a wall at one point, which wasn't the best idea. But his new one is pneumatic. So it's, So you put the wire in and he pushes a button and it folds the wire just right.
We love supporting the local artists and local makers. So
Yes.
This is amazing.
Thank you. I'm going to put these out of the way. Let's go on to another one.
We still have quite a few, so these are looking good.
Okay.
So if you don't mind to comment, which one is your favorite so far as we keep going through? You had a question? No? Oh, we're on the overhead camera here. Perfect.
Okay. All
So,
right. So this is a pretty new one also, and it is called Totably. Yeah, I made up the name. It wasn't in the dictionary. I always research the names because I don't want to publish a pattern with a bag that already has a bag out there with that name. So this is called Totably because I couldn't find a good name. I use it 100% for knitting, crocheting projects. So in here, you'll actually see my sock knitting project. Nice big zipper all the way across so you can really get in the bag, open it up as you're working. I even pull my yarn from here as I'm working. And then it zips up like this. It's very nice because, again, really big bottom. So there's lots of space. This is about 8 inches of space at the bottom. So it doesn't fall off easily. It doesn't fall, when you make those power stops in the car, it only rolls a few feet, So that is Tool Tote. No, it's not Tool Tote. See? Tool Tote. This is Totably, and this is the pattern. The number is PS059.
I think that one's totally awesome.
Totally awesome. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay.
Ooh, what's next?
I have a niece who is in like a 12-story building, and they have a gym in the building. So she said, Aunt Penny, I really need something because my gym bag sits next to my desk and it's ugly. So she said, I need a cute gym bag. So I designed this one for Jennifer. It's called, oh, here we go.
Little pattern right there that it's sitting on.
The one it's sitting on. Thank you, dear. I was looking for a big one. This one's called the Girly Gym Bag. And yes, you could make it with corduroy and it would not look girly. This particular one is the Girly Gym Bag. So really big handles, really easy to sling behind your back. Has a nice big pocket out here, cell phone, whatever. Big pocket back here, magazines. And then on the inside, it's totally pocketless because I wanted you to put the pockets all around. I wanted you to be able to really shove your gym clothes in here and not have to go through dirty gym clothes to find your cell phone or your sunscreen or whatever you're using. So this one is called Girly Gym Bag. It's very cute. It's very big. And when you fill it, it gets pretty heavy, but it holds a lot of things. There's even little pockets here on the side, which work really good for sunglasses or car keys. Or water bottle. So this is called Girly Gym Bag. It uses a turn lock, which Mulqueen's has all of our turn locks in all three colors, gold, black, silver. They have cute little names like nickel. They're silver, gold, and nickel. Bob didn't want me to call them with gold ones gold because he didn't want someone to think we were selling gold, real gold. So as opposed to the color. So this is Girly Gym Bag. And I'm going to set this one here. Am I going too fast?
Very nice
Can't
little
go any slower.
pockets.
With all the pockets. Okay, Bob, where's this bag? Okay. These bags are the same. This one and this one. It's called Boho Chic, and it's got a pieced front. This particular fabric line had a little panel that had various tiles. Katya for P&B. This one is Amy Butler. So this is the pieced part in the front. And what I thought when I was making the bag is, gee, that front part would make a really cute placemat or table mat. So we did that with what was pieced from here. So if you don't make a bag out of it, you can have, and this is using the Bosal foam on the inside. And it already had those little scallops on the edge. So you just follow them around, turn it inside out. And then of course, I thought maybe we could use a pillow. So there's a matching pillow that goes with, so you don't have to just make a bag. You can do other things with this pieced pattern. This bag also has nice big deep pocket in the front or the back. So it goes all the way across. I have an actual, I wanted it to fit my iPad, so I put a seam right here. Nice long zipper again. And then fully lined, pockets all the way around on the inside. Trying to get it toward the light, but not working. Anyway, so this is called, here we go.
Boho.
Boho Chic. Thank you. Boho Chic. And done in, of course, I did it also. This is a 6-inch panel right here. So all of Lori Holt's books, her last few, do a 6-inch block and a 12-inch block. So you could use any 6-inch block from Lori Holt pattern in here. And I did that with a baby one. I did a little baby cherries, and then we did a baby themed bag. So that is Boho Chic. And I did not show you the number. I should have.
On our site, you could search Boho Chic.
Boho Chic.
Or you'll know when you hit Mulqueen.com, the little special event, go to Quilts Illustrated. We had a little question whether we should put it under Quilts Illustrated or Penny Sturges. I want to put Penny Sturges, but
okay,
I didn't win. So
you didn't win?
No. So it says Quilts Illustrated.
Yes,
so just look for Quilts Illustrated.
That one's the Boho Chic.
You'll see
pattern.
all of these patterns.
Oh, and the little cherry bag, baby bag I was talking about is featured here on the back. So you can put any 6-inch block in there. Thank you. Let me move along.
Hopefully I'm not making you sick with my camera work.
Okay, this one is called Tote It. Real original, I know, but tote. And it features a little, and it's PS 1910. And it features a little pieced pocket on the front, so you can really highlight your fabric. This holds an 8.5 by 11, so it holds a quilt book in here really well. Lots of room for projects in here. Also pockets all the way around, fully lined. Sometimes people ask what I put in the bottom. I use 2 layers of Boho 437. It's a fusible. It's heavy, like Peltex, like Craftex. So we use 2 layers. I used to use framing mat board, but it got, when I was buying the big sheets of the mat board, I could cut the first 6 inches, but I didn't have enough torque and push at the same time to actually cut through. And so that was really difficult for me. And the less things I have to call Bob into the picture for, the better. So yeah, 2 layers of fusible 437 Craftex go in the bottom. Okay, I'm going to start dripping on things now.
The names of the most of the products that we use are also on the back of the pattern.
Yeah, everything.
So when you get the pattern, you'll see what postal products you need, and fabric you're going to need for each.
Okay, thank you, Bob. This one is called the Portfolio Tote. That was the back. This is the front. This one, zippered, fully lined with pockets inside and out. I do zippers in this seam between the lining and the front. So basically when you're putting my zippers in, you're just laying this flap onto the zipper and basically appliquing it onto the zipper. Full instructions, but there's no tricky zipper installation. It's made to be simple and fun and easy. So this also has a little pocket on the front. You know, it's always about the iPhone and the keys and like keeping them not on the floor of the car. Big pocket in the back also. It's more tailored. It's a little more modern. It's a medium size compared to our really big one. And it's called, see, here we go. Portfolio. I got it. It takes me a minute. There's too many. There's just too many. So this is the back. This is the front. It's PSO 38. And I've shown on the front many different fabric companies using their fabric. It's also a particularly good area for embroidery. So I have a picture, I actually did one of my friend's embroideries, Angie Stevenson's embroidery back here, and then I am also embroidered on here. So it's a nice embroidery surface, and I'm always kind of looking for embroidery surfaces because I love the embroidery machine. So this one is called Portfolio. Thank you.
How long have you been creating these?
I started making the bags in 2003. And I wanted to do something at home. My daughter was having twins, and I wanted to watch them. I took care of them the first 4.5 years of their life, which is cool. I only had one child, so this was really fun to be able to do it again as the grandma. And again, it's kind of like that. You've seen that commercial where they say, oh, look, we got an order, this new company. Oh, look, we have 10 more orders. And then they go, oh, no, we have 500 orders. So it grew really quickly, and I've had lots of help. My daughter worked with us for years. Bob is working with me now since he's retired. So kind of fun. It's a lot of fun. We missed market this last year because of COVID. We're going this year. We may have to wear masks, but it is open, and we'll be at Market and Festival in Houston. So,
anybody out there that has ever been to Market or to Houston Quilt Show, comment. We would love to know how many people actually get to go there. And let us know if you've seen Penny out there.
I have lots of friends. They come back to our booth every day and visit us. Yes,
definitely.
We have a good time.
Yep.
This is one of my newer bags also, just this last year, called the Village Crossbody. With 50 bags, it's kind of fun coming up with the names, ladies. It's interesting. So this is the Village Crossbody, and it obviously goes crossbody. You can also adjust it. Slow down. You can adjust it. So we really like to wear it crossbody. So there we go. So it goes crossbody. I slip my iPhone down here. This little pocket is for my keys. It fits close to your body. It's not too big, but you know, I'm diabetic. I carry all kinds of stuff. So I can't use a tiny little bag. So I use this one fully lined with pockets all the way around too. This fabric is Art Gallery, since everyone was asking me that earlier. And well, this is an older motor done with linen. So same bag. Its name is the Village Crossbody. It is PS 197. And they have it here. It's available. Again, everything is on the back that you need to have all your supplies. I use Bosel single-sided fusible foam called Inner Foam for all of the outsides of my bags. The bag, let's see, I'm thinking, honey.
Also has a hardware set called the Village hardware.
Yes, we have a whole hardware set for this bag,
And
which
it
comes with the
includes
turn lock.
The swivel hook sets, the
Slide.
rectangle for the strap, and the magnetic clip that goes on the inside.
So
The Mulqueen has that set. It's on their website.
they have them all. Yes.
Yeah, my brother worked hard at getting everything
He did.
up and ready for everybody to check out. See all the different bag patterns and all the pieces. And my favorite zippers.
And the hardware, again, is available in 3 different colors, 3 different colorways. And the hardware, I have to say, I didn't manufacture the hardware, but it's fabulous hardware. It's so nice that when this bag wears out, actually, I've worn this one for almost 2 years. So when this bag is retired, because the fabric, you know, it starts to fray after a while. And, you know, I sell fabric for a living. So people say, well, what do you do when you're back? You know, well, you make another one, you know. So, but you just get your little scissors and you cut off this hardware and you use it again for the next bag. Same thing with the stays for the tool tote, boxy. When that bag looks bad and is worn out, and you will wear it out because you're using it to death. Hi, Bruce. And we literally just cut that hardware out and use it again. Even the turn locks on the wallet and everything else are beautiful used again.
I would imagine that with your expertise, you would only select the best hardware available.
Yes, and we're really not in the hardware business. So we just wanted to support the bags, to have everything available and to have more stores in town carry, you know, and y'all are right in my backyard. So it's a really nice to do business with you.
Very excited. I have all these.
So any questions? I
was-
talk fast, I know.
That was the quick rundown. I know that there's going to be some questions out there. Let me see if I can.
Or we could just make some up.
Yes. Let's see. When is Houston Festival? Oh,
Festival starts the 27th, I believe. It's the last day, Sunday, is Halloween.
okay.
Because we're always in Houston for Halloween.
Cindy Burns is asking, have you ever made them with cork or vinyl?
Yes.
Your bags.
Cork is wonderful. Vinyl's tough. Cork has a really nice stabilizing bonded fabric on the back, which makes it able to iron. Because like Darren said, I do have that fabulous Laurastar iron, and it's a wonderful, soft, dry, wet, dry, fine steam. So between that and one of these fabulous, the wool mats, everything comes out gorgeous. And so like I was saying, the foam for these is single-sided fusible, and then I use a lightweight single-sided fusible batting for the inside of the bags. It's less expensive, less bulky, but these bags stand up on their own. This one has, you know, no filling or anything. So, and I've used this one for approximately 1.5 years. So it's really got a lot of use.
Donna Lee Hunsley is asking, have you ever used upholstery fabric?
Yes, and when I use upholstery fabric, I still use the foam because I love the definition on the outside, but I don't use anything in the inside. I just use a regular 100% cotton lining fabric. I don't stabilize or fuse the inside of the bag, and that helps with the weight. It helps to have a fabulous sewing machine. I mean, I have a really nice sewing machine that would sew through anything. But as always, sometimes we grade the seams a bit just to make it easier to go through your machine.
Susan says that she's seen you there in Houston and bought several patterns.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There is a question on how do you pick your fabric for the bag? I don't see the question right there now, but
Okay.
what's your style of?
And this part, it just is the bragging part, because I just like go on the Moda website and look at what's not out yet, and send them an email, and then they send me fabric. So I get boxes of fabric on my porch. Again, I apologize. I know what fabric costs, so I really enjoy this part. But manufacturers actually send me whatever I want. And
That's awesome.
You make the purses and totes and whatnot, and then you put them in there.
yes,
To display
so
what their fabric can do.
like this bag actually lived in for 3 days in the art gallery booth. So they were selling this line of fabric. And of course, when you have something made up, whenever you have a sample, you always sell more fabric and more patterns. But yes, I get really good fabric and I enjoy it a lot.
Somebody is asking, in your bags, the boxy tote one, can it be made on a featherweight that doesn't have a zigzag stitch? Can you make the boxy tote with a straight stitch?
Yes, everything is a straight stitch.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I stress on the back of the pattern, hopefully now it won't be here, especially made for the quilter. This pattern directions written especially with the experienced quilter in mind. So if you can make a quilt, sew 1/4 of an inch, then you can make any of these bags. It takes, it takes less fabric, but it takes a little more time. But I have really nice, quick tips. And like I said, I'm known for my patterns. So I was teaching in class once, and this lady came up afterwards, and she said, you should really write your own pattern, because you really know this inside and out. I said, well, it is my pattern. And she didn't realize I had written the pattern.
Yep.
But when I write a pattern, I sew it and then write it. But I carry it around. I use it for 2 or 3 months. I go, okay, this pocket needs to be bigger. This needs to be deeper.
Oh, wow.
Basically, all of these bags are made for me.
And they're all tested and
Oh yeah, they're
That's
all
cool.
tested, and because I wasn't sure about this closure. It was something I hadn't done, the inside. I didn't want this flap to come out here because I wanted my phone to be able to go in and out easily. So we did the little snap on the inside. It works very well.
Yeah.
So, but I test them, I wear them
that's amazing. And you adjust it before the final.
many times. Sometimes, we're calling the printer going, no, don't print,
Hold on.
don't print.
There was Beverly York's question a while ago. Are these made in the embroidery hoop? And they're not. There's
No.
a lot of bags you can buy that are made.
But
in
they're
embroidery
little.
hoop. Yeah, they would
They're
be-
pretty tiny,
yeah,
wallet
so-
size, and maybe crossbody tiny, and they're cute. But no, these are made for real women. Carry stuff in.
Yep, big normal bags.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And I feel like I'm every woman. I mean, that's why whatever I need, of course, you need too.
I think there's a song like that.
I'm sure there is.
I'm not going to sing it though.
Thank you. I don't know you very well, but I'm assuming you're not singing.
Up, there was a question about one of the bags, whether it had zippers on the inside, but it
No,
as well as the outside.
No.
So maybe it's just pockets, right?
mostly just pockets. I do section the pockets according to my individual desires. So I always have a couple, 3 or 4 that a pen will fit in. And then, like I said, I'm diabetic, so I have one that my pump supplies fit in. And then I make one just for my sunglasses. So, they're sectioned off how you would use the bag.
We have somebody asking, can these bags be adapted for concealed carry?
Yes,
I know that somebody makes one that,
there's a lot of them out there.
yeah, but on yours you could probably just
Yes.
add a little side.
I was particularly worried about
Liability.
the liability.
Yeah,
I checked with an attorney,
Yeah.
and they said I would not be liable at all. But sure as heck, somebody would reach in there and, couldn't get it up. I don't know. I worried
Yeah.
about that. Even when I did a set of bags once for my granddaughters, the little ones, and I actually made the handle short enough that it would not go around their head, because kids put things around their neck.
Oh, yeah.
So I really worry about liability,
Yeah.
and that scared me a bit. And then I kind of teased the Bosel fellas that own Bosel. I told them, I said, I need a circle about this big with another circle cut out and really heavy. And they said, why? And I said, well, just as, you know, when somebody shoots through the bottom of their bag and there's a hole there, I need to be able to patch it so they can keep using that bag. And they assured me if you shot someone through your bag that you really wouldn't care about using that bag again.
Yeah, I
So,
wanted to.
yeah. So it's a joke in the Bosel booth.
Yep. So somebody said they love your bags and they love
Thank
your
you.
names of the bags. So that was kind of cool.
A little research goes into those.
That was
This is my cousin
really-
Kay. It was going to be Crossbody. I wanted Crossbody in the name because having had the twins
Yeah.
when they were little, I had to have both hands free. So Crossbody, and it's adjustable because of
I
the
like that
slide.
your straps are kind of nice.
Thank you, because there's no turning,
Yeah.
nothing. Everything is streamlined. All the pockets, how you put them in, you know, it's a sew at the bottom, flip up, top stitch. Handles are folded to the middle again, and they're very heavy.
Yeah, they look very
They are.
sturdy.
They're very sturdy.
Lynn Maynard says that she practiced her quilting skills using your patterns.
Oh, and that's a good idea. I practice my quilting skills using my patterns because I'm a real straight line. And now I have this little wavy stitch, and if you do a bunch of those in a straight line, it looks like you really did some cool quilting.
It's more modern that way.
It is. And sometimes we turn around, this one, we actually put the turn lock in backwards on purpose to give it a more industrial look. So the screws showed.
Oh, yeah, that's
and
nice.
yeah.
Let me show that on the camera.
Okay. So the shiny side usually goes out, but that one actually it's inside out because we wanted a more industrial look.
That is cool.
And I got that idea from my friend Debbie Dominy. So everybody helps me.
Rainy Brown, if you scroll up a little bit here, Rainy Brown had asked, do you have a pattern to just hold a phone that would be crossbody?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes,
Don't
Rainy.
ask me the name. Yes. It's an adorable wallet. I can't put 50 patterns, ladies. I'm sorry. I cannot pull the names out of my.
And Rainy, well, just Rainy's.
Yeah, Bob's looking it up now. We'll know in a few minutes. We'll be able to tell you.
And Rainy is one of our regular customers that come in, so we'll find out for you. If we don't find out now, we'll make sure.
Yeah.
You know
It's really nice crossbody that's adjustable. There's a place for your phone. There's a zipper on it also, or a tab, so that if you're at a amusement park or something and you want to, then you can actually put your wallet in your phone inside there and turn lock it closed.
Yeah.
But it's small.
Grab and go.
It's called Grab and Go.
Grab and
Go. And
Rainy Brown, there you go.
we'll make sure Darren gets a few of those, or let him know, and we'll get them to you. It's fun. 3 fat quarters it takes. We have a hardware kit for it too, because it has like a swivel. Because when you put a crossbody bag on, you don't want it to be all cockeyed. So when these swivel, the only thing you have to worry about is getting it's smooth across your neck. So that's it. Yeah, it's about, I want to say 4x7. This profile, nice and flat. You can even wear it under your clothing if you're traveling. My granddaughters actually don't really want to wear grandma's purse, grandma's bag, but they carry it under their body when they went to Disneyland under their shirts because they had their phone and everything.
The cube was part of a bigger pattern set, was it?
No,
no.
Cube is all by itself.
Okay, so somebody's saying they can't find it. Darren will show here in a little bit how to shop Mulqueen.com.
Oh, yeah. That
Here,
would be
will you?
good.
Can you get on? Is that going online yet? Not yet. The cube is
PS.
part number PSO58. Is that 058? Or
Yes.
yes, 058. Thanks for all the questions, everybody. This is awesome. We love the participation,
Yes.
and we get the one and only Penny Sturges here in our studio. That's amazing.
This is much easier than cleaning my sewing room
Oh,
to do it remote.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We love local artists. Uh-oh, we might have to yell at my brother about, and says there's only 14 patterns under their chair. Is that true? If that's true,
They ordered 12.
we need to go ask Kenny to make sure that all of the patterns are under the Quilts Illustrated. So it'll be under patterns there. How many patterns you got?
I don't know how many.
Once Jared clicks on that, it should show.
There you go.
Yeah. 14 patterns.
However, if you go back to
Here's going to show us here. And just know that I will go yell at my brother Ken, but I'll do it very nicely.
There you go.
I won't yell at him. I'll just say, hey, we need to get all those up. A lot of those are just that because there's 60 zippers, and then the hardware. So here, will you just text Kenny?
Yep.
We need to get them all up there so it makes it easy for you guys to shop. So we'll just give us about maybe 15 minutes before you shop on there for the patterns. So I'll make sure he moves everything over for you. I know he's been working hard at getting everything over. In fact, we should listen into Jared calling him. Jared's over here calling. But any other questions here? Thank you for the demonstration from Roseanne Hyatt. Lori Walters is asking, will the Girly tote fit in the carry-on
Yes.
on an airplane?
Yes.
Yep. That is
I have
airline
even,
approved.
I have even mashed it. Okay. This is more than you need to know. Mashed it like this, put my head on and slept on this thing. Also, see, this is why you don't let children put it around your neck. Also, when you drop down your tray, this sits on it and you can sleep really well on the bags. Really, I do it.
That's a good idea.
Because once I broke out on my forehead from falling asleep in the back, whatever cleaning solution they used.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah.
I got to market and I had a red spot on my head from sleeping. Because I sleep the whole way.
Yeah. You need one of those pillows. You should make one of those that match.
You can get them anywhere. Put it inside your Girly gym and leave it there. But
That is a good idea. That is definitely airline approved.
it is. And it does fit down by your feet. And when you put it in the overhead and you grab it and it falls down on the person next to you, they don't mind too much because it's pretty soft.
Yep.
Been there, done that. It's padded, yes.
Padded bag. Thank you, Penny. This is one
Thank
of my
you.
most favorite presentations.
Oh, thank you.
That's from
I don't
Patty.
like this, you know. I'm really nervous and I'm sweating and it's dripping and I know I'm not comfortable. Maybe next time I know Darren better. And not that you're scaring me, but I get this flop sweat thing.
It's a different environment, that's for sure.
It's not the lights because they're all fluorescent.
They're all LEDs.
It's just me.
Let's see. Nessie, we're going to make sure that the gym bag under the pattern listing is there shortly. Is there a link for the patterns for the bag that were shown? It'll be C. Lombard. Just know that it's under Quilts Illustrated on our website, and we will be filling that up here shortly. We just let Ken know that only 14 were showing, and he's going to get the rest of them up there. All of these should have been there. Sorry that it's not there.
Oh, only 14 bags, not 14 patterns for that. Okay.
Yeah, they only put 14 patterns, not different ones, bags. Yeah,
actual bags as opposed to.
We're going to get them all up there.
Ken called us and said, by the way, did you know that you have a bag that we have and it's not even on our website?
Oh.
And Bob said that probably affected the sales of that bag.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not even on our website.
Yeah.
So that's not good. So you guys have, you guys have it. And that's this one. And by the way, this is Tilda fabric. I have a thing for Tilda fabric, but it's kind of sweet and feminine. This could also be made in primary colors. It would look really cool.
That'd be a good baby bag.
It would.
Baby bag color.
And baby, even this big one, the Girly gym.
Another Joyce Dobbin said that she loves your presentation, Penny. I hope you come back and do it again.
Oh, we do it once a year when we get new patterns. I'm not really prolific. I have 50 patterns, but it's been 15 years, 16 years. So about 2, 3 a year, because I don't just put out anything. I have to need it. I have to wear it. I have to use it. I do.
You make a man bag?
No. No.
Make your husband test it?
No.
No.
Actually, yes. And I was actually tool tote. Yeah.
Tool tote, that's right.
Tool tote. I did it in, oh my gosh. Yes, my sister did it in a very small whale corduroy, and it looked very masculine.
Yeah.
So, because it's really not frou-frou.
Yeah.
other than the colors here,
Yeah.
you know, the
That'd be
Tula
cool,
pink
yeah.
colors. But yeah, this is very easy to make masculine looking.
Carrie Grant is watching. That's pretty cool. But Carrie says that she's made your bags and your instructions are written very well.
Thank you. We pride ourselves in that, because I was designing, but apparently I'm a better pattern writer than I thought I would be. So
Well, you're actually writing the pattern as you're sewing this. So when you
yes,
sew a seam or sew something together, you're writing what you're doing.
sometimes I take a piece of fabric or a zipper and a flap, and I hand it. One day, Bob's brother was with us, and I handed them both to him, and I read, you know, it says to blah 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 blah, and they did it, and I said, is that totally, you know? So two men who had no idea what the heck, and they could fold it to the middle, fold it again, and so yeah, we try to fully vet the steps.
Yeah.
Most of the calls I get are from people who say, I don't understand step 7. So I read it to them, and they go, oh, that's how it goes. I went, yep. So I actually read them back. Step 7, and they're going, oh, that makes sense now.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
It sounds like they're written well, really well.
Thank you.
That maybe even Jared could make one.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Lots of nice patterns from Michelle Cooper. Beverly York is, and I think there was another one that I missed. But do you have a recommendation for like maybe a beginning bag, like one of the simpler?
This one,
That one.
really simple.
That one's
You-
the.
If you can make this bag, and then you can make any of the others. This bag
Wow.
is new. That's why it doesn't have a name. See, we haven't
yeah.
named it yet. That's a lie. But
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the tote?
that's Tote It.
Tote?
T-O-T. Tote It.
This is the one that's tote it.
Tote It.
Awesome.
This is actually, and it says on the pattern, my sister's favorite bag. I gave her the prototype maybe 10 years ago.
Oh.
I did a big, instead of this design, I did a big granny square on the front in black and white, and she loved it. So that's actually my sister on the back of the pattern with the original Tote It that's been redesigned that she is holding with the granny square. You know,
Tote it.
so she takes her shoes to and from work, because you know you always change out when you have to walk far.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have to wear good shoes at work. You have to bring shoes. So
Yep, that's what Jared does.
yeah,
Gets
do
his
you?
Cowboy boots on when he gets here.
Don't want to scuff the heels in the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
On the way in today, he asked if I wanted a coffee. I said, sure, thank you. I owe you one. And then he showed me a picture that my coffee spilled all over
on his boot.
his
It
shoes,
was all over
car.
my gas pedals, everything fell off my dash down to the floor. Oh well.
We put it back on the questions here. Let's see if there's any more. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. Love
Welcome.
your bags. Just ordered my pattern. Can't wait to try it out. Thanks, Mary. And we love supporting Mulqueen.com so that we can support all of these special artists that our event. We started in January doing this kind of live thing that we've never done before. I was nervous wreck, and we did 6 days with
Oh,
4 to 5 people every
okay.
day.
Day 1, I saw that
Um,
on YouTube.
and then we did February, March, April, and now this will be our May one. But we've had such great guests and like new for the companies, like where they never had done something like this. And I'm sure that you have. But
I have a couple times, but it's always the same result. Lots of sweating.
Oh yeah, that's
Yes.
okay.
Lots of sweating and talking too fast.
But I appreciate
Oh.
us, you supporting us so that we can support
Yes.
our local artists.
And I'm happy to
Yes.
have a place in town where you can go and buy 50 different color zippers if you want, or 10, you know. It's here at
Oh, wow.
Mulqueen's.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, even when I have a booth at market, these ladies are buying 10 or 15, sometimes 20 zippers at a time, because they're hard to find,
Yeah,
and they're beautiful.
We'll have them organized in a nice, easy way to shop. And I just remember a long time ago, about probably 20 years ago, we did events, and we had where you could do the separating zipper and have 2 different colors, and that's been gone for so long, and it's back.
And
So
then
that's
there
why
you
I'm-
saw it. You
That's
saw
why
it.
I'm so
we do that.
excited to have that again.
Well, you know, it was Tula pink fabric. So, and again, I had a fat quarter of each because I got it at market before it came out. So I only got a fat quarter, which is why this is pieced in this crazy way.
But to see
But that's
how
fun.
fun you can make the bags for kids or just any kind of brightness.
Everybody needs a bag
Yeah,
for
even
something.
modern colors
Yeah.
that would be maybe black and white on a black and white bag or something.
You know, I used to do all my cover sample on the on the patterns in black and white
Oh,
because
yeah,
then it led them to be more
whatever.
creative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Something
they would
cool.
all go out and buy black and white, but it didn't matter what black and white. And then they branched out a little. I even had the world's ugliest bag in my booth once. I thought it was one of the ugliest bags I ever made. The bag was great. The fabric was horrible. And I was standing out in the aisle because I was real excited. The booth was really full. And my sister and my daughter were all working. And this lady came by and went, "Oh, that's the ugliest fabric. That's the worst looking bag I've ever seen. But I'm going to buy that pattern because I can make it cute." Well, you can when you get to pick your fabrics.
Yeah.
You know, you can even see a good bag design with ugly fabric and it still makes them buy the pattern. So it's cool.
Yeah. It's all about how the bag is put together.
Sure.
So I think we're getting really close. I see our next guest
Yeah, I stopped sliding.
in the background there. Carmen from 10 Sisters is coming up. So we're, if there's any last questions while we have the lovely Penny Sturges here with us. We have comment after comment how they love.
Thank you.
Yep, they love you.
And thank you for the support over the years.
We have Marcy is asking, will this be recorded? It is. It's on YouTube. It will be there. We will probably change the thumbnails. That's something that we need to learn how to do so that we can list the educators for that day instead of having to try to find them through all the days. But every live event we've done is on our YouTube channel, which is just go to YouTube, type in Mulqueen Sewing. You'll see our little shamrock logo, which is kind of all over the wall behind us here. And you click on that and you'll see today's event is live right now. If you're on Facebook, you can just jump over to YouTube. Make sure you subscribe so that you can be notified when we do these events, which is going to be once a month, even when COVID is over, which it seems like it's getting there. We're still going to do these live events so that we can reach people all across the country.
And we're vaccinated, so
Yep,
we got to not wear our mask for this, which was really nice.
It is nice.
Because boy, it would be, yeah.
So waterproofing lining recommendation. I don't know if you have a recommendation for, no.
No. It'd only be as waterproof as the needle that went through all the stitches. So,
yeah.
you know, unless you glued the bag together or melted it.
That's the
or
nice thing is that they are
washable.
They're washable and they
yes.
can dry.
The Boho fusible foam is 100% poly. So when you're ironing it, you can iron it. And I use I use my good Laurastar and I give it a good steam. But if you pause that iron long enough and you give it enough steam, you're going to melt it and it's going to get a little flat. It's never happened to me, but it is polyester. It's 100% poly. So these bags get ugly. And someone asked about fabric. I love dark colored fabric because I wore this bag for almost 2 years and it's still in really good shape.
Yeah, it looks new.
Yeah. So, but this bag is going to get, you know, ugly in the corners. It's going to get a little dirty because you're going to use it a lot. Wash it, dry it, steam a lot. Yeah, I cleaned that up for you there. Steam it like crazy and it looks brand new.
A lot out of it.
String a lot of it. Yeah.
7, I can't pronounce the name offhand, but we do have the vinyl. I'm not quite sure where it's at on our site. I know we have it in the store. So if you are interested, if you can't find something and you want to support us and you definitely want the item, you can always email jer@mulqueen.com. That's GER@mulqueen.com. Jer's going to pop that up there. And if you are one of our winners of our giveaways, make sure you also email jer@mulqueen.com so that we can get your prize if you are a winner. But also any questions, if you can't find something, we'll make sure we find it for you.
You do a game today? You do something with prizes?
Yeah.
Can I donate a prize?
Oh, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will give you the complete set of patterns for all the bags shown as a prize.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Because I've never advertised. I've only done word of mouth, and we give patterns away to our friends.
Oh wow.
So
Did you
yes,
hear
the
that?
complete set, a pattern for everything you saw here, and
Wow.
that'll be,
Oh, that's amazing.
yeah. Then I don't have to carry them home. See, it's like market. I don't have to put it in the suitcase.
That is amazing.
There you go.
We're gonna have to come up with some way to give that entire collection of one of each of these bag patterns away. So Jared, think of how we can do that. We have to make it. Are you okay if we do it like
I don't care
later
when you
on
do.
or when?
I don't care when you do.
We want to make sure that that we make it a little difficult, right, to win. That's such a great prize.
Wow.
That's amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that we best kind of, I hate to say goodbye. That's the worst part because we like the way we were doing it, 4 people on Friday, 4 people on Saturday, so we could have much more engagement. But this time we're kind of just rapid fire, 1 hour.
It's probably a good thing.
Well,
I lose like 20 pounds sweating here.
So everybody, thank you for watching. Thank you, Penny.
Thank
that
you
was
for
amazing.
having me.
Thanks for showing us all these bags. Jared, do we have maybe time to take a 5-second break just before? I don't know what time it is, but I think it.
Yeah. So we'll be back in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes, everybody. Just stay tuned because we have Carmen. I see her in the background of 10 Sisters. We are so excited for that. And thank you. Just hang in there. We'll be right back in 3 minutes. Hi. So I was able to take a little nap in that few moments segment or break there. And now we're back. We just love Penny Sturges. That was amazing. We are going to come up with a way during this segment how we can give that prize package away that was so generously offered. So we will let you know here soon how we are going to offer the prize of one of each pattern that she had shown today. That's an amazing prize. We have these quilts. Actually, Jared, will you switch over to your camera for a second? There's something that you have behind you. Oh, what is that behind you? I wonder.
This,
Yeah, what is that?
that is a quilt.
What's this?
That, let's do both of us. How about that? That is another quilt.
Look at that.
I wonder what significance those show.
I got one more to show you.
One more.
Two more. But I like this one. What do you guys think about this one? Might be upside down.
Oh, that one's cool.
I made this one last night. Oh,
The-
that's upside down now. Look at the dress.
Now it's upside down. Actually, fun fact. Did you guys know that Darren is part giraffe?
Fun fact. Fun
So-
fact Friday. Oh, it's Saturday, so that must not be real.
Oh,
Look at that. I'm going to bring it up close. This is something that is from 10 Sisters. All of these are from 10 Sisters. And I can't wait for you to hear the story of 10 Sisters because it is amazing. I asked a customer who we should have during one of our next live events, and they said, how about Carmen from 10 Sisters? And I said, well, I don't know who 10 Sisters is. And that's the beauty of doing these live events, is that we get to find out some of these new companies. And 10 Sisters is now going to be a staple in our family business because of the idea behind this. And the products that they offer, this is something that she'll be talking about. They're going to be talking about the books. There are 4 self-published books. And I know that the draft quilt is in one of them. A lot of their patterns are free. They actually offer patterns for free, which is amazing. And they all use this grid fusible paper, not really paper, but fabric, very lightweight. And you'll see her technique. She's going to be back here shortly. We had her there on the screen in our green room live, and for some reason that went out. So Jared is contacting Carmen to get her back. But it is pretty amazing to be one of 10 kids in a family. That is quite something. They're a big family of artists and crafters, so it's pretty amazing. So we are going to, another thing that they have that I don't have quite yet, but we have some coming, are a piping tool, because I'm going to bring this quilt over to the screen so you can see it up close. The piping that they do, she has a specialty tool that they make to create beautiful piping. So we're excited for Carmen to come back to us here. Carmen will be connecting here shortly. And while we're waiting for her, actually, I see the window coming up now. Yay! So Jared's going to connect us with Carmen from 10 Sisters. So coming up now. So Jared's going to connect us with Carmen. So Jared's going to talk to you about the delay.
you're playing a stream in the
Okay, now
background.
wait, let
so
me
you
make
can-
sure that, can you hear me?
Yes.
We sure can.
Yes. I cannot hear you. No, not that.
How about now? Can you
Oh,
hear me now? Can you hear me now?
hang on. You're making me do technology.
I'm sorry, Carmen. But
I get,
I hope you're.
hang on, let's get this.
We can hear you beautifully, so that is awesome.
Maybe we could have the sound on that. Well, no, because you got to hear me.
While we get this sorted out, I will.
All right. Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes. Can you hear me?
Dang it.
Uh-oh.
Everyone
playing
can
a stream in
see
the
and hear
background.
you.
So Jared's gonna maybe contact you in the back to fix that.
Can you hear us now?
I think you're good.
All right. So
You know, it's been amazing. We've been doing this now for January, February, March, April, May, June. This is May. This is only May, is it? This is only the month of May, almost June, but so 5 months, and we've been very lucky. Every once in a while we have a little bit of a delay, but it'll be fixed here. Jared's typing away so that you know, Carmen. Jared's typing you a little message just to help with the stream connection. And so while we're waiting for Carmen, I just love the idea of being self-published, and having 4 books out is pretty amazing, and they look amazing. They look very much the way you would want to learn how to do a technique. And this technique, from what I understand now, because I'm new at this,
I delete stream.
is that once you learn the technique for one quilt, you pretty much have it down for multiple quilts, for all of their stuff, which I thought that was amazing. Is once you learn the technique, you can pretty much, all these quilts that we've shown you, it's all the same technique. So you only have to learn that one time, and then everything goes from there. And so let's see if we have the one and only Carmen coming up here. Don't we love technology? But we will get this, I promise you. If we don't,
Okay,
we'll do
there.
a little dance. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
You're
Oh,
actually
nice.
you're doing a great job.
We love having you here. It was just funny how our customer said you need to look into 10 Sisters and look into Carmen, and then Ashley at our register area, she said, "Oh, I love Carmen," and I was like, "Oh, I better look into this." So now you're here.
Goodness. Well, thank you. That's so fun. This is so fun. I love that you said we're going to become part of the family. So that was terrific.
Yep, we have. You sent us a nice supply of everything. So we're excited. We have some quilts. If it's okay that I keep them for about a week or maybe.
Oh yeah, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely.
I won't use them though. We'll just use them to hang, but I won't be bringing them home.
he's going to use them on his bed.
Quilts are supposed to be used, so that's okay. That is okay.
They're not blankets; they're quilts. My wife does our Facebook page, and she had a funny kind of meme that said, "They're not blankets; they're quilts." But I love this one too that you sent, where it's the inside, so that it kind of shows how it's made.
Yes. So
We're just excited for you. So I'm going to gracefully bow out so that.
Oh gosh.
And we'll be watching, and I'll just join back in here a little later so we can get some question answer time. Would that be okay?
That sounds fantastic, and I'm glad you're going to be on, because I can get a little long-winded, so you might have to come and cut me off. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I am Carmen, and I was laughing because I thought, okay, you're trying to make me do technology here, and so we'll see how we do. But I am just thrilled to be able to join all of you today, and so glad that we got some quilts over to Mulqueen so that you could see them. And basically what I'm going to show you today is just a different way to piece pretty much almost every single kind of quilt you can think of besides applique. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just show you a few quilts, and then I'm going to turn my tripod around, and I'm going to show you how we put these quilts together. And so I was so glad that he showed you. Everything is pieced on our easy piecing grid, which is, like Darren said, it's a very lightweight iron-on foundation. And we print this ourselves, and super excited to show you this. So like he said, we have 4 books that we have put out, and we have lots and lots of patterns. And because really what I decided the other day, somebody was talking to me about what kind of a teacher I am, and I decided that I teach possibilities. And I love if the process can be fun. And so we're gonna kind of break down these quilts to the books. And so but then we'll have them, to show you after. So I have Patrick here, my right-hand man. Come and say hi. And he's officially the CEO of 10 Sisters Handicraft, and tell him what that stands for.
Carry everything out.
He does a really great job. And then my daughter Maddie is here, and I'm going to so let's start with this quilt here. We sent one of these. This is the Mosaic, and if we can kind of stand close to the quilt machine, and so we're hoping that we can get some pretty good light. This is the quilt that kind of started the whole thing for me. And we have lots of great antique quilts in existence, and this one I call the Mosaic. I had several pictures of this quilt, and over time I had found a couple of antique quilt booths I had taken pictures of. And the thing about some of these great quilts is the reason that we have them is because those piecers were sewing these squares together with needle and thread. When I looked at this quilt, what I was seeing were on point blocks set together with a continuous chain. And so with these awesome modern strip piecing techniques, there really is not a great way to piece this quilt. And so this is really the quilt that started the whole thing for me. Some of these great old quilt patterns. So when we show the quilts, how are you doing there? When we show you the quilts, and you'll understand when I demo this more, but we print our grid in panels. And we print in 4 different sizes. So when we show you a quilt, I'm going to say, well, this quilt took 24 panels, and this is the 1.5 inch finished. And so that I'm going to kind of say that about the quilts, and it'll make sense when I show you how we put these together. So this is the Mosaic, and it's the 1.5 inch finished. We print our grid, or we label our grid by the we label our grid by the finished size. So let's do this one next. And I love this Trip Around the World is just a fabulous old traditional pattern. And the part that I love about this quilt, and if we can hold it up high enough and go over, you could go over to your left, Patrick. You guys can move over a little ways. What I love is this starts with this one center square in the middle, and then it is surrounded by colors. Now this is 16 panels of 2 inch finished. The 2 inch finish is an awesome size because we are using a 2.5 inch square. And anyway, I love that we can make these so easily. So this is the 2 inch finished. And so now I'm going to hold up one next to it. And this is the same quilt, but this is pieced in 1/2 inch finished. And the thing that we wanted to put on our panel was 1/2 inch finished for crazy people, but we actually didn't do that. And so, okay, that's awesome, guys. What's so amazing about the 1/2 inch finish is, of course, you're starting with a 1 inch square, and it shrinks in half. And we always have some shrinkage with seam allowance, but the fact that this shrunk completely in half kind of mind boggled me. But the thing that's kind of amazing is this is really not any harder to piece than the one I showed you before, which I love. This is a fun book, fun quilt. All these quilts are in our 10 Quilts for 10 Sisters. That's our first book. And we call this one Chevron. And anyway, we'll kind of talk about that later. But anyway, so this one is 6 panels of the 2 inch finished. I'm going to show you reaching across. Thanks, you guys. So here's our 10 Sisters book. And like Darren said, this is the sisters right here. And this, oops, I'm on this side. This is me, the one that thinks she knows everything right here. But I come from this huge, big family. There are 17 kids in my family, one mom and one dad, and no twins. And I always thought, what is the big deal about that? Until I had my first baby. And I called my mom on the phone. I was like, what the heck? 17 kids. Never a dull moment, obviously. And so my quilt books are kind of a fun way to share my family and anyway, and do some great quilts at the same time. So our next book, of course, we got to have a book for the brothers. And so the block party book is all about traditional quilt blocks and patchwork. And so our first one is not this one. It can be this one. We'll put this right here. And so I'm going to show you a big sampler when we turn this around, but I love sampler quilts. And you can go back a little ways. Awesome. So what's kind of fun about this sampler is that this has got 25 blocks in it. This is the 2-inch finished, and it's 6 panels. And so I'm super excited to show you how we do these traditional blocks and patchwork. But I love sampler quilts. And so what I wanted you to notice about this is this does have sashing between, and it's the same fabric as my background. So you're really just seeing little corner posts. But there's a little fun trick that we do with the sashing that I'm excited to show you. So awesome. And then the next one, back in the day, a lot of these patchwork quilts were, if you look at them, they basically were a grid. And, over time, we have some great strip piecing techniques. And how are you guys doing? You go straight back. So this one, of course, you're going to find out that I love quilts that have chains in them. And I also love this 8-pointed star and in the 2-tone. And one thing that is a little bit unique about this particular quilt are the fabrics that we are using on it. And this is made with those shot cottons that are these beautiful woven fabrics that several companies make, and they are very rich and woven, but they fray like crazy. And when you press them with an iron, they'll curl up on the edges. And because we're putting this on a foundation, working with maybe fabrics you would hesitate using are really fun and really super easy. And so this one, I am saying, I think this is 12 panels of the 2-inch finish, makes a nice big bed-size quilt. And so then our kids book, and so we were talking about, traditional quilts. I'm going to just show a couple in the book so some of this makes sense when I'm talking about layout. Let me show you the first one, the Mosaic. So essentially, without going into my demo, what we do is let's see where I'm pointing. We take that quilt and we divide it into sections, and each of these sections are the size of one of our panels. And so that's why when I say, oh, this is a 20 panel, this is a 6 panel. And then what we do is we tell you how big that quilt will be if you're piecing on the 1, 1.5, or 2-inch finished. So I'm going to, hopefully you can see, let's go up just a little bit. And so our quilts for kids, now some of the quilts in this book I want to call more of a pixelated picture. And so this is a fun little whale. This is pieced on the 1-inch finished, and it's 6 panels. And then I've added a little bit of outside border. And then Patrick's holding up our hedgehog, and the hedgehog is 6 panels, but this is 1.5-inch finished. And so with just a real small border around the outside. And so it's amazing. The size of quilt will change depending on what size square that you use. And so I loved these little pixelated animals. Maddie co-designed these quilts with me for this book, and we had a wonderful time. And we might need to go back, Patrick, and so can you see that little elephant in this light? This one is Ellie because she's got some half square triangles up here to give her a little bow in her hair. This is also 6 panels of the 1.5-inch finished. One thing that is really fun is most of my quilts are very scrappy. So even though there's quite a bit of background in this, it's all scrappy white fabrics. And so then we're going to do our little pinwheel. And so the pinwheel, I can't tell you how many quilters I have talked to that say, I hate making pinwheel blocks. Let's come up a little closer just to show them a little more of a close-up. And so if you look at it, it looks like we have gone to a ton of work and made all these separate pinwheel blocks, but we didn't. And so I'm excited to show you how we put that together. I think I'm going to do a demo and then we're going to come back to these. And so just close your eyes while I turn this around so you don't see my whole sewing room. All right. So let's see. That's awesome. In fact, Maddie, if we can adjust it down a little bit so we can see the demo table. So the quilt behind me is the big sampler in the book. And you know what maybe we should do is, can we tilt the camera going up and down? Or is that going to mess anybody up? Okay, we won't. Let's just raise it up a little bit and then tilt it down a little. Sideways. Okay. Sorry if this is making. All right, this is good enough. And then I'll just hold it up. I'll just hold up what I'm demoing and we can tip down if we need to see the table. So, whew, thank you for that transition. And so this quilt behind me is the big sampler in the Brothers book. And it has 30 different blocks. In fact, will you hand me the Brothers book, please? So I'm gonna look at the clock. How am I doing for time? We're doing okay. I get so excited when I start talking about this. The quilt has 30 different blocks in it. This is a 13 panel project. And so now I'm going to explain what I'm talking about, how we piece on this easy piecing grid. And so, like I said, it might be a little bit hard to see, but you can kind of see that a grid is printed on this. This is very light, but it's nice and strong. This is not an iron-on interfacing that you can just go buy at the store. We pay some extra to get really lightweight and nice and strong. And then, like I said, we print the grid by the panel. So this is the biggest panel. This is the 2-inch finished. And the thing that is unique is that every panel has 9 squares across and 14 down. And the reason that that is significant, and Sisters book, please. The reason that that is significant because, and I'll show you this layout. That's what I call the quilt designs. I call it a quilt layout. And so the reason that that is significant for the panels is, like I said, we take the project, we divide it into sections. And if you see, each of these are 9 across and 14 down. And so the thing that is so exciting about the way we lay these out is you can take the most intricate pattern that you can come up with, as long as it breaks down into a grid. Then you take that picture and you just divide it into sections that are the size of the panels. And so when you're making a quilt, you are going to cut out your squares. If you don't remember anything else that I tell you, the most important part of piecing on this foundation is you're going to want to have the fusible side up or bumpy side up. And you're only going to try to iron this to your ironing board one time. So that bumpy side is fusible. So you're going to cut out your squares. Can we tip it down a little bit if I lay it down? And a little bit more. Keep going. A little bit more. Okay, right here. Perfect. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. So you're going to cut out your squares. You're going to have your foundation fusible side up. If you are following a pattern, then we're just going to find the section that you're working on. Oh, you have to tilt it. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Anyway, so then you are going to find the section that you're working on. You're going to cut out your squares and you are going to start laying them out. Now, a couple things that I love about piecing one square at a time is that you can fussy cut fabrics. You can do some really great designing with directional fabrics. But I think everybody's favorite part is that you get to see it. You get to see what it looks like before you ever start to sew. And so when all these squares are where you want them, well, first let me just back up just a little bit. When we have, and Patrick, well, actually, never mind. Let's just pretend that this is my pressing board. And so there's a few ways you can iron your squares down. You can place them on your grid, and then where they are where you want them, this is not on, by the way, you're going to come and press them in place. Oh, here's the pressing board, thanks. And so I like to piece my squares on top of a pressing board because then I'm just laying them out. I love travel size irons, and then I can come in and just do the pressing as I need to around there. And so then if you do not have a pressing board, or sometimes when we're in the classroom, what we'll use is a little dab of Elmer's washable glue stick, which is starch based. And you can put a little dab of glue stick on your foundation on each little square, lay your squares out. And then when they're where you want them, then you give it a good pressing. You can also use an applique pressing sheet. What you really want is for these to be really nice and secure. Let me see how we don't have anything wiggling around, and then you are ready to sew. But before we sew, I want you to notice, can you see that we've got a little bit of wiggle room around these squares? And that is for a couple of reasons. One reason is because my cutting is not perfect. But the other reason is that we purposely print the squares on the grid just slightly bigger than your cut size. And here's why we do that. When you are ready to sew, you're going to fold it on that fold line and sew your 1/4 inch seam, no pinning. Fold it on the fold line and sew your 1/4 inch seam. And you're going to do that throughout the panel. And so do you see how these are folding so nicely? That little tiny, less than 1/16 of an inch that we give you is essentially giving you room to fold. So you do not have that bulk in your seam allowance, which makes a huge difference in the finished quilt. So you're going to sew through that panel going in one direction. Doesn't matter which direction you go, you're going to sew through that panel in one direction. And then your next step is here. Here's the seam. I'm going to kind of hold it up here. Here's the seam that you just sewed, and you're going to snip right between each of those squares right up to your stitch line. And the reason, I had some scissors here, but that's okay. This is already snipped, but you're going to just snip. Look at it, magically appeared. This is my Martha Stewart impression. So then you're going to snip right between each of those squares right up to your stitch line. Now don't worry if you happen to snip through the stitching, because everything is held together by this foundation. So it's not going to shift or move. But the reason that you are doing that snip is so that, let's hold this up about like here, is so that we can press those seam allowances going in opposite direction. And so that is the beauty. And so then after you've snipped, you're going to bring this over to the pressing board, and I press one row going one direction. I just fold it under, press the next row going the other way. I guess how I figured this out, I was here trying to weave the iron up through here. So you're going to press those seam allowances going the opposite direction. And now here is my favorite part. And so now you are going to, hi again. So my favorite part now, it's time to fold right sides together to sew the other direction. And what I want you to notice is how those seams are nested perfectly. So there's no pinning and there's no adjusting. These are right where they're supposed to be. And you are going to sew your seams going the opposite direction. And then this is how it turns out. And so those corners are perfect every single time. And you can see some fun directional fabrics. And then this foundation is staying in your quilt. So that second seam that you sewed on the back is all going to be pressed in one direction. And your quilt top is going to be flat and stable. And so then if we sewed up our quilt, so essentially what we're doing is we're sewing up a section of the quilt at a time. Instead of thinking about block by block, we're dividing that quilt up into sections. And so if I sewed up one panel and another panel and another panel, then I would treat it kind of like you would a quilt block. After those panels are sewn up, you're just going to pin them and sew them together. But we do have lots of YouTube videos. We have some really fun tips about fusing panels together to eliminate pinning in between panels, which is just an option. And so anyway, that is basically how you sew every single quilt. Every quilt that we show you is pieced exactly the same way. And I want to, now let's kind of talk about half square triangles. You know, I've never really fancied myself a great piecer, and I'm not a huge fan of half square triangles. Now I love them. And I've talked to so many quilters, it's kind of that concept where, okay, I'm so excited, I bought this kit, and here are these instructions, and I bought what they said, and I cut it up how they said, and I sewed it up how they said, and it did not quite turn out how they said. That was my experience. And so patchwork piecing was just a little, you know, I was like, oh, okay, well, okay, it's okay. And I'm definitely not a perfectionist seamstress, but I do like to do a good job. But like I said at the beginning, I think one of my big things is I think the process needs to be fun. I think that, piecing this way is a great confidence builder, because it pretty much turns out how you think it's going to. But let's talk about patchwork. And I'm going to ask you to tilt that camera down again, Maddie. And so here's our 2-inch finished panel. And I'm going to show you in the Brothers book, which I think is right here. So this is a pretty big panel. So see, I've got quite a big section here, and I'm going to show it to you in the book to show you what I'm talking about. So with patchwork, I think especially, you know, we're used to piecing block by block, but here is the sampler quilt, and then here's the quilt divided up into sections that are the size of the panel. But what I want you to notice is that the sashing is included in the piecing. And so what we do essentially, what we are essentially doing when we are piecing patchwork is we are taking each of these blocks and we are breaking them down to squares and half square triangles. And so that is your only prep. So any block that will break down into a grid, you can piece. One thing that is really fun is that this one and the same one behind me, this is just ironed on, so it looks quite a bit bigger, but this is the 2-inch finished, and then this is what it looks like sewn up. But what's beautiful is that sashing, now my sashing on this quilt is just, oh, in fact, there is a corner post. The sashing is the same as my background. But what's so fun is I'll have students show up to class and they'll say, well, Carmen, here's my fabrics. What do you think? Do you think that this is going to look great? And I tell them, you know what, you're going to answer your own question because you get to lay it out. And I think one of my favorite parts is, especially when I'm teaching the patchwork quilts, is students come and they've got their half square triangles and their squares, and they've got their layout in the book, and they're looking at the pattern, and then they kind of start laying this out on their grid, and they're like, well, gosh, if I just turn these half square triangles this way, I just created my own quilt block. And I love that. I love that. And so I think this is a great way to not only see your work, but to really bring out that creative side, you know, with design and also with colors. And do we think this looks good together? And so I love that part of it. But here's the beauty. When you are piecing with half square triangles, I'm going to hold this up. We hold that side, sweetie. And when you're piecing with half square triangles, so right here, instead of making a flying geese unit, this is 2 half square triangles. Now, when you're piecing with half square triangles, it's all about those points, right? How are we going to get these nice points? Well, the secret is lining up the seam from corner to corner. So once again, your cutting doesn't have to be perfect because this foundation is. So as long as they fit inside the printed square, I mean, they can be, your squares and half square triangles can be right on the line. But I just encourage you to not have them overlapping, because then you're going to have that bulk in your seam allowance. But have you ever had a half square triangle? And I probably have a half a dozen right here on this panel, where one corner looks really great and the other corner is like, did not quite come out super square. As long as it fits in that printed square, as long as you line that seam up from corner to corner, those points are going to turn out awesome. And I think my favorite part, I need a little flashing button that says no pinning. And then my other flashing button is going to say very little unpicking. The only time I have to unpick is if, heaven forbid, I have turned the half square triangle the wrong way. And you would never do that, but I have done that before. I've decided I can't be my own quality control person, because I look at it and go, yeah, I did that right. And then Patrick or Maddie will walk in and say, oh, that was turned the wrong way. So anyway, just checking ourselves. So now when this is all ironed down, we're going to sew this the same way. You're just going to fold that on the fold line, sew your 1/4 inch seam, fold it on the fold line, sew your 1/4 inch seam, do your clipping, pressing, sew it the other way, and it's just going to turn out awesome. And so for me, the patchwork piecing, I think, was the biggest game changer, because I wasn't pinning, for one thing, and eliminated pinning, which kind of distorts these two pieces of fabric going together. And so I love patchwork piecing now. And so I have a couple other quilts I want to show you, and I wonder if we can just bring them this way and come across here, just so we don't have to make you dizzy. Exactly. And so this next one now, our Quilts for Kids book. Patrick, could you hand me the Quilts for Kids? All of our books have 10 quilts in them, except for our Quilts for Kids, and there's 16 projects in here. And so I'm going to just show you, like on the back cover, we've got these fun little pixelated animals. We did some small projects. One of the quilts that Darren showed you was our Mosaic quilt, but it's a 6-panel project. So we actually put that in the kids book. Instead of a 20-panel project, it's a 6-panel. We call it Vintage Charm, because I think everybody needs to make this quilt. But it's not just baby quilts. We have some big quilts in the back. And so this one that we're, let's come this way, and we'll just sort of do a little quilt parade across the back, and then I'll hand it to you, Patrick. You come on the other side. You can kind of hold it straight, Maddie. And so I call this one Scrappy Garden Path. And this was pieced with the 1-inch finished. And the layout in the book has 24 panels. But I wanted to make a bigger quilt out of smaller squares. So this probably has almost twice that many panels in it. But I have this big quilt in the 1-inch finished. And this is a great scrap buster. I've just started one in the 1.5-inch finished using all my Civil War scraps. And so super fun quilt. And the other thing that's kind of fun, good job, about the layout is if you don't want to make it 18 or a 16 or a 24 panel project, you just stop ironing squares when you're done. And then that's how big it is. For me, it's if I run out of the fabric, and then that's how big my quilt's going to be. So our 4th book is hiding right under here. And so all the first 3 books and lots of ours, almost 70 patterns on the website, are all designed for the easy piecing grid. And every time there's a pattern, we say, here's the pattern, here's the project, here's how many panels, and then here's how big it is in those 3 sizes. Just as a little note, we don't put the sizes for the 1/2-inch finished. I gotta show you pin cushions with the 1/2 and the 1-inch finished are just so much fun. The Brothers book is just full of quilt blocks, and they just make the most fun. Maybe we'll grab a couple others. It's in my bookshelf over there. We have a little sheep and a pineapple. When we print our foundation, it comes on big rolls that we cut into smaller rolls, and we end up with this roll that's about 11 or 12 inches tall. And we thought, well, what can we do with, here's my pin cushion basket. So I can't stop making them sometimes. Here's our fun little pineapple. Here's one with the 1-inch finished square. The other thing that's kind of cool about things like pin cushions or creating your fabric for bags is that they are, oh, there's actually pins in this one. They're very stable because we've pieced them on this foundation. They become very stable. Thanks, Maddie. Okay. Anyway, back to our small rolls. So what we decided to create, we call them border panels. And the border panels, I'm going to show you the 1-inch finish because that's really the only one that I can manage on this. So here's how tall the panel is, between 11 and 12 inches. And so what we did is we printed squares across the top by 36 squares long. So here's, let's start at the beginning and it goes on to there. Now the 2-inch finished is about 3 yards long. It's huge. And so the border panels are really fun, very versatile for borders and sashing. You're going to piece them exactly the same way. So they're wonderful to use for your borders and sashing, but we really wanted to have some great quilts that you could make with these border panels. And so because the border panels are only 11 or 12 inches, well, the 2-inch finished, we could fit 4 squares down by 36 squares. The 1.5, we fit 5 squares by 36 squares. And the 2-inch, we can fit 4 squares by 36 squares. And so what we needed to do in the book was basically design a quilt for each size border panel. And so the other thing that we did in this book is we highlighted 3 types of quilt. And the first one are medallion quilts. And that's this one right here, Maddie. Now medallion quilts, it's actually the book on the cover. I love medallion quilts because you're starting in this with a center block. Let's just come this way. Starting with a center block, and then essentially you're adding borders. And so on this one, we've started out with 2-inch finished. This border of houses is 1.5. The next border, the little checkerboard, is 1 inch. And then this outside border is 1.5 inch finished. And so, thank you guys. So medallion quilts are awesome. I'm just going to quickly show you a little layout. Here's a big medallion in there. And so we have it, the layout is all separated into, which page am I on? Into borders. And so the next type of quilt that we are highlighting, and all of my regular row quilts are out on loan. And I don't think I sent one to you guys. So I'm going to just show you a picture of one of the row quilts. I mean, we all know row quilts. They're just so awesome. And so this is for the 1.5 inch finished. Each of the quilts, each of the quilts takes, I'm sorry, I can't do reflections. Each of the quilts takes 5 rows. Of course, you can add more if you want to, but what I was trying to show you is that we've given you lots of extra rows in the book. Lots of row ideas. And then I'm going to show the Boston Commons first because it's another one of those quilts that I thought someday I've got to figure out how to make one of these quilts. And so very excited to, there we go. Can we see it? So now this is the 1-inch finished Boston Commons. Now Boston Commons is quite a bit like the Trip Around the World, except every square on this quilt is, sorry, every square on this quilt is on point, right? Not set as a square. These are set on point. If you look up Boston Commons on what do we call that? The internet, you're going to find a picture of this cute little gal sewing this together with needle and thread until now. And if you'll hold this up for just a second, you guys. So, and I'll show you the layout in the book. So it's like, how are we piecing this on point, continuous on point? This is the 1-inch finished. And of course, we have a 1.5 and a 2-inch finished. We are going, and I'm sorry, I've sewed up my sample and I didn't have it. So I'm going to show you on the panel. So you're going to sew your squares on here. It's going to be sewn exactly like the other grid. just folding it and sewing your seams and then sewing the long way. But when you sew the panels together, you are going to sew them on the diagonal like you would any on-point setting quilt. You're going to sew the panels together on the diagonal and you get a whole quilt that is on point. It is so awesome. And what I love is, thank you guys, that I have total beginners making this. I'm going to show you the 1-inch finished layout so I don't freak you out with what quilt we just showed you. So can you see that layout? Maddie, can you kind of point out, see the direction of those panels are sewn together on the diagonal. So the 2-inch finished, it takes 15 panels of the 2-inch finished. You're sewing them horizontally and vertically, but after that panel is sewn, you piece them together on the diagonal and you get a whole quilt that's on point. Very exciting. And so then the last type of grid that we have is also a border panel, but it is printed on point. Now, don't be mistaken. See how you can kind of see that, hopefully. It's actually printed on point. Now, the Boston Commons, we cannot use this because there is no way to connect those on point squares. So it needed to be sewn straight and then pieced on the diagonal. And so the on point, let's pull that kind of straight. We call this quilt Granny's Scrappy Rose because this is exactly what it is. This is just a vertical row quilt, and I used 4 2-inch finished panels on this quilt. The package comes with 5 panels, so you can make the quilt bigger or you can do table runners. We're working on some YouTube videos showing you how to combine these panels together for maybe some wider projects. But anyway, super fun to sew. I'm going to kind of show you how these are put together. Thank you guys, that's perfect. And so when you're piecing on that border panel, you are going to iron your squares. And then when it comes time to sew, we're going to sew it the same way. Let me get this in. See how long this thing is? This is what's a little bit different. So we've ironed all of our squares. And I've got my outside fabric, which is the outer edge of this row quilt. And when we start to sew it, we're going to start with 1 square and sew it, and then go to the next one and sew that seam, and then the next one. And so then what happens as we work down this panel, we are sewing, it's kind of a weird cross fold like that, but when you sew it on your machine, you're sewing these straight seams. So you're still sewing your seam, clipping and pressing, sewing the other way, but you're folding this panel on the diagonal so that you get this really nice on point setting for your rows. And so just fun. This is a really fun one. Phew. Okay, so I think I have to stop talking now and see if there's any questions for you guys. And I have my glasses. Is everybody asleep? I kind of have a magic voice and so I wonder, I'm in the show. Oh, there we are. Hi.
Hi. That was very, very interesting. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There was a lot of questions. So do you have time for that?
Yeah. I do. Absolutely.
I'm going to move closer.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see.
I kept waiting for you to cut me off and you never did. So I just kept going.
Beverly York loves the elephant quilt.
Thank you.
Let's see. Kelsey would like a virtual class or an in-person class.
Yeah.
I need to maybe figure out how to do something like that with you. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'd love that. I would love that. You know,
I saw earlier.
Oh, go ahead.
Somebody was asking where you're located, but you're just north of us.
Yes, yes. I forgot to say that. We are in Utah. We are in Spanish Fork, Utah, and we have a big printer right out in a room we built in our garage, and that's where we print. And so we're a family run business too, and we actually still really like each other. So that's a good sign.
I was saying earlier that I've worked with my dad and mom for 30 plus years.
Yeah,
And
that's
I can still, my dad will still tell me a story that I've never heard before. Like, wow, how could a man have so many stories?
I love that. I love that. That is awesome. You know, it's funny because, you know, I've had people come up. We had somebody come up once to a booth and the gal said, nah, do you have an alpaca? She saw her kids' quilts and she said, do you have an alpaca? And I said, no, but let's Google pixelated alpacas. And we did. And like, but I think like 5 pictures came up. So cross stitch designs and knitting patterns, floor tile designs, yeah, 8-bit video games. In fact, I was going to show a couple. Will you get that Scrappy spool? Sorry, is there another question?
Yeah, perfect
I was just
for
going to show
Minecraft.
a couple of the free patterns that are on the website. And so we have lots of small projects on the website. Every sewing room needs a cute little Scrappy spool, and we have 3 projects that are Scrappy spools, but the website's 10sisters.com, so we'd love you to visit that. And
Somebody's asking if you sell it by the yard. So we
yes.
the
Yes, in fact, I'm glad you showed a package. I meant to. Like I said at the beginning, we print these in panels, and so we sell it by the panel. So, for instance, what package are you holding up, Darren? It says
the 20 panels, 1.5 inch.
Yes, and so then under each, so I'm holding up a 6-panel 2-inch package, and it's telling you that 6 panels of 2-inch is going to be 54 by 56 before borders. And so there's also a chart, a layout chart that you can download on our tutorial tab to just kind of say, but I saw that you have the bolt up on your website, Darren.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty much how I like to have it is, you know, it's just my only disclaimer for this is it is slightly addicting, so I can't really be responsible for what happens when you start piecing this way.
That's right. Yeah, we're excited to have it on our site. Help support Mulqueens by shopping at mulqueen.com, but
yes,
also should go to 10 Sisters. It's TEN Sisters.
It's TEN Sisters, but you know, here's our deal. Because we are so new, we have an online shop, but our deal with our quilt shops is we don't ever discount. And so if you want it on sale, then buy it from Mulqueen. Because
for a week, we have 1 week worth of specials going.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That is great.
So
yeah, I hope someday I get to just be wholesale and just go around and teach. But yes, we really, really try to support our local shops. And so we're so excited to be with you guys.
The piping tool, did you talk about that? You probably did. I had to step out for a second.
You know what? I did not talk about the piping tool. In fact, I was going to bug you and say, can I come back another time and do a binding tip demo? And
that would be amazing.
And because the piping is basically, we're adding piping. Do I have a little quilt with piping in it? We're adding piping. In fact, we'll show this little quilt. This quilt is brand new up on the website, and we're actually doing a little bit of a quilt along. We have 2 different house patterns, but this is what I mean about, we use the piping tool to add piping that we've actually made piping. So it's not just a flange of fabric. So the piping has the cord in it so it doesn't stretch, and it really helps you hold that edge of your quilt together and make it stable. And so the piping tool has 4 different seam allowances. So you're making piping and then you cut your seam allowance with the piping tool so that you've got piping with a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance when you add it to the edge of your quilt before you bind. So I would love to do a demo on that sometime.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll do a pop-in one day.
Okay, I'd love that.
Whoever's signed up and subscribe to our YouTube and hit that little bell.
Oh, awesome. I'd love to pop in.
Cool. We do have the piping tool on Mulqueen.com to order it,
Awesome.
and then if you have any
Awesome.
questions, we'll do.
It has some
either-
nice little, it's got nice color pictures on the back of the package, little step-by-step pictures. Our YouTube channel is 10 Sisters TV, and we've got lots of instruction videos on the easy piecing grid, the Boston Commons quilt, the piping tool, and so we try to give you tons of education behind what we sell. So
That's amazing. Well,
but see,
thank you.
now you can be the teacher, though, Darren. After you see it once, then it's so easy. Then now you can be the teacher.
Yep. I'm gonna do it this weekend.
Awesome! I can't wait to see what you make.
So thank you, Carmen. It was awesome to meet you and your company. I'm glad
Thanks.
that
You too.
were willing to do this with us.
Anytime. Thanks so much for having me. Everybody have a great day.
You too. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. My least favorite part is saying goodbye to our guests, but
What about hello to me?
hello to Jer. We are going to have all of the product at Mulqueen.com. Click on the balloons on the home page of our website. That'll say special events. And then at that point, all you have to do is click on 10 Sisters. And when you do that, all the items that we were talking about, the books from Carmen, all the self-published 4 different books, you could shop and get discounts for 1 week. And just so you know, anybody that buys this week on our website as an event special, we're going to add a free gift in every package. So we get free shipping over, I think, $59. It's either $49 or $59, but I think it's $59. You get free shipping. So we pay for the shipping, and everything's on sale. So hopefully you will. Jer's going to add to the stream here how to find the items on our site real quick, because we do have Jana online. I see her in the green room. We'll be live with the Bloc Loc Ruler Company here very, very soon. This is our website.
And what news did we get while Carmen was presenting there? Remember the patterns earlier that were missing?
Oh yeah, the Quilts Illustrated Penny Sturges purse patterns are all now in that area. So if you want a Laurastar iron and take advantage of the $50 discount plus the warranty doubled, click on Laurastar Quilts Illustrated there. If you click on that, that'll get you to all the patterns that Penny Sturges has created. If you're interested in purchasing those, or the zippers, or the hardware. And then 10 Sisters, all the product that was talked about there is on sale right now. Free gift with purchase and free shipping over, what does it say on the top of the site? $59 we pay for it. Shipping is expensive. It has gone up, but we're still willing to cover the cost of shipping as a thank you for supporting our family business. And then there's Bloc Loc, that's going to be next. And then Anna's Awesome Applique. Anna I have one of her patterns here. Let me go grab it. Sorry to leave the screen. I guess I don't have it handy, but Anna's coming back. She's been live in our studio here doing a hands-on class. And so we're excited to have her come live virtually with this presentation today. And that starts at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And then at 3 o'clock, it's Jer. He's going to show you a new tool that we have made, and it's on sale for this weekend, and some other cool stuff. But this Bloc Loc company, I'm sure you've heard of Bloc Loc. We have carried their rulers for quite a while. I'm going to grab a couple because I love having something here to show. Sorry again for leaving the screen, but Bloc Loc is famous for their groove, and we are going to find all about it right now with Jana from the Bloc Loc company. Oh, before you go, Jer, I'm sorry. We're going to give away one of each. Hi, Jana. How are you?
Hi.
Penny Sturges offered at the very end of her segment that we're going to give away to one person one of each of her patterns that she showed. And so it's going to be very simple. If somebody is watching that heard that earlier, or if you're new, just joining us, Penny Sturges offered us, I don't know how many different patterns that she's giving in this bundle.
It was at least 8.
Yeah, it might have been 10. I don't know where her stack went, but it was a stack of patterns, one of each of the bags that she had shared live. And all you have to do to win it is, once again, just share this stream, share it with a friend, share it on Facebook, and comment done. You could share and say Bloc Loc is on, you gotta join the live presentation. And then Jer is going to do our random generator to find a winner. So just share, and you can either just comment that you shared it or comment done. And if you don't mind, also to comment whether you've ever used a Bloc Loc ruler, because that is what we're doing right now with Jana. It's Jana, right? I think
Yeah,
I might be pronouncing it. Is it?
Yes,
Oh, thank you.
right.
Thank you so much. And Jana, where are you located?
I'm actually in my studio. It's the basement of the house in Loveland, Colorado.
Oh, very nice. Colorado. So we've had Utah, North Carolina, was it? And Colorado now. And live. We had one person live in the studio. So it's coming from all over the U.S. So I do thank you. I know that my brother was very excited when he met you guys at the BDTA. Jer also met you guys there. And I was telling him, oh, we should have them come live. And he said, I bet they would, because they love to show their product. And so here you are. And I want to thank you for being here. And I'm going to bow
Thank you
out.
so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Yep, these hours are going by so fast, so I'm just going to stop talking and let everybody enjoy your segment. And thank you very much.
Well, I hope I don't disappoint. I'm actually not very tech savvy, so there might be some mistakes. I actually ordered a mount for the tablet. It didn't arrive. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is show everybody some of the quilts that I'm going to be showing the units of today. So this quilt, turn the camera. Okay. So the quilt on the end with the kite and a square, that is actually made with strip sets. Okay, that's a better shot. The one next to it, this one is just an amazing technique. It's actually not quite a half square triangle, and I don't know if you can see if I zoom in, but these intersections are so easy because you don't have the diagonal seam there. The table runner next to it, this is a half square triangle inside a half square triangle. Behind me in the camera, I don't know if you can, there, okay. So this is actually a block of the month, and the entire quilt uses just our half square triangle ruler. Every single unit, it's all included in the pattern. So I thought that was pretty good. We've had quite a good response from everybody that's done this. And here's another technique using our kite and a square. Now this one is really bizarre. It's not a normal LeMoyne Star technique. It's actually with a different kind of strip set, and I'm going to show you how to do that today. And then this quilt is actually one of my patterns called the Magic Mariner's Compass. And that's got some pretty splendid techniques in it as well. So let me go over here and I'll try to get this camera set up so that everybody can see. Okay. Can you see? Yeah, okay. All righty. So let me know if you can't see what I'm doing, but I think I've got it right. Okay, so this is our half square triangle ruler, and it does have this groove right down the middle. And what it's designed to do is once you put it on the unit, you push it onto the seam allowance. It's not like there's a diagonal line there at all. You're not lining up, you're pushing it on. And as soon as you lock on, it actually takes away all the rocking. The other thing that it does quite greatly is it actually forces the seams into the corner. So let me distort it a little bit. And all you have to do is, if you have a curved seam, because I just distorted it there, you just push and it will force the seam into the corner. So then the first thing I'm going to do, let's say I'll just trim this to the 5-inch line. So your first cut is going to be a cleanup cut. Then these are the turning handles. They're the corners of the ruler, and you don't have to push down, but all you have to do is grab the corners and turn your ruler around and then slide it back. And now I've gone all the way down to the 5-inch line and finished my trim. So that's really all there is to just the half square triangles. But the half square triangle ruler does a lot more than that. So here's a quarter square triangle, and this is the last seam that was sewn. Oh, I forgot to show you something. Okay, when I locked onto the half square triangle, you see the logo here. That goes on the low side, always logo on the low side. So the seam is under the orange, so this white is the low side of the unit. So when I have my quarter square triangle, this part of it is the high side and this is the low side, and then you lock on. And then the interesting thing is, now we're going to play X marks the spot. So if I want to trim this to 4 inches, all I have to do is line up all these intersections. You see the X and the X all the way down. And then I go down here and I check all the way down there. And then all I have to do is make sure I'm lined up. Do my cut, turn it around, and now this time all I have to do is slide it back and finish trimming. Okay, so the one technique that I wanted to show everybody was that special table runner where this seam is not going to be in the corner. It's not quite a half square triangle. So I've actually called this the topsy-turvy half square triangle. And all you have to do is you're going to build your half square triangle. And with this technique, it's actually helpful to have the right size ruler for what you're making. And when I said the logo goes on the low side, well, normally it does. But we used to do a lot of shows, and customers occasionally would come up and say that their half square triangles weren't turning out right. And I would always have one of these on the side, and I go, did it look like that? And they go, yeah, it looks like that. And I said, well, you had the ruler on upside down. So one day I was just, didn't have that much to do. And I thought, I'm going to see where that leads me. So basically, when the ruler is on, you put the logo on the high side. And notice where it is now. It's not in the right place, but we're going to run with that. Do my clean up cut, and there is a bit more waste with this. Okay, turn the ruler around. And now it looks like that. And when you are putting these two together, we're going to do a 4-patch. So what's really great about this is when I flip this one on top of that one, there isn't anything that's going to line up except for the ends and the cut edge. So you're not aligning one diagonal seam with the other. This actually sews just like squares, which makes it a lot of fun. So here I've got one, and I've sewn them together. And then I've got another one, and I sewn that. And then when you put them together, all you have to do is match that intersection there and sew the 4-patch together. So this is a lot of fun. Okay, the next one is Birds in the Air. And this unit is trimmed very easily. After you've built it, and you're going to lock on, and again, the logo goes on the low side. So this diagonal seam, it's actually under the white. So the logo goes on there on the red side. And now what we're looking for is the center seam on the Birds in the Air on these two right here. And if this is going to be trimmed to 4, and it ends up 4 inches finished, then that means this is going to be half of that plus 1/4 of an inch. So we're going to trim it so that it's at 2 1/4 there, and it'll be 2 1/4 there, and then you'll trim up and over. And then just turn it around, slide it back. And I've got 2 1/4 there. And I'm done. It'll also trim Y blocks. And again, all you're doing is you're playing X marks the spot with whatever size that you want to trim. Okay, I promised a LeMoyne Star. So here we go. All righty. This technique, you actually end up with 2 blocks, one positive and one negative. So what I've done here, let me get set up. Okay, I've got 2 strip sets that look like this, and I've pressed the top one to the color and the bottom strip set to the cream. And then you're going to interlock this seam here. And then you're going to actually subcut it like this. I told you this was different. So you subcut it the same as the width. And you can either draw a line diagonally corner to corner and then stitch 1/4 of an inch on either side of that line. But if you're working with a ombre like I've got here, it's actually easier if you just cut them into triangles, so then you can mix and match. But again, we have a positive and a negative coloring, which is kind of unique because we're going to end up with a positive and a negative block. Okay, so what you're doing is you'll take the triangles and you're going to stitch them together. And I would just finger press this, just like that. And then the next thing that you're going to do is square them up. And again, we have this center seam that you're going to pay attention to because that's the one. The logo, this is the low side. and then you'll lock on with the center seam alignment, trim up and over, turn it around, slide it back, trim again. And the final step would be to stitch and flip on top. Hopefully that makes more sense, turn like that. So what I would do after you've stitched and flipped on top is you've got to have the seams all going in one direction so that eventually they get sewn together like this. So see how these seams are all marching in one direction. So it actually kind of spirals on the back. But I just thought that was the coolest thing. And it's a lot of fun, and it goes quickly. Okay. The next thing is our flying geese rulers. So when you're building a flying geese, the thing that's really important is you're going to be building a flying geese unit that's exactly 1/8 of an inch extra all the way around. So this is going to be a 3x6 finished flying geese, but the ruler measurements is 3.5 by 6.5 because it's got the seam allowances on it. But what I did was I cut this rectangle 3 3/4 by 6 3/4, and that gives me 1/8 of an inch extra all the way around. And then you're simply going to lock on and trim all the way around. It's the easiest thing. This is a single size ruler, and it absolutely makes sure that you're never going to lose that tip and that you're never going to lose your corners here. The corners are always going to be nice and sharp. But it will also trim parallelograms and partial flying geese. So when you're trimming a partial, you're just going to find one of the seams to lock onto and trim all the way around. On this one, I'll have to turn the ruler around and lock on like that. And then on a parallelogram, all you can do is lock onto one. But what's really great is if you've really stabilized your fabric before you put the ruler on, it's not going to stretch all that much because you're working on the bias here. So notice that this seam here is actually right in that corner. So I don't have to do any finagling with the ruler or anything. All I have to do is just lock on and trim all the way around. The other thing that the flying geese rulers do is a magnificent square in a square. And so this technique is really, really amazing. Okay, let me get set up here. Inside the package directions is the size that you cut your center square. But on a square in a square unit, and this is, let me get this in here right away. This is on point in a straight set block. Anytime you have a block that's like this, that means that this has to be the right measurement from this corner to that corner. It is not the same measurement as here when you have to cut it from a piece of fabric. So the directions for cutting this, they're rounded up generally because the measurements will end on a 1/16 or sometimes a 32nd of an inch. So what we did was we came out with this ruler. This is actually, it says half square triangle on point. It is not the same as our normal half square triangle ruler. It has a lot of odd lines, and there's a 16-page document on our website that shows you how to use it. And basically what this is designed to do is to cut the horrible measurements that a center square in a square will be. So you can consider this a square and a square ruler. So what I did was I just cut all the way around, and then to do the triangles, you just cut 2 more exactly the same size. And by doing it like this, you're really getting a lot of extra around the outside, but you're going to trim it. So then you're going to take your triangles and here I've got them cut in half, and there's 2 of them here. Then take your center square, right, and just fold that baby in half, give it a little crease. And what you want to do is take your triangles, and we're going to cut them to fit. So in other words, I put the point of this triangle on that fold line, and then you're going to cut that off and cut that off. And now it looks like that. But we're not going to use the line just yet. We're going to put one of these weird triangles on each side. So you're going to stitch that and put the other side on and stitch there. Now it looks like that. And now we get to use the line down the center. And the reason for that line is because we want to make sure that this is centered on the unit, the top triangle. So I put, again, the point on the line, and then you'll stitch and press that back and add the other piece and press that back. And now we have our oversized. The center square is exact, but the outside triangles are too big. And then you just lock on, and you'll trim one side and lock on and trim the next, and you work your way around. And the cool part is the ruler makes sure that you're never going to lose your corners, and you've got your perfect 1/4 inch going all the way around. So this is really a fantastic thing when you consider that square and a square is actually kind of difficult to pull off, very well. Okay, so the next thing I want to show everybody is our kite in a square. And I wanted to show you, we have, and I've written on these with the Sharpie marker, but that can be taken off with rubbing alcohol. But what I've got on this ruler, I don't know if you can see or not, I hope so. It is traction tape. We make it, and I've applied it to the underneath side of the ruler. And there's more on this one than on the side triangle template. But here I've got a little piece in 2 corners and kind of a big one on the corner. It just ended up like that. So we have to cut out our templates from the fabric. And we'll start with the center kite. There's 2 ways that you can cut this kite out. When I've cut my strip here, I'll put the ruler on like that. And I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'm really trying to wiggle this, and the traction tape holds extremely well. So then I'm going to cut up and over. And now I don't even need a turning mat with this. And there I've cut 2 pieces, right? It's really easy. I started with on the open end, and I'm working toward the fold of the fabric. And that's because a lot of times, and this is what it looks like when you get to the end, you can eke out probably another piece. So, over the course of a large quilt, that can really add up in savings. By cutting them out like this, though, you're going to get some waste. So there is another way on our website. If you go into the PDF page, and it's got all these files on there, and you can print this up, you can cut them out like this, straight up and down. When you cut them like this, that means that the corner of your kite in a square will be biased. And if you stabilized your fabric with a true starch like Stay-Flow or Niagara, you won't have any trouble. If you don't use that kind of starch and you're using a product like Mary Ellen's, then you might want to cut it the other way so that you have the straight grain on the corner. But with this, you'll just cut up and over, turn it around. And now the next one goes up and down like that. So you're just flip-flopping. And again, I started with the open end of the strip and I'm working toward the fold. The side triangles, that's these two pieces here. I'm going to put it on the end like that. This is selvage. So you'll just line it up and cut all the way. Cut that little corner off. That's important. We use it for matching. And you work your way to the end. Okay, so when we're sewing these together, this is really an important step. And if you don't do it like this, you can run the risk of sewing the pieces together incorrectly. So I actually have to arrange the pieces like this right before I sew them. So I'll flip this one on top of that, and this is your match right here at the corner, and you'll stitch, and then you press to the side triangle. And now this piece gets flipped on top of that piece like this, and you'll stitch all the way down, and you finger press to this piece. This is the one that I make sure I only finger press. And that's because a lot of times if you're sewing these pieces together like this, after they're trimmed, of course, you have to have a match point right there, and they have to be going in opposite directions. So that's why I finger press. And you can do it with Bloc Loc really easily. And see how nicely that locks on? That groove of ours, it actually protects that really important tip down here so that you're not going to lose it. So make sure that you've locked on and there aren't any gaps in the groove. And then trim all the way around. And if you are sewing these into a 4-patch, then this last seam that I finger pressed, that gets repressed to the inside so that when they're going to be matched together, the seams will be going in opposite directions. Just like that. Stitch all the way down. Okay. The triangle and a square is kind of the same thing. Now this one, whoop, didn't mean to bump the camera. These are a very similar thing, but the pieces are dramatically different. Here I've got the center triangle template and then the side triangle template. They look close. This piece looks very close to the other one on the kite and the square, but they're not the same, so don't get them confused. So when you're cutting this piece out, all you have to do is cut around this one, and then you rotate. And on the side triangle piece, it's the same thing. You just rotate the pieces. So now we have our triangle. And I'm going to turn them upside down because this is the way you look at it when you're sewing. All 3 pieces are right side up. You flip this one on top of the triangle. Again, this is your match. Stitch all the way down. Press that back. And now it looks like this. And I would cut this little triangle off. Makes it easier to piece. Then flip this one onto that one. Match at the corner. Stitch all the way down and press it back. Then you just lock on. And we have actually, just like the flying geese ruler and the kite and the square ruler, whenever you have 2 seams coming together to a point, we've actually added 2 extra stitch widths across the top so that you're always going to keep your points. And it's really important that it's there. This is why our rulers are so good at making sure that everybody's piecing looks so good, because we protected your tips. So, oops, there we go. I keep hitting this thing. Okay. The next one is half rectangle triangles. The rulers look like this, and you do get 2 of them in a package. These are like the half square triangles. They are built the same, except they're elongated. The logo always goes on the low side. You can trim in 1/8 inch increments, but if you notice, they're going off in opposite directions. So I can't turn this upside down and get that angle. You have to have both in the package. And if you're looking at it, this angle actually matches the angle of my left hand. And the B ruler matches the angle of my right hand. So I consider the A to be the left hand ruler and the B to be the right hand ruler. When you are getting ready to make your half rectangle triangles, and this is an important point, your fabric has to be right side up. This is 3.5 by 6.5. And then you have to decide if you're going to cut an A or a B, because you can't cut them both at the same time. You have to have the angle of the cut match what you want. So let's look at the A ruler. If I want to make an A, then I have to cut it the same angle from this corner to that corner. You just make that cut. If I wanted it to be a B, then I cut the opposite direction, and that'll give me 2 B units. Okay. Now here we have the triangles. And we always talk about the quilt police, but you know, if you were building a unit that is just the right size plus your seam allowance, you can't do what I'm about to show you. And you would have to follow the quilt police advice of offsetting one of these by 1/4 of an inch. And you're stuck, and if you don't do it correctly, you'd be wasting a unit, right? Because you wouldn't be able to use it in a project. So what I'm going to say to you is, because we oversize at Bloc Loc, it gives you the freedom to align them poorly, and that actually gives you the best results. So what I mean by that is, you take this top triangle and you flip it over. Oh, well, let me start with this. I guess I better back up. We're going to offset them by more than 1/4 of an inch, right? That's more like 1/2 inch. Once I've offset them to where it's wider across, okay, let me back up. See how narrow it is? And then I slide this down to here, and it's quite a bit wider across now. Then you flip one on top of the other, and you're going to stitch all the way down. And it looks like that. But the great part about this is when you have locked on, you have a nice amount of fabric all the way around. If I had sewn them together perfectly without any oversizing at all, then most of the waist would be at the top and the bottom and just threads left at the side. And that's why it's really important to offset them like I've shown you. And when you're working with Bloc Loc, you want to make sure on this ruler that you have a turning mat of some kind, because the A ruler is, for me, because I'm left-handed, it trims differently than the B ruler. Okay, so for me, I have to trim it like this to where the A is straight up and down, and then this one from side across the top. So anyway, just use a turning mat and you'll find your way. But just like always, you're going to do your initial cleanup cut. I'm trying to cut at arm's length and it isn't easy. And then I can slide this down to a smaller size, whatever size the pattern wants, or I can just cut around the outside, and I think I'll do that for today. But so that's all there is to it. And if you notice, the seam isn't going to end in the corner, and this is okay. You want to make sure that it looks like this, because that's going to give you the perfect 1/4 inch all the way around. And the same thing will go with the B ruler. Okay, so if you're right-handed, it's going to be just the opposite. Your B ruler will be right straight up and down, and the A ruler will be side to side. And the funny thing is, if you put them together, an A and a B, you get a triangle and a square. I don't know if anybody realized that, but yeah, I'm a quilt geek, so I figure things like that out. Okay, and let's see, one more thing I want to show everybody. We have a magnificent log cabin, and this is a pattern that I've just developed. It's called Kismet, and this is where you're going to use a flying geese ruler to inset this pinwheel, which is pretty cool. So our log cabin rulers are actually double-sided, so you're going to have a narrow side and a wider side. And every time you add a strip, you just lock on. And you're going to trim the oversized strip. To trim the end so it doesn't shrink or grow, you're going to lock on sideways. And then turn this around and lock on the other way. And then it's ready for the next strip. So, okay, I think I've done my damage.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi,
How are you?
good. How'd it go?
That was awesome. That was awesome. Good.
Good.
A great overhead visual of how those rulers work.
What was that, Darren?
It's a great overhead visual of how it works.
Oh,
I like how you
good.
got your camera set. There was a lot of questions through.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm gonna see if I can get closer to the screen here to. Here, I'll pop them up on the screen as well. Some of them.
Okay.
Do the rulers come with instructions?
Yes, and they are all on our website. So on every ruler, I don't know if you can, okay, it'll be printed right underneath the logo, and it'll have blocklock.com, and then you go to our website, and all the instructions are, it's a great big page full of instructions. And we also have video tutorials showing you, it was me in a video for that particular ruler showing you how to use the ruler.
They're asking, do you recommend putting tape on all of your rulers?
I don't recommend putting our traction tape on the grooved rulers. The only ruler I would put that on would be our Bloom and cogwheels, because they do have a tendency to move a little bit, even though they've got 8 grooves in them. But our cutting templates, this stuff is the bomb. You will love this. You don't have to have a turning mat, and it just grabs the fabric and you turn the ruler and the fabric at the same time. It's fully washable, and you can get traction tape on our website as well. Or you can get them in onto your website.
Carol is saying that she loves Bloc Loc, that her flying geese have never been more perfect.
I didn't
Always
hear
nice
you.
to hear. Oh, she just loves the Bloc Loc rulers because her flying geese are always perfect.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
There's a lot of comments how much they like the rulers, or they found it to be very interesting. If anybody has any questions, please ask them while we have Jenna here with us. A lot of people shared our stream, which is wonderful. But how long have you been doing this, Jenna?
We started the company in 2010, and we started doing 42 shows a year, and now we sell them to quilt stores around the world. We're not on the road anymore. We stopped doing that, especially last year, but we actually stopped doing that a few years back. And so, yeah, now we just sell our rulers to quilt stores, and it's been good.
Appreciate that, for sure. That's a very unique ruler. I like it when somebody can come out with something new, even though it's been out for a while now. It's still new to a lot of people.
Yeah, I was always surprised by that. I thought that, after 5 years, everyone would have heard of it, but it just takes time.
Yep. And we do devote a nice section of our wall here to the Bloc Loc rulers. So we have a lot in stock right now, but we have a lot coming. Jenna had given us like their top sellers, so we're going to make sure that we have those for sure. They are on special, so it is a good time to, if you haven't tried them yet, to take advantage of our special offers, because that won't last for long. So, and all of our orders, we're going to throw in a nice free gift with purchase. So every order will have a special gift. I'm just kind of, sorry, I'm looking at the side of our screen here, so I should be looking straight ahead, but I'm trying to read to make sure we're not missing any questions, if anybody.
Yeah, and I'm looking at you instead of the camera, so.
If anybody has any questions, we're kind of going fast today through all of our guests. Normally we have 2 hours for every guest, and we do it for 2 days, but this month we are doing 1 day and only an hour per guest, which we're finding is not long enough. Tracy Edwards, the wonderful Tracy Edwards, she says that she found you at Road to California 9 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
She has most of your rulers.
Yeah, we have some customers that have definitely been shopping for quite a while.
Have you been, I guess you haven't been to Road for a while then, personally. Somebody must do them for you there at Road to California.
I think it was last year, Sylvia Corbin she took over our spot. And I don't know when Road to California is going to start up again, maybe in January of next year. And she'll probably be back.
We have our first Rusty Barns is normally like a week or two after Road to California here in Arizona. And the good news is Rusty Barns will be coming here in September. So we have our first sewing festival coming back in September.
Oh my gosh, that's coming up fast.
Yep, we're excited for that. And they're going to continue to do their January one. So we're going to actually have two Rusty Barn sewing and craft festivals.
Oh, wow.
That'll be cool. So yeah, maybe we'll have to do them here. We have 30 booths at the Rusty Barn show. So maybe we'll have to
30?
Yep, maybe we'll
As in 30?
30, yep. We have a lot of stuff to show.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. The hardest part is the cabinetry.
You're busy.
Yep. The whole truck full of cabinets. But yeah, I think that would be kind of interesting if to talk to you about maybe having the Bloc Loc Rulers there. Always like to have different things in our booth, and we've never done Bloc Loc.
At Rusty Barn?
At the Rusty Barn, yep. So one person is going to come to see us at the Rusty Barn. Thank you for the demo on the Bloc Loc. Very interesting. Now I want to make another quilt using them. And Tracy Edwards, if you don't mind to pop that up on the screen, Jared. She said something that is very, very interesting. She says that Mulqueen is the best shop in Arizona.
Of course.
Just kidding. Thank you, Tracy. We love all of our customers are like family to us. Sounds like Jared's talking over you at times. Yeah, Jared, you better stop that. Nope. All right. Yes, they are. Yep. So thank you so much for this. We appreciate it. You must have demoed it so well that there's not a ton of questions. They get the gist of it, which is amazing. I love that.
Well, everybody is welcome to download whatever they need from our PDF files and then go into your store and shop like drunken sailors.
Yep. And we're going to show real quick how to take advantage of our specials. And so we do thank you. This is the part I don't like, is to say goodbye, but I guess all good things must come to an end, right? But
yeah.
We appreciate it so much for you joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It was fun.
And we'll talk to you again very, very soon.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Bye, Jenna. That was wonderful. We appreciate that. I've not talked to Jenna before, and to see her use the rulers does definitely help, because we see them on the wall, and it is one that you kind of need to demo. I'm going to move back behind my little table here. I think I'm a little too close to the screen. So that was great. And if anybody has questions for Jana still, we will make sure that if we can't answer them, that we will get you the info. I think that we're going to announce the winner of our Penny Sturges pattern giveaway, which she was so nice to offer us one of each of the patterns, which I thought was real crazy nice. So Jared's going to pop up on the screen, but we do need the winner to email us so that we can make sure to get you the prizes, because we'll need your address. And we have a couple of things to talk about before the wonderful Anna comes on from Anna's Awesome Applique. We have this pot holder that yours personal, yours truly, Darren made. This is one of Anna's designs. It's built into the Lumineer. We turned just a normal kind of geometric shape into a mug rug type of wheel. I actually use it as a frisbee, so it's very fun and soft. But that is from Anna's Awesome Applique. It kind of goes along with a lot of her stained glass kind of technique. She has a lot of different beautiful patterns that she's going to show that we're excited for here in a few moments. There's finding the winner, and it's going to populate on the screen. For winner of there's our 4K graphics coming on the screen. We love giving stuff away, so we can use the confetti feature that was free 99, as Jared says. It's Denise Taylor. You have won the Penny Sturges pattern collection, which is pretty amazing. So Denise Taylor emailed Jer at mulqueen.com. He's writing your information down. So when you email him, he'll need your address, or hopefully you're local here in Arizona right now, so that you could pick up your bundle of Penny Sturges patterns. And my brother has Penny Sturges on our site now, which Jared's going to show you here shortly. I just want to point out that we have a few of these available. I think that we had about 70 or so. There's about 10 left. This class, if you are an embroiderer and you would like to take a class from the creator of Edge to Edge quilting on your embroidery machine, that famous image right there of Christine Connor of Emily Scott Designs. She's the teacher of the class. It's coming up in a couple of weeks. We need to get you your book, so sign up this weekend. It's probably the last chance to sign up before the books are gone and before there's no more time to get you the book in time. So Jared's going to go to our website and show you how to sign up for this class. All you do is go to mulqueen.com, and Jared has a fun fact on the screen, which says Darren eats soup with a fork, which is very, very true. Only if it's you're silly, Jared.
It's not showing the website, so we're having.
Oh no! So Jared's going to pop up the site in a different manner, just so you can see how to sign up for this Edge to Edge quilting class. You think they'll still be able to hear us while we're doing this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you go to mulqueen.com, sorry about all of our fancy footwork there, but on the top row where it says classes, if you click on, go up one, Jer, and see where it says classes, right there on the home screen, click on classes, and the very first class is the Emily Scott. And that class, you do get $80 worth of, I think it's $70 or $80 worth of patterns. You get the pattern book and the class with the creator. It's virtual, so it is a Zoom class, and it will be recorded. So if you can't make it live, you will be the owner of a recorded class. I'm not sure how long the recorded class is available, but it may be available forever. I'm not quite sure how that works. But if you want to sign up for that class, there's a few spots left. If you're interested in shopping for Bloc Loc rulers or any of the other, go to mulqueen.com and click on the balloons. That's our party area. We all like to party. If you want to take advantage of the Laurastar $50 off discount and the double your warranty, you click Laurastar. Penny Sturges, that was like crazy. Cool. All the comments were wonderful. She's a nice lady that created a lot of patterns. Those are all there now. They weren't earlier, but they are 10 sisters. Count them. There's 10 there. Everything is on sale, so you're supporting us, and in turn, we're supporting the creators of these products. Bloc Loc rulers. Go ahead and click on that one, Jared. You can see all of the The goodies are below, and you can see the original price and the discounted price. But if you go back to what we're going to now, is the amazing Anna. Actually, we have about 4 minutes, I think, but Anna's Awesome Applique. I don't want you to miss out on Anna's. I think she has a lot to show us. We were a little concerned with just 1 hour, so
She said that she did a dry run through her PowerPoint presentation, and it's 30 minutes on the dot. So so we're gonna do 30 minutes and then 15 minutes for question and answer. So let's see what else we have.
that is amazing. And then
Yeah.
after Anna, it's going to be us showing a few quick gadgets that we're excited to share once again. Linda said, Darren, you must not like soup broth. That's for sure. Forever is good, Darren. And embroidery is the goal for me to accomplish. Tanya Stout, that would be, if you want to learn from the master, the creator, that's if you sign up for that class, you get your money's worth just in the value of the book and the patterns that you get for free with taking the class. Right now, if you buy any item, if it adds up to over $59, we're shipping for free. I hope that we have some embroiderers out there. I would imagine we do, or our family business has kind of flourished as a. There's another important fact. I guess my height is 6 inches. I'm a tall person, and my brother likes to make fun of me because when I ride a horse, my feet drag on the ground. That's only because they're short horses. Is that right, Jared?
Oh, they're grown. They're Clydesdales, actually.
Clydesdale's a big,
Yeah.
big Clydesdale horse.
And your feet
My
drag.
legs are not that long. That's Fun Fact Friday, even though it's Saturday.
Stupid fact Saturday.
Yeah, if you guys get my emails or our store emails that I put together at the very bottom in our fine print, I always put a funny little blurb in there to see if anybody reads fine print. And that a lot of people don't, but some people do, and they comment how funny the little things are. But I'm not going to babble on. When Anna is here, when we have time to babble on, we will do that. But right now, we need to get Anna. Darren ties his shoes and then puts them on his feet. Yes, I tie my shoes up high because I can't reach that far down. But anyways, let's get serious, Chair. Come on.
All right. Should we bring in Anna?
Yep. We love Anna. Anna is, I believe, in Texas. Is that right?
Yep, in the Dallas area.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's 4 o'clock here in the afternoon here in the Dallas area, Dallas, Texas. And, you know, I was thinking that the last time I saw you was a year ago, February, which was my last event before this whole craziness happened.
Oh, wow. That is right. Yep. It seems like that was so long ago. It's kind of
yeah,
hard to
I'm
believe
hoping
that it's only been
I'm hoping things will start opening up soon, you know, but at least by the end of the year. But hey, it's been a long dry spell.
Yeah. Yep. We I know our brother sales rep and one of our very favorite Janome educators. They're at a Rusty Barn show right now up in Idaho. And I know that, and I think from there, maybe it's going to Washington. Maybe there's something up
I
there.
think also in a couple of weeks, it's going to Oklahoma City too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And in September, they come here to Arizona, so we're excited for that.
Well,
Just
good.
so everybody knows, Mulqueen Sewing is going to sponsor like about a $20,000 prize giveaway for the Rusty Barn Sewing and Craft Show. We've gotten some amazing products in as gifts that we can give away. It's kind of like a sewing room kind of giveaway that you see sometimes at these shows. I was watching somebody's giveaway. It was like a $30,000 giveaway, and one person won it.
Wow.
What can one person do with like all this stuff? So I think we're going to break it up into segments so that to spread it, the love
Yeah.
amongst a few people. So, but we're excited for that. We'll be sending out information through our email soon on how to get involved and winning the prizes. And maybe I can sneak a few Anna's. collection.
Absolutely. Just reach out. Let me know what you want. So
now, go ahead.
now I was going to just, when Jared mentioned, I did do a dry run yesterday of the PowerPoint. It was 30 minutes on point and without anybody trying to switch quilts behind me. But we can definitely show quilts after the PowerPoint. I think it just covers a lot of interesting material about doing different types of techniques on the embroidery machine. So hopefully people will be patient enough to go through, join me through the PowerPoint. I know it's not hands-on like some of your other guests have had today, but I could definitely come back another time and do hands-on on specific things. So.
Plus, Anna, the next guest is us, as kind of like showing some little things. So if you go beyond the hour, it's fine. Just so you know.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we didn't. So don't worry that you have to be so prompt, because you're just going to cut into. We don't have another special guest. It's just us.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll go through the presentation to kind of level set all the different things that I've done. I did notice on your website you do have all of my designs listed there. I'm highlighting key ones for the presentation, but as your customers look through your website, they'll see all the different techniques that I'm talking about in the presentation today on your website. So that's all goodness. After the presentation, I do have some things that I can show, like here. And I think that's always fun because seeing something close up in person, that's one thing I do miss about this Zoom or a virtual type thing. It's hard for people to, just get up front and touch and look. So I'll try to do the best I can with that. But I'm very, very excited about being part of this. This is my second time doing something virtual. So I'm hoping that everything will work fine, but I'm sure it will. And if you're ready, I'm ready to go ahead and share my screen and share my PowerPoint.
Thank you so much, Anna. We'll see you in a little.
Okay. So if I do this right, that Jared walked me through the other day when we did this test run, I'm going to do a share. They're going to bring up my PowerPoint and put it in PowerPoint mode. So does that look good so far, Jared?
Yes, it does. I don't think I can. Yep,
Perfect.
It sure does. It looks perfect.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and walk through this. So I'm Anna from Anna's Awesome Applique Designs, and we're going to talk about what is applique in the hoop all about, and this is specifically around embroidery machines. So I'm going to cover some information. First, who am I? I started my business in 2010, and I heard one of your other presenters did as well, which is kind of interesting. But I've always worked at corporate America as a project manager, and I retired in 2015. And I knew that I needed to do something after I retired. And before I started my business and before I learned how to digitize, I have over 30 years of hand piecing, hand quilting, and hand applique. So I've got that background from that perspective. And I learned how to digitize. I said, now what would I do with this information? And so what I decided is that I would, because the last area that I focused on in my handwork was hand applique, I would reach out to different hand applique artists and say, hey, if you give me your black and white outline drawings, I'll do a royalty agreement with you, translate your hand applique for embroidery machines. Your designs will be in a whole new market, and they're market-proven designs from a hand applique perspective. So several of the designs that we'll go through, I'll mention the artist, and everybody's been happy with that. I pay them a royalty every 3 months on whatever designs that I sell that's based on their original design. So I wanted to mention that. And the other thing that I challenged myself with, I am an A-type personality, so I always challenge myself, okay, what else can I take from the sewing or quilting world and bring into the embroidery machine world. So one of the topics we're going to highlight today is what is applique in the hoop about? How does that look different than when you're doing it by hand? And then of course I graduated to other things like quilting in the hoop and multiple hoopings and adding trapunto stitches and then piecing in the hoop. And then what are those cut files about? So I am associated with Brother, and I love my ScanNCut, and I've developed a whole end-to-end process of how to cut your applique fabric for your shapes using the ScanNCut. Then of course, if you have quilted blocks, you got to figure out, well, how am I going to put these together? So we're going to talk high level about the joining strips. Now, don't be dismayed if I go through this pretty quickly. I've actually took a 3-hour presentation, reduced it to about 30 minutes. And when I do this in stores, as Darren knows, is that I actually do 3 physical demos on an embroidery machine to show people. So obviously we're not going to be able to do that today, but I definitely can focus on any part of this presentation in future ones if you want more of a live demo. And or as I go through here, you're going to notice that I do have a free member area on my website, and all of these techniques, there are free videos that you can get to if you join that. So if you don't catch something, it's okay. There's lots of different ways to learn how to do these things, or at least become aware of it. The reason I did my test drive yesterday, I had my neighbor next door, and she knows nothing about embroidery machines. And I said, well, I might need you to hand me different things to show, but let's walk through the presentation first and see if there's any time to step out of the presentation and come back. And after we did the presentation, it was like 30 minutes on the dot. And I said, okay, it doesn't look like I'm going to have time to show in real time some of the other things. So I will definitely do that as part of the question and answer, but I wanted to get through most of this content first, because I think this is what, for people that either have embroidery machines and know how to use them, they may not know all these different techniques. For people that are brand new, like my neighbor, she doesn't have an embroidery machine. She belongs to the local quilt guild here, and she does sewing and quilting. But as she walked through the presentation with me, we did the dry run, she said, wow, I learned a lot. I might have to learn how to do that now. So who knows, I might get her converted yet. As I mentioned, I've started my business in 2010. So it's hard to count 2020. I still say I've got 10 years in. Back in 2018, when the Luminaire came out by Brother, I had been reached out by them probably a year and a half before the machine came out. And my hexagon designs are on the Luminaire. I know that if you're interested in some of these designs, they are available from my website. They're not part of Darren's special, but they do cover a lot of information about how to use my design center, and they're download only. The other thing that's really cool is in the middle, you'll see 2 what I call USB holders, the 12-pack and the 6-pack. So probably about 2016, I got to thinking that it was probably time to move away from CDs and go to thumb drives. Now, that doesn't mean that all my designs are not on CDs. The older ones still are, because inventory is inventory. But the newer ones are on thumb drives. And I thought, well, if I'm going to have them on thumb drives, they need to be different colors. And if they're going to be on thumb drives with different colors, they need to have some kind of a charm to know how, what's on there. Otherwise, you just have a box of thumb drives. So then I thought, well, wouldn't it be a good idea to organize them? And so I designed the 6-pack holder and 12-pack holder. And when I was talking to Jared yesterday, testing out to make sure we got connectivity and everything, he says, well, if I mention this during my segment here, and if you guys share the video and do a comment done, then you're eligible for randomly getting your name selected, and you'll get the electronic embroidery files for both of these, the 6-pack and the 12-pack. But it's just a great way to keep your thumb drives organized, select your own fabrics that you like, and coordinate your fabric with a designer or whatever. And even if you have to download your own designs, you can start organizing them by different artists or whatever you want. So I know that Jared had mentioned to me, you all have been part of these wonderful virtual things. And if you share the video and say done in the comment, magically he gets that information and the world goes on. Okay, the other thing I want to mention, back in 2019, as part of being a brother ambassador, 9 of us got together and we have different areas of expertise or discipline. Some are more garment, some are more home decor, and mine obviously is more in the embroidery machine, applique type things. So we each picked an area and we all created a different project, and these projects are available through the Brother Stitching Social, and it's their blog. And all you have to do is do a search on the Ultimate New Year's Eve Sew Along, and you'll get the list of all the different projects by the 9 different brother ambassadors that were part of that activity in June of 2019, and we had it completed for the end of the year to celebrate 2020. What's nice about this, what I created here, is you learn a lot about my design center, you learn about how to do the lettering, you learn how to create an applique star. So all of that is available to you, and these are all free projects. So if you're ever wondering, there's lots of information out there, but this is just another source of getting information about your luminaire. Okay, with that, so let's get started here. When I first created this presentation, I was doing it for a quilt guild, and I got to thinking, well, most people, depending on their level of activity with sewing machines, quilting, and or embroidery machines, they may not understand all the nuances about what is applique in the hoop about. So I'm going to start with the applique in the hoop. In the center picture here, you'll see that the embroidery machine will do a placement stitch on your background fabric. You will then put your applique fabric on top of that placement stitch, and a tack down stitch will be done by the embroidery machine directly in that same spot that the placement stitch. And at that point, you're going to trim the applique fabric all the way around, and then the machine will go ahead and finish the cover stitch with this, usually that's a satin stitch. As I progress through different designs, I use different cover stitches. So I used to in the beginning use the term satin stitch, but then when I was changing the satin stitch to something else, it wasn't applicable. So cover stitch is now the term that I use from an embroidery perspective. What's important to note is if you're doing from my design perspective, when you're doing a single applique design, meaning that you're doing a single hooping, no multiple hoopings like this kitten or anything that's applique, I typically use tearaway stabilizer in the hoop. And I float my background fabric, so I'll baste it down, and then I will follow the sequence that's listed here. What's unique or something to note here is on your embroidery machine, if you bring up an embroidery file, and most people know this that have already done this, and this is a butterfly that's in the Illuminaire, you'll see that there are various color changes off to the right of the diagram or the picture here. That means that you're physically changing the thread colors for each step. But if you're doing applique, what applique does, because there is a 3-step sequence, placement stitch, tack down, and then your satin stitch, typically you're only changing your thread every 3 color changes. So you keep the same thread color in there for placement, tack down, and satin. So at least it reduces the number of color changes or number of times that you have to change your thread. So what I'm going to, as I progress through the presentation, you'll notice that this basic sequence, all the wording is in black. As I go through different techniques, I will note in red text what the difference is from the basic sequence. So you have an idea of, okay, this applique in the hoop, the basic applique in the hoop is these 3 type of steps. And basically you would trim your block and piece them together with a 1/4" seam like you do anything else that you've done in the quilting world. here's some samples of, this is actually my very first design that I sold as a business. This is my poinsettia table runner and placemat. I did the original one in red, and then probably about 5 years later, I decided, well, let me try it in a different color just to give it a whole new look. The pattern actually does provide you information of how to create the table runner and the placemat. The red ones, I just did stitch in the ditch once I pieced everything together. Obviously, the white one I took to a long arm quilter. I don't do quilting myself. If the quilting I do is either stitch in the ditch on the sewing machine or quilting that I've designed for the embroidery machine. So, and I'm doing more of that in recent years. But that was, I wanted to share with that. This is probably one of the most popular, one of my most popular designs, and I did that probably early on in 2012, 2013. This is a design by A. Rossman. It's called Affairs of the Heart. She has a book about it that came out in the early 2000s. There are 36 different blocks, and they're each unique and beautiful. They have gold decorative threads around each block. But the beauty of this, is, again, is a applique in the hoop. Even though there's more than one piece of applique fabric, the sequence is the same. Placement stitch, and there'll be a placement stitch for each color. Then you're going to lay your fabric down, and then you will it will tack it down, and then you'll trim, and then it'll come back and do the cover stitch. So there are 36 blocks, and I also thought, well, gee, let me try to do it on point. And when I did it on point, I had to add additional blocks in order to finish 8 on point, because you need more than 36 blocks. So I took 5 of the blocks that I had digitized and made them thread only. You see the center and off to the top and bottom. And then I also created thread only borders and corners. So this particular design is really unique in that there are 36 blocks, 2 different settings. But not only that, there are 6-inch and 8-inch versions. So if you have a 6-inch wide hoop or an 8-inch wide hoop, or both, you can make 2 different sizes. So it's a lot of fun. And the border is does line up on crosshairs, but that's pretty straightforward. Just a few more in the hoop, simple applique ones. Here's a bunch from Darcy Ashton. Just wanted to walk through a couple of those, but you know, again, she's very well known for hand applique animal designs, and her books she has lots of books about these. So cats, dogs, bunnies, white-tailed deer, and so forth. Oh, we've got more cats. Okay, we've got knee-deep in frogs. The knee-deep in frogs are a lot of fun in that there are 20 different frogs. They're unique, and you can make different. They're just one color fabric and great little eyes, and you just you can also just do the outline, because I have a set of files that are like a red work type thing, so you can have people, the kids, color them in. Santa Cruz sampler and Old Navajo sampler are, again, just single hoopings, applique in the hoop, just a total different look and feel of the design. So we just went through basic applique in the hoop, basic technique. From a multiple hooping perspective, what I'm showing here is that the design actually is larger than any given hoop that any machine has. So there has to be, and you actually stitch out on a piece of fabric that is about 2 inches larger than your final block. So in this case, this is a wall hanging, and you start with a fabric that's 22 by 24, and that gets trimmed down. But you can see what I've done in order to do this, because when I digitize, I have got to figure out how many people, each machine has its unique features. And one of the things I do love about the Luminaire is got the camera and the projector, but not all machines have that luxury. So, back when I was designing this back in 2016, 2017, it's like, okay, how do I make sure that people can do multiple hoopings regardless of what kind of machine they have? And the way I do that is I incorporate alignment crosshairs within the design. And so the design has the alignment crosshairs, and there are specific instructions of how to line up each section. And you start off with your large piece of fabric, and you're going to crease a vertical and horizontal creases in there, so you know exactly where the center is. And then from there, you follow the instructions. Again, I do have a technique video on my website. You just join the free member area and you can get more details on this. This is one that we normally demonstrate if we had 3 hours, but it is a very doable technique. The key thing here is not only knowing that you're going to have alignment crosshairs that help you do each section at a time, but you're also going to use sticky stabilizer in the hoop, and you're going to do fresh sticky stabilizers for each hooping. So this is a great way to do those larger designs and use a sticky stabilizer. And some of the designs that I have, the block of the month has from the design that I was showing you is from the block of the month, and there are 12 different blocks. There's no rules about it. The reason why we called it block of the month is because there happens to be a design for each month, but there's no rules or anything around that. And the other pictures around the big block or the big quilt in the center are bonus blocks. Each of the block of the month have bonus blocks that you can make additional designs from. Here are some more multiple hooping designs. The block of the month designs were designed by Darcy Ashton. Sorry, I should have mentioned that as well. So the multiple hooping designs, the Chelsea Garden was designed by, both Chelsea Garden and Birds of Paradise were designed by Pat Campbell. Before she passed in 2013, she was very famous for her hand applique Jacobean style. And that usually meant that whatever you worked with on her designs, there were multiple pieces of fabric. Like looking at the Birds of Paradise, I think I've used, between all 9 blocks, I used over 80 different fabrics just to get the color ranges that she's looking. And if there are 5 leaves in her design, there are 5 different greens. So that was just her way of, how she projected the Jacobean type of applique. I was able to show her these 2 finished before she passed, and she was very pleased. I worked with her and her husband closely to make sure I was staying true to her original vision and art. The Chelsea Garden, all those 25 blocks are stitched out in an 8 by 8 inch hoop. So, they fit an 8 inch perfectly. It's the border that's going to be more of a multiple hooping. Now, Fiesta Talavera is by Michelle Watts. And this is a labor of love. I mean, I love doing it. I love doing the 2 different background fabrics from white to black, and all I changed on the block is either having white frame or the dark blue frame. Everything else in each block is the same color fabric. So it gives you an interesting view of how fabric looks differently depending on what background fabric you use. These are usually anywhere from 8 to 9 multiple hoopings, depending on how I had to separate each piece. But again, multiple hoopings are straightforward. It's just going to take you a little bit longer to do it. It just lined up the crosshairs and magic will happen. Then we moved on to Trapunto stitches. So this came out, Darcy Ashton, which is one of my prolific artists, and you'll see a lot of her designs on the McQueen website. I'll have her name referenced on each one of them. But when we were driving back from road to California, we were thinking, it was before that. We were looking at what's the next set of designs to do, and we're doing the owls. And she said, well, I have this owl book. And I said, okay. And she says, and I love what you've done with my cats, dogs, bunnies, and all the other ones. But like anything else, when you have applique, if you don't have something to hold that applique fabric down, it kind of gets wrinkly, especially when the applique shape is large, like the bunnies or dogs or whatever. So we thought, well, let's add some trapunto stitches. So you can see in the face of the owl here, there are stitches that are around his beak, and then you've got the little decorative stitches along the side of the face. But what is occurring is that the white part that you're seeing here is an embroidery batting or a fleece that's underneath the applique. It's on top of your background fabric, but it's underneath the applique. So whenever I have included trapunto stitches in my designs, the placement stitch, the first set of placement stitches is where to put that piece of embroidery batting or fleece or whatever you're going to put to give it that poofiness. And then you're going to tack down that embroidery batting, then you're going to trim it, and now you're going to follow the sequence of the applique. Now the other piece that's a little bit different here is when you get to the part where it talks about the trapunto stitches, this is where you have the choice of changing your thread color and making it either stand out more or blend with whatever fabric you have. If this sample is showing you with this owl being a applique block, meaning there's no batting behind it, it's not going to finish as a quilted block. In that case, I would use no-show mesh or tearaway. But if you're going to make a quilted block, I would still use no-show mesh in the hoop, and then put the embroidery batting behind the backing fabric for that quilted block. And usually that embroidery batting would be at least an inch all the way around larger than the trim size of the block. So here are some pictures of the owls with attitude. We started off with 20 of them and in the natural color. And these are all quilted. They have the same quilted design. And so, and you can see the whole point of calling them owls with attitude is that each of them have their own personality. They all have a look. And when I was designing these and stitching them out and putting them on my design wall, my husband would walk by. He says, well, that one looks like a little baby owl, or that one looks like it's angry, or that one looks mischievous. So they all have a personality that you can kind of read into them. And then we took those same 20 owls and made them colorful owls, because Darcy says, well, wouldn't it be cute to have colorful owls? I said, of course it would be. And so she says, and by the way, in my book, I have the owls holding like a 3-inch standalone little block in their beak. I said, okay, so that means I'm doing that too. So you'll see that behind each of the colorful owls, they have a unique quilting design. And that unique quilting design is relates back to the block that is holding its little beak. So you can take that quilting design and make a wall hanging or corresponding block, 3-inch block for the beak or 3-inch block for the corner blocks, and create a wall hanging. So those are all kinds of different options. All right, so let me go that way. Then I got into piecing in the hoop. And it's interesting because we all have our stories about piecing blocks together. And so I'm going to first walk through how I got to piecing in the hoop. And probably about 4 years ago, the Dallas Quilt Guild committee that is in charge of the raffle quilt, they said, hey, would you digitize a fan block that we can put together and use as our raffle quilt? And I said, sure. And so it would be a standard applique block, and it would use medium tearaway stabilizer. So the difference between this technique and the other ones is that you actually have alignment stitches similar to paper piecing, that you'll have alignment stitches that you're going to align the fabric to, and then you're going to, the next color change is going to stitch that down. Then you're going to press that seam open and then put your next fabric down. So I did that for the Dallas Quilt Guild. They use the block type that's in the table runner that's got the 2 shades of gold. I then created this more colorful one and actually ended up building out 4 different fan blades, and I've added trapunto stitches and quilting to it as well. Then I got to the other samples here that are showing the All About Santa design. There are 100 flying geese in the border. And when I first created that design, I did all 100 flying geese using the sewing machine. And after a while, I'm thinking, you know, there has to be a better way. So I decided to digitize those. So now you have perfect flying geese in the hoop that is associated with the All About Santa. Then All About Santa also has a little wall hanging that has the You Better Be Good Santa on it, and those have square triangles that were going around it as a border. Well, I didn't realize it when I was doing it by a sewing machine, but half square triangles go in different directions. And I'm thinking, okay, instead of trying to explain that, I'm going to digitize that as piecing in the hoop as well. So now you got the fan blades, the flying geese, and the half square triangles. Then I moved on to creating what's called the Advent Santa, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. And so I did the log cabin piecing in the hoop. So I got, and for the answer, I'm going to kind of go faster than, or go slower than I thought I'd go. But I'm going to show you a couple more piecing in the hoop designs that I'm on the verge of releasing here. But I really like this concept of piecing in the hoop. It's like, yay, because you know it's going to be perfect. It's stitched down, and you press after each seam, but hey, it's a great way to do it. So here's the Advent Santa, and there are 25 different ornaments that go into the little pockets, and you can see the log cabin blocks that are in there. I don't have a picture readily on for the All About Santa, but I know that it's on Darren Mulqueen's site, so you're more and more welcome to take a look at that. But this is the very cute Advent Santa. You can either just you put all the ornaments in the pockets, and then as each day goes by, you just hang them on the little button that's above the pocket number, or you can put them on a tree. Okay, I'm going to talk about a little bit about quilting in the hoop. While we've talked a little bit previously, this is when I first started doing quilting in the hoop. And this is the Art Deco fan was the very first design that I actually did quilting in the hoop. I first used the embroidery batting, which is by Floriani, and it's specifically, and there are equivalents out there. I'm sure that Darren can provide you with what's available at the store, but it is specifically for embroidery machines because it has stabilizer in it. So if you use your normal batting that you would do when you put a quilt sandwich together, that doesn't have a stabilizing feature, and it's not going to make sure that things don't shift on you. It doesn't account for the push-pull compensation. You really need to have the embroidery batting that accounts for that, that is made specifically for embroidery machines. Now, when I first did this, I hooped my hoop with that, and I went to go trim the block, and I just thought, wow, that's a lot of extra embroidery batting that I'll never get back, because usually your hoop is much larger, at least 2 or 3 inches larger, that you end up trimming from the actual size of the block. So then I thought, well, a lot of people have been doing this, and I kind of adopted it as well. I hoop the hoop with no-show mesh stabilizer, and then I cut the embroidery batting about 1 inch all the way around, larger than the final trim size of the block. And so I just put that down in the center of the no-show mesh in the hoop, and then I continue on with the instructions. So I just wanted to mention that when I did the Art Deco fan, like I said, I just selected the cross hatching. It was my very first quilting design. I just selected what was in the software that I was using, and I went ahead and decided that the cover stitch was going to go through all the way. So you'll see on the top picture, you'll see the cover stitch covering the fan, and you turn it over and it's going to go all the way through, because I like that look. I also did that because the quilting on the block itself goes to the edge of the fan. So I needed to do the quilting first before I do the cover stitch. So those are all different things to consider. The other thing to consider is when you do quilting, you want to make sure that you wind a bobbin that matches your top thread. And you can see I've also created the little tote bag using the Art Deco fan. The other set of quilting designs here is Quilted Blocks 1 and Quilted Blocks 2. Those correspond to the Owls with Attitude and my Garden's Journal, or the Block of the Month. They each have 42 different designs in them. 8 by 8 and 9.5 by 11.5. So they're just, and they get put together by joining strips. So here we are at 4:36. I didn't meet my deadline, but that's all right. We'll come back to joining strips in a minute. I know that Darren was showing some of my stained glass windows with flowers, but it started off to be stained glass as a Frank Lloyd Wright. And I just love doing these. I started with one and I created the 3 panels that you see in the middle, the red, the blue, and the green. And I thought, well, you know, we always need to have placemats and table runners. So I took some of the blocks from there and made a placemat and table runner, which are like separate instructions. And it's hard to tell from this picture, but there's actually a quilted border around each one of those. And then I couldn't stop there. I took 4 different blocks and I made zipper bags and mug rugs. And the zipper bags in the hoop are completely lined, and everything is working on that. Again, on here, what I would do is put the no-show mesh in the hoop. I would, in this case, I have placement stitches to where to put the embroidery batting and the background fabric. You're going to tack that down, and then you're going to continue on with the regular sequence of stitching out. But these are a lot of fun to do. And yeah, I'll have to show you one when I get that done. Okay, what are cut files all about? As I mentioned, I love my ScanNCut. I've only learned about them probably about 4 or 5 years ago, which is what 2016, when I started incorporating cut files into my designs. What's the beauty about that is if you got a thumb drive, which many of my newer designs do, and they have cut files, they have PDFs for instructions, and they have embroidery files. You just take your thumb drive to your computer and print out your instructions. You take your thumb drive to your ScanNCut after you prepare the fabric and cut out your shapes, and then you take that same thumb drive and go to your machine, embroidery machine, and you start stitching. So the cool thing about if you have cut files made, if you made your own applique cut files, you, instead of having to trim your applique fabric, and instead of putting applique fabric on top of the placement stitches, you actually are pressing in those cut files within the placement stitches. And then you're going to press that down, and then even though you're using the same file that will have the placement, tack down, and cover stitch, I would still use a tack down method just to secure your pressed down cut shape, and then you can continue on with the cover stitch. Now, having said that, no matter where you spend, there's always time to do this. This is never a quick craft for anybody. You're either trimming your applique fabric while you're stitching, or you're preparing the applique fabric for the cutting machine. And again, on my website in the free member area, I've got a technique video on how to do that on the ScanNCut. And then finish it touches. I use the joining strip technique, and this is just going to high level. You're going to put joining strips on both sides of your block. You're going to trim your block, cut your strips, put them on both sides. And again, I do have a video on this, but you can see very quickly how this is a nice, quick, and easy technique to join your blocks. There's a step-by-step video of how to do this. Your key decision making is to add a decorative stitch to secure them, or stitch in the ditch, or sew by hand. And then you just go ahead and add your binding, and you're done. Okay, I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to highlight really quick. I do have new things. Whoops, I didn't erase that. I've learned how to do, or have a created design that is wool in the hoop. And there's more information that we can talk about that. But this is really, really cool. This summer, I learned how to use the Fun and Done technique method. And basically, I've created piecing in the hoop, quilting in the hoop. So those are the things you do in the hoop. And when you're done, you're going to trim the blocks. So you bring the backing fabric to the front, and that becomes your sashing and your binding, which is really cool. So I also, this one's not quite out yet, but this will be available in June. This is my compass using that same technique. And this is really, really still hot off the press, not quite released yet. But can you see the diamond collection, how beautiful that's going to be? And these are all going to be using that applique in the hoop, quilting in the hoop, actually piecing in the hoop, quilting in the hoop, and fun and done. So these are all piecing in the hoop. So with that, just wanted to remind you that if you join that free member, you get the technique videos. You'll be added to my monthly newsletter. I also do a free pattern giveaway every month, which is the last Friday of the month. So next week, Friday, just via Facebook, just check that out. And again, the 12-pack and 6-pack holders are available for the possibility of having your name drawn if you share this video and say done. At least that's what Jared told me to say. I think that's right. Okay, with that, I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to turn it back over to Darren. And Darren, let me know if there's questions or if there's other things that I need to share to the audience here.
Hi.
Hi. Did I go through that really fast?
That was wonderful. Yeah, it was pretty rapid fire, but that's okay. Yeah,
That's the beauty about video. They can always replay it.
yeah, because it is all on YouTube, so you can always watch it anytime. A lot of people are still sharing our feed. Did you put out something there, Jared? Oh, nice. Oh, because you're giving away a prize? Is that what's going on? Are you giving away a prize?
Yeah, what I'm doing is the thumb drive holders.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, so if they're like the way that Jared told me yesterday is that if they just similar to your other guest, if they share the video and say done, then Jared is magically going to randomly select names and then whoever and we'll send them the files to do the 6-pack and 12-pack holder.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that was very popular when you were here. Everybody loves those. So.
Yeah, I mean, just look how cool this is. See how, okay.
Yep.
And then
we love how your USBs have the cool danglers on them.
Yeah.
You know, some companies have gone totally digital, which a lot of our customers do not like. And I like actually having something. And so I love that about your designs.
Exactly. Now, all of the designs can be downloaded, but I do prefer to do the thumb drives. But sometimes people prefer to not have things shipped. So, but yeah. And here's a holder made with cork.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that turn out neat?
Just takes a few wine bottles, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
Anna, I actually got the winners.
Oh, great. And you'll send me the information, but go ahead and announce that, please.
Yep. So we have Jimmy Tran, Kay Curry, Lori Walters, Karen Stickney, and Janine Messler. So go ahead and email me at jared@mulqueen.com. I'll go ahead and post the names one more time, but if you would like your pattern emailed to you by Miss Anna, then you can email me. But other than that, does anyone have any questions for Anna?
For the lovely Anna. Awesome Anna.
Thank you.
Where do you find the USB pattern?
Can they buy that separately, or is that only?
Yeah, it is on my website. I don't think that you're carrying that one, Darren, but yeah, it is available on my website. If they weren't one of the winners, yes.
We'll have to get it up on our website for them.
I definitely can do that. I can definitely send that to you. I'll send those to you after the session.
Okay. If you're interested in purchasing them, make sure you email me at jared@mulqueen.com and I'll get you on a list. So when we do post it on our website, you guys can purchase it.
Yeah, because you're going to want to have a picture and everything too. So yeah.
Somebody's asking, do you use heat and bond? Was that what you used?
Yeah, when I do for the ScanNCut, I use heat and bond for when I use batik or cotton fabric. When I do the wool, I'm using the Applique Wonder because it has an extra sticky feature to it. But basically for my ScanNCuts, I do the heat and bond. I always put the heat and bond on the back of the fabric. I have a whole process of how I sequence that, but I also put my fabric face down on the cutting mat because I find my experience has been the cutting mat likes fabric face down and to cut on the paper side of the heat and bond. It doesn't like it the other way around. I was not successful with that.
Teresa, you have to email me if you want to be on the list.
Yep, Teresa, go ahead and email Jared at Mulqueen.
Yeah, so I will. Yeah, to get the everything should go through McQueen's website. So I will get that information, and Jared will make sure that you all have access to where that's located once it's posted.
We have Linda Newser, thank you for a wonderful reminder of how creative you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for interesting presentation. And which pattern is the quilt behind you?
So this one is the Affairs of the Heart, and this is my poinsettia table runner. And the poinsettia table runner, you can, and the placemat, you can either do the veins of the flower and leaves in gold metallic thread, or you can do it with just regular green and red thread, whichever you want to match. And I wanted to show that. Let me show a couple of things. And didn't he turn out cute? There we go.
Is that owl from the, I guess no.
Owls with Attitude. Yeah.
Owls with Attitude, that's right.
Yep. And then, okay.
And Becker says, love your patterns. They stitch out beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you. The one thing I wanted to mention about the stained glass, I'm going to just show this here, was really what I had a lot of fun with is I created this when I was actually a teacher at the Brother B2B in 2018, teaching everybody on that mug rug that you were showing earlier. And what I did is I had this panel, I made this panel, and I had 3 days of different Brother owners come through, and if they wanted to, they could sign the name. So this is my memory of that B2B in 2018. But you can create a memory quilt and have people sign that, you know, for anything, for graduation, for birthdays, for weddings, for baby showers, you know. So I thought that was a really good way to do that stained glass without any fabric or without any colorful fabric, just make them all white, and then have your fabric pins and go ahead and have people sign that. You remember that?
Yep. Yep, my name is on there somewhere.
I'm sure it is. But I just love having that memory.
Pam says, can't wait to try your designs.
Thank
Teresa
you.
Says, oh my goodness, what a great panel. Which pattern had all the flying geese?
Yeah, the flying geese, the flying geese is the All About Santa, has got the flying geese in there.
Awesome. All About Santa.
Yeah, All About Santa has flying geese and half square triangles.
Pam's asking if you can come in the store. You can, because we do have quite a few of Anna's patterns already in the store. Some of our guests today, we actually don't have everything that we're talking about. So it might be best to shop mulqueen.com.
It is, because if other people
curbside pickup and then come in and pick it up.
But if other people buy it before, it'll be pulled off the wall. So chances are we're going to be having to place an order with Anna anyway. So make sure that you do order it on our website, and you don't get the sale price in the store.
Unless you're a Perks member.
Yep.
Okay, the other thing.
Shop online and just use curbside, and you can just pick it up if you want.
The other thing I wanted to share real quick, this is the Jacobine Tree of Life.
Oh, nice.
And I didn't quite go into detail I wanted to on here yet during the presentation. But this is a nice little wall hanging. These are individual blocks that are quilted in the hoop. And I'm going to try to bring this really close to show you. But there's stippling or quilting very tight. And what happened is I wanted to have when you do software, not all the software is equal as far as your stippling. The computer and the software calculates the best it can, but it's not going to be as pretty as you want. So my long arm quilter that I use, I explained that to him. He says, well, if you print out each block, with the outline, I'll hand draw stippling and then you can digitize it. So that is actually digitized stippling from hand drawn from my long arm quilter.
That's cool.
So I thought that was pretty cool because it's pretty tight. If you take a look, it's really tight in there.
That is.
So, and then of course it's got these cute little borders and stuff. But that's the Jacobin Tree of Life. That's another design from Pat Campbell that I took 2 of her Tree of Life designs and combined the elements that I liked. And so that's how I did that one. Anything else?
All that you do. We had Michelle Watts on.
Yes.
Last month.
I have that handy here, she says.
I brought up your info last month to show she created the design for like hand applique and kind of has recreated them for machine applique, for machine embroidery.
Yeah, so this was early days of my business. I started off with the Fiesta Talavera with her, and that was a multiple hooping. And then I was working with the Andover Fabric Company for doing the Dimples fabric. Then I ended up doing the Old Navajo sampler and the Santa Cruz sampler, which are also from Michelle. And those are the ones that fit into an 8-inch square hoop.
I thought I grabbed it, but I didn't. I grabbed the one that's behind you.
Yes, yes.
Oh, cool. The Affairs of the Heart.
Cool.
That one's yours, right? The Affairs of the Heart.
No, that's A. Rossman.
Oh, okay.
She's out of Canada. She have a book that was published early 2000s with AQS.
Cool.
Yep.
Rita says you have an amazing friend in your long arm quilter.
Yes. Yes.
Kathy's
have a
asking,
group
which
of
pattern did you turn on point?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes, which pattern did you turn on point? I don't know.
The Affairs of the Heart, you can turn on point like I did here.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of, most of the designs, no, it'll show you if it can be on point, I can show you that configuration. So.
Well, I know when you were here in town, people loved your class, and we have been asked when are we going to have you back out, and so I know we need.
Well, let me know when you have an opening or when you start booking in store. I'll be happy to come pack my goods and come out and play again.
Awesome. Yeah, we're sure getting close. Okay. Pam Wilkins asked, it actually just bumped off the screen there. Sure to bring it down just a little bit. Can you use quilt cotton instead of felt on outside a block?
I'm sorry.
Can you use quilter's cotton instead of felt on outside the block?
Okay, outside the block is specifically designed for wool, and it was designed and the reason why it was designed specifically for wool was twofold. One is there's only a placement stitch. There's not a tack down stitch because you're cutting the shapes beforehand. So I think that was one of the classes we were thinking that I might come back to do, but it'll be like in the morning, I show you how to cut the wool on the ScanNCut, and then in the afternoon, we stitch out the block. But the other aspect of it, because it's wool, the finishing stitch around each shape is more of a decorative stitch. It's not a solid stitch like you would on a cotton. So the outside the block is really just intended for wool. The Affairs of the Heart that's got all 36 blocks is where you would do your cotton, and it has the tack down stitch in there, and has got the satin stitch for the cover stitch. The outside the block, I just selected 12 from the Affairs of the Heart because when I talked to the National Nonwoven Vice President of Sales or Marketing, Paul, when we were looking at what designs would work from a wool perspective, we both decided that everything that I had in my booth at that point Affairs of the Heart would be a good candidate to translate into doing applique in the hoop with wool. So it's not intended to be anything but for wool.
Perfect. If there's any other questions.
Anna, what was the retail price on the USB pattern?
5.
$5?
Yep, each.
Trish was watching and she's going to put it on the website right now.
Okay. Yay, magic happens. I love it when magic happens. Oh.
So if anybody else has any questions, I think that we're getting to that 1 hour mark. Can you believe that?
Wow.
We're going to go fast.
And I was walking fast for that presentation. I know I was. I get going, and I hope people have had enjoyed at least the content. I know there's a lot of information, but I wanted to share how much you can do on embroidery machines, and it never ends. There's so much you can do.
Yeah. I love how you've got your niche of like this whole different world of how you do things compared to anything else that we carry. So that is way cool of you to have found this perfect little area.
Good. Well, I'm enjoying it. And I'd love to come back and let me know what happens with the rusty barn thing or whatever.
Yeah. The Sonali was asking what this pattern is, and it's built into the luminaire.
Right. So some of my hexagons are on the luminaire, and when I was the brother company corporation asked me to do a class, and that's the class I taught all of the brother dealers during the 2018 convention in August. So I was able to share that with everybody.
Yep. And even I could do it.
Yeah, and that's pretty big.
Yep.
Thank you for that, Anna.
I guess that's the only way to get. You have another pattern of geometric shapes, or is it basically?
No, there are 10 different 10 different hexagons that are on the luminaire. Is
Can
that
they buy those in any other fashion?
Pardon?
Can they buy those without owning the luminaire?
Not
really.
No.
Because
that's
the whole
exclusive.
thing is buy the
Yeah.
luminaire.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's exclusive to the brother luminaire. That's part of the agreement.
I know Sonali's a Janome person, and that's okay. But maybe someday, hopefully Amy's not listening. Do you think Amy's listening?
She was earlier.
Close your ears, Amy. Maybe Sonali, we can show you a luminaire.
She must be bored of the quilt show.
I'm kidding, Sonali. But yeah, that pattern is built into the machine. Thanks, Jane Wilcox. She says amazing stuff.
Thank you.
The USB pattern's on our site.
Super.
If anybody's interested in getting the USB pattern, it's Jared's going to share with everybody here in a few moments how to shop until you drop. Get all of the specials while they are going on.
And Gerald, I'll go ahead. I don't know. Do you have the actual zip files behind the pattern, or do you want me to send that to you for the USB?
I'll let you know how many are interested in it so that we can get you taken care of on it. So
Okay, perfect.
Maybe Monday or Tuesday, something like that. Awesome.
Perfect.
Well, I hate when we have to say goodbye. That's the worst part because
yes.
you just start talking and I just want to hang out, but I think we have to keep things moving, unfortunately. We only have one more quick segment of Jared and I doing some quick demos.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for having me, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Anna, so much for everything. Thank you. Yay, that was wonderful. We love working with Anna. We're going to try to figure out when our classes will start in person. I don't think it's very far down the road. People are getting vaccinated, and still, I know I see some people are, when it's close quarters, like our store when you're demoing a machine. Sometimes it's uncomfortable to not have masks, so we still are kind of doing that here. But soon we'll be back to normal. Did we ever get back to normal, Jerry? Are we?
We were never normal,
Jared's
so
not normal. He's not a normal kind of person. But we do have some fun stuff to show you. Product that I saw. I told Jared went to Ken, developed our own little version of a cool little guide for your machine. So we're going to show you that here in a few moments. And
how about while you get that machine set for your demo of that, I'll show them how to go on the website.
okay,
So I'll go to me, and then you go about your business over there. Alrighty. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen. That's right here. All right. So if I go ahead and click on our website here, this is the homepage of the website, mulqueen.com. If you go ahead and click on live event specials right here, this is where you'll find all of the we've talked about so far, all of the brands. We have Laurastar with the different irons, Quilts Illustrated with patterns for the purses, 10 Sisters Handicraft with the quilt patterns and the different quilt blocks, and the gridded fabric, Bloc Loc with the different rulers, Anna, who you just saw with all of her embroidery applique designs, and then us coming up here shortly. So on here, you're going to see different lights. Like we actually just got those nano lights back in stock. So if you're waiting on those nano lights, now's the time to purchase, because we got a good few of them in stock, and those aren't going to last very long. Does anyone have any questions for me? Hard to hear, Darren. I'll make sure that gets fixed when he comes back in. About the quilt behind me, yeah, that was the 10 Sisters Handicraft. So this should be, it looks like 1 inch finished. And that's all I know. There might be a tag on the back of it. But, oh, it's Cynthia. Cynthia, I'm not telling you anything. Who do we have? I'm just going through questions and seeing what we have. Thank you. To buy the different things. How long are items on sale? They're only online unless you're a Perks Club member, and they're on sale for basically this weekend. We might extend it till sometime next week. It would be tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Arizona time. Cynthia, she said that she's been quiet all day. I don't believe that.
I'm going to show.
You're going to show that?
Just real quick. I have the beautiful Juki.
They were saying that your voice was turned down, so start talking real quick.
Juki TL2020. This is a limited edition.
Bring that up.
Let me move this up higher to my mouth. It's the Juki TL2020 PE. So 2020 PE, it's platinum. The table is platinum. The machine is entirely platinum in color. It is one of the limited edition. There's only 2,000 made. It's really for that person that is a Juki fanatic and you love your straight stitch only machine, or if somebody is considering getting a straight stitch only machine, you will not get a straight stitch on a machine than this. This is fast. It is smooth. It's a perfect bag maker's machine. It is the perfect just all around piecing machine and free motion quilting machine. And the reason why I just chose this is because you do get this table with it. And we have this machine available in 3 different ways. This one is the Platinum Limited Edition, and it's on sale for $15.99. If any come through this weekend, we're going to automatically give you an email gift card of $50 to shop and buy whatever you're interested in for this guy. And then there's a model TL18, and that will be on our website. And then this same machine is available without being a limited edition in the normal white color, and that's on sale for $9.99. But I wanted to show you, if you take this table away, so that table comes with it, so that gives you your normal sideways sewing. And now I'm going to go ahead and turn this machine towards me. You have to have a nice little table to put it on. And then this is a Sew Steady table that
Here.
just slides up. Oh, maybe I need a new battery. Maybe I need a new battery. So, sorry about that if you couldn't hear me. Now I got 2 microphones, like I'm probably blaring in everybody's ears. But you see how this table totally gives me a new perspective for my free motion quilting. This is how a handy quilter sit down or a Juki sit down, any big, 20-inch throat machine that's a sit down, it's actually facing towards you because you're quilting nose end to it. You can get a deeper quilt in there. I have this little makeshift quilt piece to show you. And so when I'm piecing now, I'm not piecing, but free motion quilting, I can get a lot more fabric. I've seen people do king size quilts on this 9-inch throat machine. And I wanted to show these guys, and Jared will show you in a little bit how to order these. It's on the same homepage of Mulqueen.com. Click on the balloons for special event, and if you go down to Mulqueen demoed items, that's where these items will be. But these super scooters by a quilt legend, Paula Reed. She invented these bat scooters, and we've shown them before. Just thought I would show you again since we had it out. But instead of wearing gloves, a lot of people don't want to wear gloves here in Arizona because it's hot enough. When I put these foam bats down on my fabric and I try to move them away from each other, they will not slip. And so it's kind of the same idea of wearing gloves, because the idea is that your hands won't slip on the fabric. But with these gloves, it allows me to do my free motion quilting. I can just lift them up, move them over. I can get very close to my needle with these divots, or you can put your fingers in those divots and really get your fabric moving in circles. And so if you don't want to wear gloves and you want to do free motion quilting, these are called super scooters, and it really moves your fabric nicely for free motion quilting. They are on sale right now. They're called super scooters on our website. I want to show you this product here. It is, Jared just moved this to our site as well. It's actually missing one little foam applicator, but it's, if you own a clear table from Sew Steady or any table company, this polish, if you put it on this applicator that comes with it, it'll be like a little sponge. I'm not sure why it's not in this package, but you would put it on your sponge and you wipe it on your table, and you polish it. It's basically just an acrylic polish. I believe it's only like $10, but it's $12.50. But it'll polish your table over and over again. And one thing we do at shows is we'll polish just one section. We'll have people run the fabric on it, and then we'll tell them to move out of that section, and you can feel a difference where it's whatever is in this polish really makes it slippery, and then it stops when it goes out of that area because it's no longer as slippery. So that is called slow steady table polish. If you're a free motion quilter and you own one of these tables of any kind, it doesn't have to be this free motion table. But the free motion table is also available, and it should be in that Mulqueen demoed item area. We have it on special if you purchase it this weekend. You don't have to own a Juki to buy this table. We can turn any machine nose towards you for free motion quilting. It could be a Brother Lumineer. It could be a Janome 3160, that little guy that we like to show for travel. So it doesn't matter which machine. They will cut this table to fit any machine that you have. It's called a free motion table, and it's on our website if you're interested in that.
Darren, when you're the biggest complaint I hear you talk about all the time is when you're sewing personally that you can never see what you're sewing, right?
That's right.
So how about these little guys? Can barely see them on there, but this right here is a light that we showed last month. It's called the Nano Light. It's made by So Light. We have them on sale for like $11, like $11.50. But the neat thing about it is they'll stick to any surface of your machine, so you don't have to have it permanently affixed to your machine. So if you want it on the front to be able to read something, and then you want it underneath to be able to see your actual fabric, you can do that and turn it on.
What? Wait, you can put it wherever?
Wherever. But then there's 3 different modes. So you have the super bright mode, then you have the next one, and the dim mode. So between those 3, you'll find your combination that you do like. But the coolest thing about it is it doesn't take batteries. What does it take, Darren?
It's LED. It has a built-in USB connector right into it. So you plug it into your laptop. You can even plug it into your Lumineer if you have a machine with a USB port. It recharges this light. So it's a rechargeable light. Last time we had, I think, 40 of them.
And they're all gone.
They sold out within
30 seconds.
30 seconds, it seemed like. Just because normally you have to outfit your machine with wiring that go off to the side. And those lights we sell as well. And we do like those. They're the brightest. But this is perfect for a travel machine. You can actually wash the little sticky that's on the bottom. It's like a gel that is designed once you put it on and take it off, put it on, take it off, like it gets not so sticky, but you can just wash it and it becomes sticky again. That type of light, it's called a nano light, and it's rechargeable and never have to buy batteries. And I believe we have about 50 or so of those left. That was all we were granted. We don't have a endless supply, unfortunately, of those, but they come beautifully packaged. Remember last time people were buying 2 and 3 of them at a time for their friends. Can you grab me that screwdriver? I'll put on a normal foot for you. Because wait until you see what Jer has.
So this is the product that we've been talking about. For demonstration purposes, we dyed the numbers black so you guys can see exactly what it is. But while Darren's working on that, this is our seam guide ruler. So I'm going to demonstrate on how it works, but you have anywhere from a 1/8 of an inch seam guide all the way up to 2 inches. So this way you get the perfect seam allowance every single time that you're stitching. So I'm going to go ahead and move this machine real quick for myself.
Oh, wait, let me just show this real quick. Oh, it's not in view. Never mind.
No, we'll do it in a second.
Okay. I'll get him out of the way.
So actually, I'm going to bring this guy here. And then if you want to be cameraman.
I will be cameraman.
So I'm going to go ahead and open this guy up. It comes in a package. It says the magnetic seam guide and positioning ruler. It comes with the ruler itself as well as the magnetic seam guide. So if I flip it over on the back, it's all the instructions on how to use the seam guide. But what I'm going to do is open it up for you guys. And then
this is like the unboxing.
It's the unboxing of our new product.
I'm going to shine it right on Jared. Look
Right
at how
on
happy
me.
he is.
That's great. Alrighty, so I will go ahead and pull this out for you. So inside, there's a separate bag, so that way your ruler doesn't get scratched up. But in there is another, it's a magnetic seam guide. So it's got one flat edge to be able to run your fabric across. So now what I'm going to do is I'll lift my presser foot up, and I need to do a 1/4 inch seam guide. So on the ruler, I find the 1/4 inch marking. And as I come down to my machine, I put the little hole that is right with the 1/4 inch under or on the needle plate, right where the hole goes, the needle hole. So I bring my hand wheel forward, bring it down to get it centered, keep my ruler nice and straight. And as I keep the ruler straight, then I go ahead and put my magnetic seam guide on there. And now I I pull my needle back up. And now my seam guide is perfectly set at a 1/4 inch mark.
Wait, Jared, I meant 5/8,
Oh, 5/8.
not 1/4 inch.
So if I go back and I take this guy off and I want to go to a 5/8, I put the 5/8 marking right down, put the needle down, put the magnetic guide back on, pull the needle back up, make sure to rotate your hand wheel towards you at all times. And now I'm set at a 5/8.
Did I say 5/8?
You meant 2 inches?
I meant 2 inches. Is
Oh,
that
that's
the
fine.
biggest?
2 inches is the biggest. So I need to go to 2 inches across. Now I find my 2 inch hole, drop the needle down into the place. And the nice thing is we made the hole small enough to where you're not going to be,
There's no wiggle.
yeah, there's little to no wiggle. So that seam guide now is sitting over at the 2 inch mark. I go ahead and pull my needle up, pull my seam guide ruler out, and now I can stitch a 2 inch seam allowance. So it works well. It's a inexpensive product, but it'll save you a heartache at the end of the day. So we do have, I want to say, about 50 some odd in stock. I need to make sure that those are up. So if you're trying to purchase them, just wait. Does it have scant 1/4 inch?
Nope.
No, it's just true distance.
Maybe version 2 will have scant.
So these are little gadgets that Darren was talking about
I think
earlier.
the scant 1/4 would be too close, that it probably wouldn't work properly on this ruler. So it is just a 1/4. But if you have a computerized machine, you would just bump your stitch width 2 times and it'll scant your 1/4 inch.
So right here, this guy it's called Magna Fingers.
Oh no, I dropped all my needles. Oh no, what am I going to do?
I don't know. Well, what you're going to do is you release that little pin right there. Now you come back across, pick up all of your pins, and now you've got all the pins stuck on the bottom attached to that magnet. Well, I want to get rid of them. So I'm just going to drop them all like that. And now I have...
one caught, but that's okay.
There you go.
Let me poke your finger.
So the other things we have...
Wait. We got to show what that looks like in the packaging.
Okay.
So if you want a magnetic pickup wand or pickup tool, it's kind of cool. It's the same family business that also makes the this bowl or this cup here.
So this cup we showed last month as well. It's just a magnetic pin cup. So at the bottom of it, there's a magnet. And when I go ahead and set it down on the table, the pins pop out. So it's a regular pin cup. So if I bring this guy in, so it's a regular pin cup. But when I release it, the pins all get tucked up inside. I spin it and I lock it into place. And then I put the cap back on.
For travel.
Put the cap back on. And now I can travel with it. So
that is called magnetic pin cup, and it's the same people that made the lifter. And I wanted Jared to wear this product, but he won't.
So to go along with the magnetic pin bowls and pin cushions and whatnot, I'm going with the magnetic. It's basically a pin cushion. except it's not a big bulky item. So it's a snap bracelet with a hard plastic cup, and it's actually a removable pod. And the magnet sits in the middle, so you just drop your pins inside and use it just like a regular pin cushion. And then we have Mulqueen and Brother branded magnetic pin bowls. So the bowl or the magnet is at the bottom of the bowl, so you can take all of your magnets, stick them into your finger.
I have a place to put your pins.
And so now you have a place.
Isn't that cute?
Fall out. That'd have been great if they fell out when I showed it like that.
It's just the right size. And it's kind of neat, this wrist pin one, all your pins go the same direction. That way you don't pin your finger. Somebody asked, where do you get the nanolight? It's on mulqueen.com. All of these items that we're showing you right now are at mulqueen.com, and they are, if you on the homepage click the balloons, it says special event, and the nanolight is under Mulqueen demoed products. I just checked and it is there. It's at the top of the page, I believe, or it's second row. So all of these items, if you're interested, that seam guide with a magnetic, the magnetic seam guide with that ruler that Jared demoed that we make in-house, that is only $7.95 right now on sale. The nanolight is normally $14.95. It's on sale for $11.96. The magnetic pickup wand, how much was that one, Jared? It's only $8.09 for this guy, the pickup wand. Or are they seeing me right now?
Yep, they're seeing everything.
Hi. So I don't know if you guys were seeing the website at that time or if you were looking at me. The joys of technology. For some reason, our one laptop is not connecting to the internet to allow us to show.
So someone was asking about computerized machines and whether or not it's okay to use magnets and stuff. Yes, you can use magnets next to a computerized machine. Back in the day, all of the memory used to be stored on magnetic drives, which in return, if you put a magnet on your machine, you would change the polarity of that drive and wipe out all of your memory. Today, it's stored on electronic drives, and it's no longer magnetic or floppy disk style. So yes, you are more than welcome to use a magnet on your machine if it's a computerized machine. It's not going to damage anything.
Jan is asking, does a Juki cut your thread when you pick up the foot? It does have a thread cutter button on the front and on your gas pedal that makes it go. If you pull back on your gas pedal, it actually cuts your thread. So it is amazing. There's 3 different models of that Juki machine. This one just happens to be kind of the coolest one, being a limited edition. You would be one of 2,000 people that own it. This is the only one, they're all on sale, but this is the only one that we're going to give an additional, we're going to email a $50 Mulqueen gift card if this one is purchased. This one is model TL, I'm sorry, this one is, yeah, it is TL, sorry, TL2020PE Juki. And then there's 2 other models, TL18 and a TL2010. $9.99 for the 2010, and I believe $13.99 for the 18, and this one is $15.99. It'll be the last machine that you'll ever need. It's all metal, very fast, perfect straight stitch. It'll be your machine for everything straight stitch, and then you would have your other machine for buttonholes, zigzag, decorative stuff, embroidery. Ask Darren about vacuum. Is that really a question out there?
No, I'm asking you. Darren he actually invented vacuum. Darren, you want to talk about it? That's you in a somewhat current life, but mostly a past life. But what was it? What was it?
Yeah, back in the day when I was at our Chandler store, when we had our Chandler location, we would carry vacuum fragrance in envelopes, and the whole store would smell and of that fragrance. And so it was giving headaches to some of our employees at other locations. So they were putting them in Ziploc bags And I said, there's got to be a better way. So my wife and I came up with, my wife came up with the name Vacuum. It was a vacuum fragrance, or it is a vacuum fragrance. We use ground corn cob, so it's a green product using up corn cob, and it's in a cosmetic jar, so the fragrance lasts inside the jar for a year. Where those envelopes, they would go bad after a month or so, and they wouldn't smell anymore. But that is something called Vacuum that we are kind of on the phase out. This family business got to be much bigger and more time consuming, so I kind of am slowing down on the vacuum side of things. But it was a product that was distributed by all the major vacuum supply stores.
So Pat wants to know if she buys items for the website, can she pick them up at the Glendale store on Monday morning?
If we probably won't have time to get it there on Monday. Our driver leaves here at 8 or 9 in the morning.
And you could also be buying products that we're currently ordering in. So
it really depends, unfortunately. Some items may take 7 days, like the irons. I think those are going to be around the 7 to 14 days, but it's worth it if you're looking for a good deal on an iron that is a 10 to plus year life expectancy versus buying irons every year. Those Laurastar irons, they are going to be about 7 to 14 days before they come in. But a lot of stuff we do have in stock. Just can't promise if you can have it in Glendale Monday morning. Cynthia Badger loves the pin cut. Yep, we were happy to see that it's just a fun family business. They're actually made in the States somewhere. They're 3D printed, I believe.
I think they're made here
in Arizona.
Yeah,
that's cool. And I think that this is from the same company, and they're probably made here in the USA as well. That's the magnetic, what's wrong? Magnetic picker-upper, where it can drop everything at one time. So is that all of our items? I know that we talked about our class, the edge-to-edge quilting class. I think 5 or 6 people have signed up from today talking about it. I think that means that there's probably about 4 or 5 extra spots if you're interested in learning from the best doing edge-to-edge quilting.
The Nanolite is not in stock at the Glendale store.
No, the Nanolites will be, if you order them, we figure we'll probably sell out from this live. So if you are interested, if you're able to pick up in Glendale, you can buy however many you want, and then just choose curbside pickup in Glendale, and you can pick them up. They'll call you as soon as it gets there. It would probably be Tuesday for pickup.
At the earliest.
Yep. And what else, Jer? That was a fun day.
Yeah, it was an expedited day.
Expedited.
Like overnight shipping.
Yeah. We didn't have much time in between segments, which this is the first time we did it hourly. I think I like it hourly because it was just like one into another, but it didn't give much time for the educator. I thought it was rushing them a little bit.
Darren's only saying that because he didn't get enough time to sit there and play on his phone.
In between?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it seemed like it was a little rushed.
So if you want the Nanolites, you have to order them on our website. Otherwise, you won't get one because they'll be sold out. I mean, that's the most blunt way to put it. But yeah, they're going to be gone if you don't order them on our website in the next hour or so.
Joyce, a lot of people are saying they like the one day. I actually like the one day. I think we'll just maybe do like an hour and 20 minutes per, or an hour and a half per, instead of just an hour. It didn't feel too rushed. Okay. We'd like to have your feedback, so let us know if you prefer the 1 day or the 2 day.
I think if we did it like an hour and 15, that way they all got a break to go look at the website and stuff. The Nanolite is
It's $14.95, but it's on sale
for $11.97.
It's about $3 off, so it's about $12. And the Nanolite is rechargeable. You just plug it into a USB source. The nanolights are at the Mesa location, but some of the specials that we're offering are online specials. Trying to keep it somewhat organized because it is a lot to put together, and so we try to kind of do it through the website. And then once things settle down a little bit, then you could definitely come in the store to get the product. But I like one day because we work Fridays.
Every single person said one day so far. I think we'll keep it at one day.
I like the 1 hour. If we did more than 1 hour, then we could do like a little bit of tap dancing in the middle or some sort of sketch.
Probably.
And you're on the wrong side. You need to be on the other side because when I look over at you, it looks like I'm looking away from you on the screen.
Well, I could just look over
So
here.
I'll look this way.
Yeah, you look that way and I'll look this way. Oh, wait.
There. Yeah, I'm looking away from you, Jared, now.
Yeah.
So
Darren's actually right there.
may I ask you to comment, who was your favorite guest of the day?
Me.
Besides Jared. So just comment who.
You're gonna pit all of the guests up against each other now?
Yep.
What, to see who gets to come back?
Denise, I guess the machine, if you don't mind on the Juki machines, Jared didn't put them into the special category. So if you just,
Because
I'll
do it right now. Denise, just wait for 2 seconds.
it was kind of spur of the moment. I didn't know we were going to use this one ultimately until kind of like the last moment to show the light and that cool table. Jared's actually turned off the screen here to get to our website to pop the TL2020.
Denise, if you refresh your page right now, it will be in our Mulqueen site, like on the demonstrated items.
Mulqueen.com, click the balloons, click Mulqueen demoed items, and that's there. Sonali, like 10 Sisters, Penny, Anna. Well, I'm glad to hear. It looks like it's kind of oh yes,
Carol.
I love Carol.
Oh my.
Yep.
I thought
Carol,
I installed her handy quilter. You think she'd like me the most?
Carol is my new favorite. Anna and Penny. Wasn't Penny wonderful? Yep, all of them were wonderful. I'm glad to hear 10 Sisters because I thought that was really cool as well. I'd never heard of them before our event here.
Darren, Penny, and Anna.
There's another favorite, Lee Strabel. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. There's still 160 people, 164 people looking at us as we were jabber-jawing.
We dropped half the amount of people. And
Yep. But that's okay because this is the end. This is where Jared does the sing song to close us out. Go ahead, Jared, and do the song. What song were you practicing?
I was practicing, you know. That was a good song I was practicing, huh?
Yeah. You should have heard Jared. He was singing during
No,
that.
actually, Darren was, and I said, dang, I wish I unmuted you.
Yeah, I was singing my rap song to it.
Darren's actually an underground rapper.
Thank
I miss
you all.
Mulqueens as I'm only in Arizona during winter months. Well, I think most people in Arizona wish they were only in Arizona for the winter months.
Live events. So, Lee, I've scheduled the Sheraton at Wrigleyville, the one that's by where the Cubs do their spring training, Dobson Road and the 202 freeway for the beginning of December. I believe it's going to be OESD, although the last event that got canceled was Trevor Conquergood So it may be the Trevor Conquergood 3-day hands-on event. But we still have a little bit of time, but we have a hotel reserved. We're hoping that it's opened up. I think it's opened up to as many people. We need to take a survey, how many people would come and spend
Survey says.
$100 to $150 for 2-day event.
Rita Merrill wants to know what fabric was at $4.95 a yard.
You know, our store behind this wall here, behind this wall is hundreds of fabric bolts that are $4.95.
In our clearance section on our website.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's almost time we can open it up. I'll talk to the person in charge of fabric.
Open that up.
Yeah, but go through that.
There's not enough room in there to open that up.
No. Maybe we can do a cover charge, one person at a time.
Like pay at the door too.
But the fabric that's in that room behind me is $4.95 a yard at mulqueen.com. If you click on fabric, it's the very first square. It says $4.95 fabric. So that's where the $4.95 is. If we could get more walk room in there, it's kind of tight. We might move. Where people can walk in there, but I'm not quite sure on that. But it would be great to have Trevor. Yeah, we're wondering if we do these hands-on events, we would need 120 people to be willing to get together. Is that kind of what's going on now? Would people want to sit next to someone at a sewing machine? Because we do 2 or 3 people to a machine. Patsy, we do have 108s. We have a lot of 108s. My mom just got in a ton of really cool 108 fabrics. It's in our stores. All 3 locations have 108, but it's also on our website under fabric. If you go to mulqueen.com, click on fabric, and you just scroll down to the 108 section.
Rayanne, our entire store is open. We never actually had clearance fabric on like for purchase, except for when we had sidewalk sales. But because of COVID, we couldn't obviously have sidewalk sales while we were closed. We only closed about 2 months, but we opened our clearance fabric to be on our website. So if you want any clearance fabric, it starts at $4.95. Even for the 108s, I believe they're $4.95 on clearance, not the regular 108s. Those are.
Roseanne was letting us know about Michigan quilt shops that they're all open, and we're 100% open. Our store, we have about 10,000 bolts of fabric to shop from here at this location in Mesa. $6.95 up to the 108s, which can be as much as $16.95, but the majority of our fabric is $6.95 or $7.95 a yard, and people are welcome to come in. We're here 6 days a week to shop for fabric. It's only the $4.95 fabric that we're talking about as far as kind of not being available. But our stores, all 3 stores are open. You can come in 10 to 4, Monday through Saturday. The 2-day event that we're talking about, somebody asked if I would repeat that. And it's basically a 2-day hands-on event where we supply over $1 million worth of sewing machines in a hotel room and invite attendees to complete 6 projects or more in a 2-day period where everything is supplied. The machines are all put on the tables already. Lunch is included, a light breakfast. It's just, there's a cost of usually $100 to maybe $200. So it's a 2-day hands-on embroidery party, basically. The last one we had scheduled was March of last year. Normally we do January, March, July, November. We do 4 $1 million events a year. But March, July, November, January, and March of this year have all been canceled. So we've lost quite a few big shows. The next show that's coming up for us ultimately is the Tucson Rusty Barn. I think that's before, no, our September Rusty Barn show in Westworld. So it's a brand new location in Scottsdale. It's the Sewing and Craft Show, normally at the Phoenix Fairground, but this September it's at the Westworld where Barrett Jackson Auto Show is, Auto Auction, and the Arabian Horse Show. All the fancy stuff up in Scottsdale is where the next Sewing and Craft Show is. And then our hands-on event where we put it all together, we just have the dates held. It's like the first weekend, the first week basically of December. We just haven't scheduled it yet with any actual educator. It'll either be OESD or the Floriani Company with Trevor Conquergood. Well, there's other companies that we have had, but it makes sense for me to do one of those companies because they've been strong dealer supporters. And so I think one of those two will be our next live events. And with that, I think that, what time is it? It's 3:42, Jer. What are you doing over there?
I found your baby picture.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You found my baby picture. Oh, yes. There I was when I was 12 years old at the family business meeting or park. What do you call it? The summer.
Like a retreat?
Yeah. That was actually not me. That was an imposter. That guy is not tall enough to be.
He bought stilts to look like Darren.
Yes. Cool event that is coming at Westworld. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Thanks, Roseanne. Yep. The Sewing and Craft Show is going to be awesome. OESD or Trevor will be great. Awesome. Thank you. Where will the live event be in December, Teresa? It's going to be called the Sheraton at Wrigleyville.
It's the same place as like the last two, I think.
It was, yeah, we've had, who do we have there? Probably Anita Good Design, but it's the one at Dobson Road and the 202 Freeway.
It's Mesa Riverview.
And I don't like to say about having 50 machines out. It is a huge undertaking. So we're trying to see if we would get a full house. That's kind of like our concern is, will we be comfortable? Will you be comfortable to have 120 people in the same room? But that'll be by December. You would think that everybody would be vaccinated and feeling comfortable and out and about. So with that, Jer, I think I'm gonna I've been practicing a dance routine that I guess I'll go ahead and start it here in a few moments. I would like to thank my trainers and everybody that, just kidding. I was going to say, cut it off, Jer, right when I start because I don't.
I figured I have it pulled up. Thank you guys. Have a great weekend.
Oh, we're going to be back to the third weekend next month. So it won't be the fourth weekend like this month. It'll be back to the third Saturday of June.
Yep.
So we're going to do this again. We'll have a whole new group of companies, and thank you for your support through all of this, and thank you for watching us. Jer, anything else? I think we're good.
Do you really eat your soup with a fork?
No. I don't know where that came from.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.